Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Play action fake, he's back. There's and the ball is out, and the Steelers pick it up. And that's T.J. Watt running for the end zone. Steelers with the touchdown. The strip by Highsmith, and his bookend buddy Watt scooped and scored, and the Steelers take the lead. Their second defensive touchdown of this game.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 3 games on last night. You had the Rangers losing in frustrating fashion again. We'll get to that coming up in about 10 minutes, but a Monday Night Football doubleheader as the Pittsburgh Steelers end up beating Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. That was the call on Steelers radio. Ugly games across the board. Yeah. Ugly games across the board. You start off watching the Saints and the Panthers. That was hideous. Some Bryce Young intrigue. How would Derek Carr be dramatic? And then you switch on over to the other game, which was entertaining at times, but really sloppy as Pittsburgh gets the win to move to 1-1. Cleveland falls to 1-1. 2 defensive scores.
Yeah, I watched way too much of that Saints Panthers game. That was hideous. That was absolutely awful.
RJ kept texting in the group message like Saints Panthers updates or a fan in the stands, and I'm like, why are you gluing yourself to this game so much? It was probably the worst of the 3.
Oh, it was awful. It was in the second half, and I was like, all right, I mean, this is kind of crunch time. It's closer than expected, and the Saints in the first 2 drives moved the ball really well, and they just settled for field goals. And then I don't think they moved the ball for 3.5 quarters after that. And then I know you think you're on the Carr drama kick. He was dramatic at the end. He made like 3 really nice throws at the end, like to salt the game away, just like he did in week 1. He did nothing. And then when it came time to put the game away, downfield to the same guy as last week. The same guy threw a deep go route to the same dude as last week. They made another catch, and that basically put the game away. But that was hideous.
Taysom Hill, with apologies to Ross Tucker, our buddy, was probably the best player on the field. He is a battering ram, and of course, he's an all-around one. He had 9 carries for 75 yards. He threw 1 pass as well. But the spotlight is on the number 1 pick in Bryce Young. 22 of 33 for 153. He got sacked 4 times. He threw a touchdown. Impressions of Bryce. And obviously, it's early.
It's so early. I didn't think he was. I mean, obviously, he wasn't all that good. He's not working with a ton either. But he does have really good awareness when he's moving outside the pocket at this stage. The 2-point conversion to Thielen was very much a Mahomes play where he kind of runs towards the line of scrimmage, and then just as he's getting there, throws it in a misdirection kind of way. So that's it. But he takes a bad sacks. They just showed one right there on a 3rd down. Like there's no reason for that. They actually took him out on a 3rd down play. It was 3rd and 1 that took him out, put Andy Dalton in.
Wow.
I guess because he was 1 of 9 on 3rd down at the point. Ugh. And they're like, okay, we just you obviously can't figure this out, what we need to do on 3rd down. So it was a big point in the game. I think they were at their own 30. They wind up getting the 1st down. Then they put him right back in. But that was, he's not. He's a long way away. He is a long way away from being where he needs to be.
Deshaun Watson threw a pick 6 on his first throw last night. Kevin Gray tweeted it. He said, "Is Deshaun washed?" There is some Deshaun Watson worry, or there should be, with the way that offense is struggling. They had protection issues as well. Multiple final drives at the very end. It's so funny. Derek Holland talks so much. He can't shut his ass up. After the Browns get a win early in the day, and then the Cowboys are playing or someone else is playing, and it's, Super Bowl, Baker Christ, the Brownies. All last night, I forgot that Derek Holland even existed. I forgot that Derek Holland was a Browns fan. I texted him. I said, "You're quiet tonight." "Oh, we're missing half the starters. We're missing half." Yo, man, This is what you traded all those assets for. This is why you gave him that guaranteed controversial deal. You married yourself to Deshaun Watson. He's got Amari Cooper out there. Deal with it. The running back replacement for Nick Chubb was just fine. But there, I have Deshaun Watson worry right now with my Watson versus Dak comparison. 4 turnovers and a missed field goal in the first quarter. But Joe Buck was just mocking it, making fun of it. The game was so sloppy. At one point, the Steelers had more turnovers than first downs, and they were still leading. And then you got Pickens with a 71-yard touchdown. Obviously, the 2 defensive scores and the horrific injury to Nick Chubb that they would not even replay on national television. Awful.
That was disgusting. I'm pretty upset with you for sending it to us. Because I was on I think I was on the Saints game. You know, Saints game, right? I think it was Saints. And I was like, I'm glad I didn't see it. And then here it comes.
Yep.
Old Sharif. I didn't think you had the stomach for that. I thought you usually avoided that.
Yeah.
But he went back and recorded it on his own TV.
Well, that was sent from someone else.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that angle was not on TV. I don't know where that's coming from. Because I did rewind on my TV and I saw I had my wife really. I'll admit to being a wuss. I said, I need you to watch. I need you to watch this and tell me if it's bad. She goes, there's nothing to be seen. So I don't know whether someone got a sideline cell phone camera, someone from the stands, but obviously it went viral. You do want to see once. You want to see what was so bad. It's the intrigue. It's the car crash. It's the train wreck, right? You do want to see what is so horrific and bad that they won't actually show it. But poor Nick Chubb, man. This seems like a class guy. He was on those conference calls to get running backs paid. He is gone for a while. Deshaun Watson talked about the loss of the running back.
I know he don't have the C on his jersey, but he's a captain. He's a leader. He's the definition of this team, of this city, of this organization. And we got a lot of holes to fill, while he's away. So it's even tough to even speak on it. I just want to keep praying for him and his family, and just hopefully we get the best outcome for him.
Hang on a second. Nick Chubb don't have a C on his jersey, but Deshaun Watson does. Nick Chubb been playing there for a while. Supposed to be a stand-up dude. He don't have the captain.
He doesn't.
Nick Chubb dislocated his left knee and tore his MCL, PCL, and LCL with cartilage damage in 2015. That was the same knee last night that bent the wrong way.
And
previous injury, 2015.
Are they saying that? Well, okay. I thought you were talking about last night. That was those 3.
Right.
Wait. So somehow the ACL was intact on that hit. Oh, that would surprise the hell out of me. I look, after seeing that, I wonder how these guys ever play again. Yeah. I really do. Because he's going to have. I mean, you talk about complete knee restriction, complete, maybe even patella. You don't know. It sucks, man, big time.
Pepe, your take on the Monday Night Football doubleheader before we get into Bruce Bochy just losing his mind?
I had high hopes for Saints-Panthers. I'm not going to lie. Going into I thought it was the early game. I was like, Derek Carr, Bryce Young, okay. And then, it was like, 6-3 at one point. I was eating my dinner, and I said, I'm gone. Going to get to the Rangers game, and I went straight Rangers after that.
Oh, you didn't check out Steelers-Browns at all?
Other than highlights and stuff that I saw on Twitter, but I did not go to Steelers-Browns.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Ivan, you're sick bastard. He's texting me that Nick Chubb thing. I'm not even gonna open that up. I saw it once, Ivan. I'm not doing it.
You don't
again.
Need a second time?
I do not need a second time. Jerry Jones will join us live to celebrate once again at 8:30 this morning. Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com. And everything was looking great. Everything was looking smooth. But, oh, yeah, you actually have to have a bullpen later in the game. What did RJ see from Bruce Bochy going off? The Texas Rangers absolutely blow one, and the frustration started to come out. That's next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we got the Rangers Players Show at 3:20.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The set by Smith. The payoff pitch. Swung on, line drive, right field, base hit. Toward the alley in right center. Urias is home. Wong is home. Devers around to third on a 2-run single by Refsnyder, and the Red Sox have turned the game around. It's Boston 3 and the Rangers 2.
Just like that. Just like that. You give another one away. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with you on your home for Rangers baseball. They had it. Jordan Montgomery, the return of Josh Young and Adolis Garcia. I was freaking hyped up. Josh Young had a hit, had the lead throughout, and then Will Smith walks the number 8 hitter and then gives up a double to the 9th place hitter who didn't have a hit in his previous 17 at-bats. You recorded Bruce Bochy. All you had to do was look at Jonah Heim and that last at-bat of the game. He was furious and ticked off with the home plate umpire. The frustrations now pouring out of the Texas Rangers. I couldn't tell whether Bochy was mad at the home plate umpire or whether he was mad at his own pitcher, but the Rangers bullpen blows another one.
Another one. That was another awful, awful game. Bochy was living. I look. Some people were saying he was mad at the home plate umpire
because 99% of the, almost 100% of the time, he's directing it. You don't see an ump go off on their player and pitcher like that.
No, you don't. But in that at bat to,
and it looked like he was kind of looking towards home plate.
Yeah, but in that at bat, there was no real call that went against the Rangers that should have been called. I wonder if he wasn't going after Jonah Heim for saying, you know better than the pitch location in that spot. Maybe he was. But either way, he was fuming. And he's got nobody to blame but himself on that one. You keep putting Will Smith again, who's he going to use? But you keep throwing Will Smith out there expecting different results. And what do you get? This is what you're getting now at this point. And on the broadcast, and this is something that's just Bruce would. I can't believe he did this. They said Brock Burke was up for the third. He had been up 3 times in the pen. Usually, you don't have a guy get hot more than twice, just from an arm safety standpoint, arm care. It is. The wheels are falling off. The wheels are falling off. And you lose to a Boston team that has nothing to play for. Nothing. They just fired their GM. The entire team knows, we're out of here, man. Half these guys are gonna be gone next year with a new regime coming in.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get beat by that team on a comeback. Oh, that's bad.
The Astros won. Seattle lost. Of course, Baltimore and Tampa have already clinched. And Toronto is sitting there in the second wild card spot as the Rangers are now tied with the Seattle Mariners. So hanging on for dear life as Toronto now has the second wild card. After you swept them, you've lost 4 straight. And the Blue Jays are going to be in New York to start a series against the Yankees today. Nathan Eovaldi on the mound tonight here on the Fan to take on the team that he played for the previous 5 seasons in the Massholes. So, not good.
No.
All of this is hanging on for dear life. That's all it is.
So that's all it is. Just get you want to get the next 11 days, 12 days, whatever it is.
Yep.
Just get it out of the way and see where this thing goes. Hopefully you make the postseason.
If they miss, are we going to call this a epic collapse, an absolute disaster? Or how much of a pass are we going to give? Or should be given?
We obviously expectations change as the season goes on. If you had told us in April that they were going to be playing with a 1-game lead for the final wild card spot with 2 weeks to go, you're like, all right. But as you were 40-20 and you had the best run differential in the sport for 4 months or whatever,
and a 6-game lead later on.
Yeah, it becomes. This is a gag job. That's what it is. They're gagging this one away if they wind up losing it. So it's both. I hate to say that, but it is. It's kind of both.
All right, we got some ratings that came in as the Cowboys reestablishing some dominance in the Metroplex.
Man, let me tell you something.
You can't say "let me tell you something" without "let me tell you something."
Let me tell you something.
Who are we impersonating, Peyton?
Okay, it's a movie. It's a movie. I'm thinking. Okay, I think I just saw this one not too long ago. Let me tell you something. It's a meme. It's a meme.
He said it like Brandon Tierney.
Wait a second. Wait a second.
Let me tell you something.
Are you thinking this is from Scarface or something like
No,
that?
it's from Vine, isn't it?
Vine?
Yeah.
It's
No.
actually a TV show.
It's a TV show.
Oh, well, then I had no idea. I mean, the
All right,
Brady Bunch.
Do you know?
It's not Brady Bunch.
Do you know who Fire Marshal Bill is?
I've heard of it. Don't know.
We're
Don't know
all-
who it
Okay.
is.
All right,
Little
very
Jim
good.
Carrey, Fire Marshal Bill.
Yeah, in living color.
Hey, look at what the gabagoo. He took it straight to the mafia.
All right, so the Cowboys and the Jets had people, they went 2 years or older. It had a
What?
That's what they do, 2 years or older. 1.5 million households in DFW watch this game. Or 1.5 million people in DFW watch this game. That's just the premier, the numbers that just come in, like the overnight preliminary numbers, which is fantastic. It's a great number. You get a lot of people watching this thing. So, what does that mean? Like, well, also, comparatively speaking, actually, Washington, Denver had almost the same for the very end of their game.
Wow.
So they had 1.3 million for the very end of their game.
That was when, CBS had to switch over. If you're watching on Red Zone, they could not continue that leading into the Deion Sanders 60 Minutes.
Yep. So there you go for that one. The Cowboys number overall was like a 28 point, 28 and change on their actual rating. How about though, man? What a unit! What a unit Deion Sanders and Colorado are. Like, they just continue to put up numbers. They had over 300,000 people watching this game. Over 300,000 people watching this game. That was more than just about every NFL game except the Cowboys, obviously, and then KC Jacksonville. They had more than Green Bay, Atlanta. It's fantastic.
Wow.
It's tremendous numbers for them.
Someone who is not going to be betting on any of these games, apparently, is your boy Phil Mickelson.
Mm-hmm.
Mickelson said he's not wagering on games this season as he continues to recover from a gambling addiction. Put out a statement yesterday, about a month after professional gambler Billy Walters alleged that Phil bet more than a billion on football, basketball, and baseball over the past 30 years. Phil wrote, "Most of you will enjoy this football season with moderation while having lots of fun and entertainment. The fantasy leagues will provide banter amongst friends and money won or lost. Betting won't affect you. I won't be betting this year because I crossed the line of moderation and into addiction, which is not any fun at all. The money wasn't ever the issue since our financial security has never been threatened. But I was so distracted, I wasn't able to be present with the ones I love and caused a lot of harm. This lack of presence has been so hurtful." So that is Phil Mickelson laying off all the books.
All of them. He's done. He's done for now. And he needed it.
And he was often told by his family the line that all of us hear, "You are here, but you're not with us."
Mm-hmm.
You're hearing me, but are you actually listening? So there's Phil.
It happens. It's a lot of people have been told that. And look, Phil, when you gamble near $1 billion over a 10-year stretch,
858 wagers of $220,000, 1,115 bets of $110,000 in a 5-year span, and Phil lost about $100 million while betting more than $1 billion over the past 3 decades, according to the book.
That's a lot. It's a lot of money. I don't know how anybody just think of that. Who has that kind of money? Just imagine you have so much money that you can afford to bet $1 billion over time, over 10 years. $1 billion. Sanity.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you all for being Tolos. We have another concert ticket giveaway. The question of the day and the week for me is this all real with the Cowboys? Does it actually feel different? So we'll talk about that at 7:20 during the Expressway, and of course, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But Yesterday I was getting a high before these games. Kind of bored me. I was just going through Cowboys audio. Cowboys audio all over the place, and the praise is something that we're going to take a bath in. Praise from everywhere in the sports world, and great injury news for the Cowboys. Bad injury news for Arizona, as that is hopefully the next victim on the schedule. Inside the Star, as Bobby Belt joins us here on Sean and RJ right after this.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my
Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's go. It is appropriate. Bobby Belt already given the fist pump live on the fan cam.
Not yet.
The Cowboys, as we go inside the star, according to Clarence Hill, expect Tyler Smith, Donovan Wilson, and Brandon Cooks to be limited in practice tomorrow, but be a full go on Thursday in anticipation of playing against the sorry Arizona Cardinals. Zach Martin, ankle issue, quote, I feel good. Just got rolled up a little bit, just being smart there at the end of the game, but I feel good. And Budda Baker, the all-world safety from Arizona, has been put on the injury list for them. So no Budda Baker this Sunday against the Cowboys. They also released Ronald Jones, as they have seen enough with their running back depth. So, Bobby, it looks like possibly full strength for the Cowboys?
You hope so. The way that, I mean, we'll have to ask Jerry about it later today at 8:30, but the way that McCarthy talked about Zach Martin was a little odd, where he just says, like, oh, he basically said something to the effect of, oh, he's got a good shot to play, but he's not going to practice Wednesday. And so Edoga and Zach Martin not practicing Wednesday is a little concerning. Edoga, you're a little less worried about, because TJ Bass came in and I thought played really well. I was watching the game back yesterday, and he was impressive, especially in the run game. So Edoga you'd worry a little bit less about, also because Tyler Smith is hopefully going to be back at this point. But Zach Martin is at least something to monitor, because honestly, I think I felt pretty comfortable at the beginning of last week that Tyler Smith was going to be ready to go for the Jets game. And as the week progressed, they were like, nah, this is lingering a little bit more than we thought. So just, I think the Zach Martin one is at least something that we need to monitor and find out what Jerry will tell us.
And the good news is, if you need to give him an extra week off, you should be able to give him an extra week off, as you are 12-point favorites over the Cards.
And that may be low. That may be too low at this point.
Right.
That Arizona team is awful. Like this would be like, this is almost a style point game. Like, you better win this thing at least by what you beat the Jets by. Like, this should be, I would be stunned if this thing goes off a point under 14 when it actually hits.
Wow.
That's strong.
We got to see the most recent largest point spreads and see what happened in those games in terms of covering or not for the degenerate later in the week. An update on Sharif Floyd. A lot of by the way, I had no idea, being dead honest, that Sharif Floyd was an assistant coach for the Cowboys. None. Yeah. Zero. All the time in Oxnard, I had no clue whatsoever. I remember all the Sharif Floyd draft coverage and how much attention we paid to him because the first name stood out. But as you know, he had an incident on the sidelines where he apparently passed out. He has been released from the hospital and was working from home yesterday. The plan is for him to return to the Star today. He collapsed, fainted, but sounds like Sharif Floyd is okay.
Yeah, it was a little scary when we were sitting in the press box and they announced it, because usually you'll hear that, an injury update, and then you'll hear whatever's going on. They said an injury update, and they just went, assistant coach Sharif Floyd has been brought in for medical attention. He will, the coaching staff will take over his duties. But no, he's a guy that Dan Quinn has been really close to for a long time. And you wouldn't necessarily know. There a lot of these assistant position coaches, you're not going to see very often. They don't generally do a lot of media and stuff like that. But I know he's really excited about the opportunity and has really embraced the coaching role, and a lot of the players have embraced him. So that was something that I'm sure was on everybody's mind in the second half of the game. So it's good news to see that he's back.
All right, let's clean up some other notes as we go inside the Star. The Cowboys, according to Next Gen, got their 3 sacks, their 5 hits, and their 53% of pressures when Zach Wilson dropped back without even blitzing. They blitzed 5 times. That's it.
That's it. It's amazing.
It's supposed to be the Jets that we're not going to bring extra pressure and just get home with their front 4. Instead, it was Dallas. Pro Football Focus with a glowing review of Trayvon Diggs. 5 targets, 0 catches allowed, 1 pick, 2 forced incompletions, 0.0 passer rating allowed. As yesterday, I was talking about Tony Romo and giving a possible star down to Diggs after Romo was showing the amount of times that Garrett Wilson had burned him, but it didn't end up costing the Cowboys. So Trayvon Diggs with the PFF glowing report.
Very nice. Very nice. By the way, I went and looked at the largest point spread ever. It's 28.
Oh.
Broncos over the Jags in like 2013, that year where they went to the Super Bowl and got beat by Seattle. They didn't come close to. Nobody comes close to covering point spreads over 20.
Well,
it's only happened about a handful of times.
Here's your chance, Chop. 14.5 alternate spread has plus 130 for the Cowboys on Bovada. So if you dive in,
I just went on and I just hit the 12.
Micah Parsons, 10 games with 2 or more sacks since entering the league. That's most in the NFL during that span. You got a little Micah comparison last night with Myles Garrett, with TJ Watt out there. TJ had the better night over Myles Garrett, but everyone in the football world is talking about number 11.
I saw 2 guys last night that couldn't hang on the same field as Micah. That's what I saw.
Ooh.
Really?
Even TJ.
That was your takeaway from TJ? The way he played last night?
He was fine. He was cute. He did a cute little game.
Cute. Yeah.
Tony Pollard saw a career-high 32 touches on Sunday. McCarthy said he's always shown incredible endurance. I feel like he's definitely built for it. Believes most impressive reps were actually in pass protection. He's doing all the little things they're asking of him, according to coach. And finally, Brandon Aubrey leads all kickers in points and touchbacks.
Yes.
His 55-yarder is currently 4th longest in the NFL, and he has been absolutely lights out and perfect so far. All right.
Choppy will love this. Just the point about Pollard and his pass blocking, by the way. PFF on the year, since you're big into PFF grades, they have him as an 85.8 in pass protection this year, which is a huge number for a running back.
That's huge.
I thought you said I thought you were going to say he was going to love the Brandon Aubrey stat, because while you and I are freaking out along with everyone else over kicker, RJ did say just rotate the door, it'll be fine, and so far it is. So this is the second straight year we're looking dumb when it comes to kicking options on the Cowboys, because we had meltdowns last year in Oxnard.
He'll have a meltdown at some point too, and then
hopefully not a Brett Maher mental one.
Hopefully not a Brett Maher mental one. But like if he's at 100%, like eventually he'll settle into somewhere in the 80s. Hopefully it'll get worse than that. You don't want one of those 74% guys.
I mean, as soon as they removed Tristan Vizcaino from the competition, he started knocking everything through. It's such a mental position. It's such a psychological thing that I just wonder if he got the vote of confidence and now he's hit his stride.
All right, Chop, you get to pick the first bar of soap in the Cowboys audio bath that I was rolling around in last night. Jimmy Johnson, an apology to Mike McCarthy, or someone saying this is the best Cowboys team they've ever seen?
Oh, let's do the best Cowboys team they've ever seen.
Maniacho, FS1, giving all that praise.
This Cowboys team is better than any Cowboys team I have ever seen. Played against the Cowboys 13, 14, 15. Retired from the NFL in 2016. Started working for the Cowboys, one Frisco way out in Frisco at the Star 16 and 17. I saw the Cowboys be 13 and 3 in 2016, and that 2016 team cannot touch. That cannot tie the sandal of this 2023 team. This Cowboys team is elite. If I've ever seen a Super Bowl team, this is what one looks like. Defense, dominating, 70-10 combined scores first 2 weeks. Offense, not turning the ball over. Special teams, being special. There's no better team in football, in my mind, than this Cowboys team.
Woo!
So, you're not wrong after 2 weeks with that take. Like they're doing everything you could possibly ask them to do. Could they be more explosive offensively? Absolutely. But, when you're 70-10, you have to ask yourself, are they playing to score? Are they, because that's one of the issues where it doesn't jive all the time, because the numbers crowd doesn't believe that is a thing, that playing to the score is a thing. They don't believe pitchers throw a first pitch strike just to get the ball over when they're up 8-0.
Really?
They don't believe it because they're like, why would you risk giving up a run? So it's one of the things that you have to kind of take into account when you're looking at some of those numbers. And I think we have to take into account when we're looking at this Cowboys offense is how much of that is they're just playing to the score.
Right. All right, now let's get to the Mike McCarthy apology. Over to the other network, a guy that I should have asked to sit down with us at training camp, just like we had Fred Taylor, Ryan Clark, who's more than willing to own his stuff like he did with the Tua Fat situation. This Ryan Clark remembering a selfish Mike McCarthy topic from the offseason.
Mike McCarthy, I apologize. In the offseason, when you said some things at the combine about Kellen Moore not running the football, I thought it was just a lot of fodder so we could focus on you and now what you could do going forward and not who you were as a head coach. You were excellent yesterday. The game plan was excellent. The speed in which you got the plays in was excellent. The way that Dak Prescott was able to see the field, only 4.6 air yards per attempt. You're getting the football out of his hands. Quinnen Williams is not a factor in any way. You understand who Sauce Gardner is on the right side of your offense, and so you go to the left. You're finding holes in the defense. You use ways where you flood zones because we know this is a team that likes to see the quarterback and rush forward. You are absolutely phenomenal. And I say this, and I don't mean it with any disrespect for the first time in my life. You are a much better play caller right now than you were in the past, and you are a much better offensive coordinator than you are head coach. You have found your groove with this team, and because of you, not just because of this defense, not just because of Dan Quinn, because of Mike McCarthy, who you are now, who you've made this team offensively, this team is a Super Bowl favorite. And that's because of the head coach making a tough decision, getting rid of somebody who is beloved in that building, and now being a better play caller than Kellen Moore ever was.
Ryan Clark. So fantastic. Quinnen Williams talking about the Cowboys offense after the game. Quote, they were just getting the ball out really fast. They had a great scheme. And Bobby, you looked at Dak's throw chart to talk about avoiding Sauce Gardner and trying to be smart.
Yeah, not just Sauce Gardner, but just how he was moving the ball around the field. And he definitely was throwing away from Sauce's side. Anything that was, further down the field, he was throwing short, or anything that's further down the field, he was throwing to the other side of the field away from Sauce Gardner. Everything that was to Sauce's side was stuff that was within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage, stuff where he couldn't necessarily run up on it. In fact, one of the ones that he did throw that was further than 5 yards to that side is the one that Sauce almost picked off. And after the game, Sauce was talking about, look, I want to travel. I got to travel. Let me do it. Let me, help the team out and do these sorts of things. But yeah, it's interesting when you look at how many throws this is surprising to me. He had 3 throws that were 20 yards or more down the field, air yards, Dak did. And that was actually less than he had against the Giants.
Wow.
Which I didn't realize it was that, especially when you consider he threw 15 more passes against the Jets than he did the Giants.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild. But if you look at...
Does it show a ranking of where he is in air yards intended through the first 2 weeks?
He's third to last in the league. The only guys that were behind him were Justin Fields and Anthony Richardson. And the guy directly ahead of him was Gardner Minshew. Ooh. But if you look, just take a look at that spray chart there. A lot of green right there at the line of scrimmage.
Yes.
And so it's completed stuff. It's great. That's all positive. It's just, this is the way they chose to attack the Jets. And they won by 20, so you can't really criticize that.
Yeah, now listen, I will say that's one of the dumbest comments I've ever heard, though.
Which one?
That he's a better play caller now than ever before. Are we forgetting?
By the way, I can't wait to ask Mike that on Friday. Do you think is there a possibility and a chance you're a better play caller now? Or Mike would scoff at that, being no, I was great then and I'm great now.
Yeah, he'd probably say you're always learning.
No, he would. I think he'd absolutely say he's better now.
Really?
Yep.
No way.
No,
he's gonna give RJ's answer.
What did he do? The whole profile pieces he did were about how much I stopped, I looked and realized what I was doing wrong, and I've evolved and I've become better. If he were to say, no, I'm the same guy I've always been, then it's okay, so what, were the puff pieces not real? Then right. So he would absolutely say he's better now.
Okay, so by the way, his 2011 Packer team, that 2011 year where they went 15-1. The Saints, Packers, and Patriots were 3 of the top 20 offenses of all time in efficiency numbers. That of all time. We have forgotten about his early run in Green Bay around the early part of that decade. to where it's like, oh, he's a better play caller now. Well, no.
Monday Night Football doubleheader. The Rangers crush our spirits again. How long is Saquon out? And is Joe Burrow about to miss some time? That's all next with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
The K&C Masterpiece is on deck at 10, followed by Afternoons with
throws it up to the 30. It's intercepted on a tip with that football. Alex Highsmith to the goal line. Touchdown, Pittsburgh on the first play. A 30-yard interception return by the young man out of Charlotte, Alex Highsmith.
You could argue he was the best player amongst the two games last night. Let's hear the new Monday Night Football theme song. Turn it up, Pepe.
Oh, wow. Amazing.
Now, I thought I saw Snoop in here.
Snoop's doing the, so Stapleton's doing the chorus parts, and then Snoop's doing the changing lyrics for each game.
This sounds a lot like In the Air Tonight. That's my only criticism.
Phil's most overrated song.
It's just the drama.
I love Phil.
That's it. It's just the drama.
The drama. That's what it is.
I liked it. Yeah. I was sitting there. My son has been sick with the keep it up with the rhinovirus for over a week, and he sits down in his little chair for dinner, and all of a sudden I got this, and he starts doing a little wiggle, starts doing a little shake, starts doing a little dance, and he looked up from Paw Patrol, and bam, he was fixated on Snoop and this song. I guess we're not going to get any Snoop here.
I guess not. What is the rhinovirus?
It's like a cold.
I love that. Any disease or something, sickness that comes up, that's what Choppy turns his attention to. What's the latest one? We're guarding against in India?
Yes, so we are guarding against this one. This is the Nipah virus, NIPAH.
So when it's cold there?
Yes, it's very, very chilly. It's a deadly virus. It's got a 75% death rate if you get this virus. So they've already had a couple of people die in recent weeks. Many more fear to be carrying this lethal disease. And why is this disease? It's like it's a zoonotic virus transmitted from animals to humans. And then it could be transmitted between food and directly between people. But it's very easily spread. And the incubation period lasts up to 45 days. So you're carrying it, you're feeling healthy, and then you're spreading this disease to others. So that's the problem with this, is that you have no idea you have it until about 45 days, and then all of a sudden you start vomiting up your guts and you die.
Bobby, takeaways from the Monday night doubleheader?
I didn't watch any of the Saints one. I had zero interest in that
Bryce,
one.
You're a Bryce believer.
Yeah, but I mean,
Did you pick the Panthers for the playoffs?
I did. Yeah, I did. I didn't have any interest in watching Saints and Panthers, though. That was going to be the one that I figured was the most boring game of the week.
It was.
It was pretty bad. But I watched a little bit of the Steelers and Browns one, and flipping back and forth between the Rangers. But the Steelers and Browns, man, Deshaun is just, he's not the same player.
No.
And I don't know physically that it's anything physical or anything else. I think it's just, I wonder how much just everything that's gone on, he's just a little, he's still mentally rattled. And I mean, I can only imagine, and I'm not saying it's not anything he deserves, oh my gosh, what he has to go through, but I can only imagine what he's hearing on the sidelines all game, especially when he's on the road.
Yeah.
And just that's gotta rattle you a little bit, and that's gotta make an impact on the way he plays. But he's just been, he can't hit guys. He's making
some of his throws were way off.
It's ridiculous. I mean, it's stuff that he used to be.
I've never seen a quarterback also called for 2 offensive face masks in a game. It's like, dude, I know you're used to touching people inappropriately, but you're sitting there and costing your team 30 yards in face mask penalty yardage.
Can you not, when you're stiff arming, can you not grab somebody like that? Just grab them, just throw them down?
Not with their, not. You can't claw their mask.
You can't claw the mask.
You can stiff arm.
Yeah.
You can't.
Yeah, you could stiff arm, but he grabbed their mask twice. I mean, it was ugly.
It's odd.
He's got through 8 career games in Cleveland now. His 17-game average, if you averaged it out, would be 19 touchdowns, 15 interceptions, and 3,100 yards, with a 50% completion, 57% completion percentage.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's not good.
Oh my!
He's just not the same dude anymore.
He's look. Is 700 days off that bad?
That's a good question.
But if 700 days off is that bad, why is anyone even talking about Colin Kaepernick? It's been 7 years.
Right.
It's wild to think he's 28. That's all Deshaun Watson is. He's still just 28. But it doesn't, and he turned 28 last week. It just doesn't, he doesn't look right anymore.
Horrific Nick Chubb injury. He was sitting there battling for the running backs. And didn't the NFLPA or the NFL come out with something yesterday talking about faking injuries, accusations about Jonathan Taylor and possibly others.
Yeah, this was this
was no fake, by the way.
Your knee is not supposed to bend to the side the way that it's supposed to bend back.
Real quick, by the way, Twitter poll. Who was interested in actually seeing it? You wanted to see why ABC would not show the replay. 877-881-1053. The curiosity, that sickness, the UFC punishment, and just beatdowns that take place. Were you seeking it out? Did you want to see what happened at least once around the room?
I didn't seek it out, but I mean, you said it to me, and I knew what it was. I hung in there and
watched.
But
you weren't going to go search it.
No, I didn't. I mean, it's like you've seen one injury, you've seen them all. Once you see the Willis McGahee injury, or the Kevin Ware injury, or the Paul George, the Dak. Once you Alan Hearns, once you see that, you know what you're looking at, right? You know what something being backwards looks like, or at a place.
Yeah, I didn't go looking for it. In fact, we were recording Love of the Star when it happened. So as soon as the window went down and Peyton's video popped up, Peyton had the phone in front of the camera, like playing it to just show us as soon as it opened. I was like, what the heck happened? He's like, oh, Nick Chubb broke his leg. He's done. And so, but I didn't go seek it out, but I was interested to see what happened.
I saw it about 5 or 6 times. I have to watch that stuff.
Really?
I have to slow it down, get the screenshots. I mean, it's not like I enjoy it, but I have to see it.
NFL accusations.
Yeah, so this is something where the NFL is now filing a grievance against the PA, and it's claiming that they're claiming that the PA advised players to basically fake injuries for contract leverage. So the issue with Jonathan Taylor saying, "Oh, I'm out. I can't do anything here. I can't report to camp, or I'll report to camp, but I'm gonna have to sit out because I'm not feeling good. I've got this issue with my knee or my back or whatever else." They're saying the PA is advising players to do that to try and create leverage during some of these tough running back negotiations. But last night, you see why so many of the running backs fight for what they do outside of just their devaluation. Is also because they're like, you got to get it now. You never know when something's going to happen with somebody like Nick Chubb, or one of these really brutal injuries is going to occur. And so it feels like a little bit rubbing their nose in it, though, the players from the NFL.
And the Giants MRI showed that Saquon suffered an ordinary ankle sprain that is expected to sideline him for 3 weeks. The Giants' next 3 opponents are all playoff teams from last season. San Francisco on Thursday night.
Lost.
Followed by the Seahawks.
Lost.
And Dolphins.
Lost.
Can anyone name a backup Giants running back?
Brandon Jacobs.
Rodney Hampton.
Otis Anderson.
Peyton, you're a serious fantasy player.
Wandale Robinson.
That's the receiver.
Matt Breida, Gary Brightwell, and Eric Gray. Those are the backups
Kevin's
in
brother.
New York.
Yeah, that's who it is.
So there you go. Yo, what's up with this Joe Burrow thing?
Yeah,
dude, you can't play with those calf injuries. We learned that in Dallas when Dak had that calf injury. That was like that 2021 season where when he came back, he just didn't look right for the rest of the year. Yep. But he re-aggravated the calf injury the other night. There's serious doubt that he's going to be able to play this week. Which if Joe Burrow misses and the Bengals fall to 0-3, like, my gosh,
yeah, they're in trouble. They would be in trouble at that point without question. And their schedule is not easy. I mean, they're playing first place schedules left and right. So it's
and division
and their division is pretty stout anyway.
Yeah, if you're 0-3 with 2 losses within the division and Burrow's trying to come back from an injury, that's tough.
Yeah. But they were 0-2 last year. They wound up being 12-5. So like obviously they can go on a run. But Burrow's had no camp, and he's got the calf. And you're right. I mean, you can't really those things can be treacherous.
And to the Deshaun Watson point, look at Burrow struggling after missing 1 camp.
Yeah.
The Bengals offense is broken, and then compare that to Watson. It's the Bengals and the Rams Monday Night Football. So that's in Cincy. Who's the backup? Is A.J. McCarron still there?
I don't even know. Who would be the backup in Cincinnati? Whoever played there a couple of years ago. Boomer Esiason, maybe?
It's not Boomer. I promise you that one.
Ken Anderson?
Jake Browning.
Ew.
That was my next guess.
Browning. And Jamar Chase was asked again because Jamar said, just sit Joe to start the season. And Chase was like, yeah, y'all took it as a joke. I was pretty serious. We should have just sat him and eased him back when we knew he was absolutely healthy, because Burrow is saying, yeah, we'll see. And Zach Taylor is saying, we'll monitor it. We don't know.
You can't mess around with calf injuries, dude. Like, they are so intertwined with your Achilles. The amount of times you have a calf strain and it turns into an Achilles injury, it's look at Kevin Durant.
Well, yeah.
That was the calf strain, and all of a sudden, popped.
Yeah, and this comes back to same sort of question, not exactly the same, but I mean along the same line of just the thought with, if Zach Martin is banged up at all for this weekend, do you just say, like, look, like, don't even screw around. It's Arizona. It's early in the season. Like, let's just say we'll figure it out. The guys have stepped up and played well in place of guys like Tyler Smith, and when Udoka's gone down, let's just roll with that for right now.
Aaron Rodgers has leaked the word that he could make this miraculous return after the way we saw his season start. Here's Rodgers on with Pat McAfee.
Well, first of all, I knew that Kobe had done his Achilles, so I looked into right away. I mean, literally on the table Monday night, I thought about Kobe. So I looked into, I'd seen Muse, but I'd forgotten that he'd gotten surgery the next day. But I didn't want to waste any time. Every day that we wasted was a day, longer for me not to be doing what I want to do. But my entire focus and dedication is on acquiring the most information and then, adding to what I've already put together as a pretty damn good rehab plan that's going to, I think, shock some people.
Okay. Didn't Kobe go to Germany for stem cell at one point?
Circulation.
Yeah, the blood circulation, all that stuff.
I mean, Cam Akers is the poster child that everyone hopes to emulate. 5 months. 5-month return, by the way. Everyone is thinking Cam Akers is about to get traded. So this is Aaron. He's going and checking out some new school methods in order to do this.
Listen, I have no doubt that Aaron's going to be injecting LSD directly into his Achilles. There's no doubt about that. His Achilles tendon is going to be higher than anything.
Well, speaking of injecting, he had a little message for Keith Olbermann.
Yes.
My best friend.
Your guy.
Who
called you the worst person in the world one day.
Yes. Was Olbermann trying to suggest, how did this come
Keith
up?
Olbermann's a jackass, and he was saying, Roger, he was basically clapping, saying you should have gotten your shots. You should have gotten your COVID shots there, Aaron.
Keith Olbermann said that.
You love him, though.
Because you're not vaxxed, that's why it happened.
Yep. Yeah, get your 5th booster, Keith.
Anyway.
Bum. Get your 5th booster, Keith. Bum.
The other one on Cam Akers, you mentioned Cam Akers, the post child. Also Terrell Suggs. He came back in 5 months from an Achilles. But even still, if you say 5 months, that's
Super Bowl.
Yeah, you're
Zach Wilson's riding to the Super Bowl.
Come back with a bowl.
Let me tell you something. If Zach Wilson takes this team to the Super Bowl, they're not going to put Aaron back in the game.
Yeah, you wouldn't think so.
Yeah, Adam Schefter's like 5 months to the day would be the Super Bowl. And Zach Wilson has to get him there in order to have the reverse Hostetler take place and happen. Give me a freaking break. 877-881-1053. Concert ticket giveaway for the 6 a.m. club coming up at 7 here on Sean and RJ. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. We need to do best and worst of the weekend because it sounds like Pepe may have a girlfriend. That's next right here on The Fan. Maybe Peyton's parents need to get DFW security and monitor the bedroom and see if there's a sock on the door. I don't know. The liquor cabinet. Make sure in the front.
here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload was just announced. With a limited supply of excess Equinox models will be sold directly to the public for below market value. See them all today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
We usually do this Mondays during the Expressway, but obviously the greatness of the Cowboys 2-0 start had to take over. This is Sean RJ, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Pepe and Ryan in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And we did have some developments over the weekend. That's why we even had to do this on a Tuesday. We got a concert ticket giveaway to hook you up with at 7 o'clock. We want you to win it as the best part of our show with the highest ratings in the 6 a.m. club. And Jerry Jones live at 8:30. We start with Pepe's World and his weekend with date number 2.
I'll take a little sip. Yeah, a lot of sips over the weekend, guys.
Whoa!
Chill out. Just casual dating. Yeah, we upgraded from drinks to brunch. Early.
Brunch.
Nice little cute brunch place. And it was going to be a little tough getting in because I didn't realize how popular this place was. And the rock wall. Yeah, we got there around 11. I was like, oh yeah, that'll be fine. People will clear out. We'll have a table ready to go.
Brunch in the suburbs. What was that, First Watch? Where you
How
go?
about brunch at 11 will clear out? Have you ever been to brunch?
Only at IHOP.
That's not
I think
brunch.
they call it breakfast. So
Is that for sure an upgrade, by the way? From dinner to brunch?
No.
Well, drinks from
brunch.
It was
usually
drinks, right? Your first time was
drinks.
just drinks.
Yeah, which I think that's more of like a first date thing. Brunch is more you're serious, right? You don't do brunch on like the first date, right?
So you didn't have dinner during the drinks?
I mean, I ordered queso, but that was it. That was all the food we had for the drinks.
I am dying to see what he ordered at brunch. I'm dying.
Well,
I have a picture still.
Okay.
All right.
I took a picture of it. I'll send it to y'all.
All right, so
will it work with Bobby's phone?
So you're
Probably
saying
not.
because it's a meal, you took the next step up? I would agree. Normally, I think a brunch is like the 5th, 6th, 7th date, and that's usually following a sleepover.
Yeah, buddy.
Usually following a sleepover. But hey, good for you.
Yeah, so we went to brunch because they immediately said it was going to be like a 30-minute wait. I was like, oh no, this place doesn't have a lot of outdoor area just to stand around. We'd have to walk around the shopping center area to like bypass time. But then they said, hold on, I think the table just cleared up. Let's get you 2 right there. So we did, sat down, ate. We were there for about 3 hours. You know, college football was on, but no TVs, but that's okay. I don't care about college football. You know, not on the dates.
What day was this?
This was Saturday.
Okay,
It was supposed to be Friday. She couldn't do it. So I was like, well, let's do Saturday for brunch because we're both available. And she was like, let's do it.
Is she a sports fan?
So she is a college football fan, but like anything else, no idea. She can name 4 or 5 NFL teams, no baseball teams. I mean, she has no idea
Does
what
she
goes
have
on.
a diehard college team?
So she went to Texas Tech, so she's a Tech fan.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Red Raiders.
All right. So
See, this is good though because this means that if she's a big college football fan, let's just say 3 years down the road, this thing turns into some kind of a long-lasting thing. There ain't no fall wedding you got to worry about. That's the number one thing. It's the number one thing you need to find out. Are you down with a fall wedding? Because you cannot have that if you're a college football fan.
when are you getting married?
She wants to get married in the fall.
All this talk, you'll do it
I'll
whenever
do whatever
she
she
tells
says.
you.
Whenever
Exactly.
she says. She'll grab by the leash and let me go.
But yeah, no, brunch went really well. We enjoyed each other's time, and we're still talking to this very day.
Now, the big question we brought up yesterday in the post-show meeting with Section 133 taking place with all of us Friday, heading out to the Rangers game. We're all going to be out there, rangers.com/133. And you were noticing the crowd last night out there.
They were out there. They were out there in full force, and it looked like there was so you look at the outfield and you see it's panned, and then there's this big giant sea of people. There's not a seat open in 133, and look, they had, especially early on in the game, they were a little rowdy, and they'll come up with as this thing grows, they'll develop their own traditions and more of them, and it'll be really, really cool, especially again as you get more and more. Like, I don't think everybody knows about it yet. Like, the diehard fans know about it, but I don't think every casual fan who just kind of drops in and parachutes in or knows about this yet.
Rangers.com/133. And we were asking Peyton, because we're bringing the wives, the girlfriends, the families out there. Is it time for the first public appearance? Can date number 3 be at a Ranger game? And I said, absolutely. Absolutely, bring her on out. Have you decided what to do?
I've brought it up. I didn't mention like work and everything. I just mentioned Ranger game like a week ago because I knew about this.
Tell her you can't surprise her with this one.
I know. Well, it's like it's not like we're in the suite or anything where like everyone's gonna be like all jumbled up together, right? I mean, it's.
I feel like we're gonna be all jumbled up together.
We're gonna be jumbled up together. I don't think we're gonna be.
Our seats are all gonna be lined up right next to each other.
I would assume so.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess the Rangers have given us like 40 seats.
Or more, yeah.
In a cluster.
Right.
Right?
I would think so.
But anyway, so that aside.
Yeah, but it's still, I think, right now, Tuesday, it's still early to bring it up just as like a make plans thing. I think we wait till.
It's Tuesday, bro. The game's Friday.
Yeah, I know, but we got Wednesday, Thursday to come up with something, right? You know?
All right.
We don't make it too early and then things fall off and then, I'm stuck there with a +1 ticket that I can't, bring anyone with. That's the worst, right?
No,
the worst is making it, trying to make it on Thursday and then you have no one to go with. That would be the worst.
Oh,
yeah.
like
or the worst is like, she makes other plans for Friday. Be like, hey, we're having a station event. Would you like to go out there? Or don't do it.
Or don't, yeah.
So far, you're playing it well. It sounds like my argument was you bring her out there, you get recognized by some Tolos. They yell, pay. All of us are like, showing you attention and giving you high fives, hyping you up, and you look like a rock star. And on the home of the Texas Rangers, out in public, you're a public figure, G-list celebrity who is getting recognized, and that might seal the deal.
Then we can make it official that night, basically. Right?
Seven. That's the 7th tier. I think that's fine. I think it's a good tier.
Who votes against bringing her to the Ranger game on the 3rd date?
It depends.
How much alcohol will Bobby be drinking?
A lot,
because that.
None.
Request your seat away from him.
Has she mentioned at any point? Like not wanting to have anything super serious, because if she has, then this is a no-go.
No, I mean, I imagine she wants a boyfriend. I mean, I don't think that we'd be texting every single day, wanting to hang out every weekend if it wasn't something serious. When we text each other good morning, good night, I think that's pretty serious.
What does she do for
teacher?
Oh, she wants a boyfriend.
Is she listening right now?
Probably not. I think she just woke up. She just texted me, so.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Well, I think you should do it. But don't wait, man. Lock it in unless you feel like you're coming across as too serious. But you just had brunch. Final say, go.
Yeah, you should bring her. I'll
bring it up. I will.
What are you laughing at?
Because I was waiting to see if he was gonna reveal all the brunch details, and it didn't sound like it. So I don't know. But anyway, here's the thing.
Are there other brunch details?
Not that he wants to say, apparently.
Well, I mean, there's stuff I said yesterday, but we don't have to. It wasn't that big of a deal.
So yeah.
What did he order? Oh,
so he ordered some kind of hollandaise thing. She had
Eggs Benedict.
The Eggs Benedict. Now I think she owned you with the meal.
Let's see what she ordered.
She ordered a giant omelet.
Uh-huh.
All right, that's a
all cheese in there.
That's
no meat,
good.
no protein.
That's a good breakfast.
No veggies.
Nothing in there. Then she had hash browns, but we did get mimosas.
Did you just say no protein in the eggs?
Oh well, I was talking about meat.
Oh, okay.
Meat's protein.
So sour eggs.
All right, now we move on to RJ's weekend, as you can relive on his Instagram with the Tennessee Volunteers.
Yeah, that was we could file that into the worst of the weekend. There is no doubt about that one.
You have, by the way, my dad, I don't know what this is called, truckwreck.com text line. When my dad looks in a mirror, his nose like bends and turns. It's a weird mirror effect. You have that with the corner of your mouth. It looks like you've had a mini stroke in all your videos.
I've noticed that. I don't talk out of the side of my mouth. I've got a very Chipper Jones thing going on. He does the same thing.
It looks like you got like a little maybe dip.
Yeah.
And I'm like, have I never noticed this? But I think it's just when you're videoing yourself.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know what it is. So maybe I don't do it here, just talking. But yeah, I've always noticed that. When I'm talking on video, I am a side talker.
This is Drunk Choppy at halftime giving his Vols Gators update.
Choppy here. We've reached halftime. And the best thing I can say about the first half is that our kicker can kick with both legs. What's that called? Acidophilus or some shit? Ambidextrous.
Acidophilus.
Our kicker is acidophilus is a milk, I think. Ambidextrous. Our kicker is ambidextrous. What a garbage first half that was. I mean, That was just about the worst first half football I've seen from this team. I mean, Jeremy Pruitt thinks that was a good first half. Okay, so it's been a long damn time since I've seen something like that.
This is what you get for betting on your team, Chop.
What were you drinking?
Ooh, at that point, I had a little bit of moonshine because it's a Tennessee game, and then I had some ranch waters.
Okay,
so not like a ton. I wasn't loaded. It wasn't
Ooh,
litty.
you look pretty
Oh, wait a
litty.
second. That was 6 o'clock at night. Yeah, I was loaded. Yeah, I was loaded.
And then talk about what you drank after.
After I drank, this is actually the worst.
Get ready. This is a Bobby gag moment on the fan cam. Get ready.
So this is the worst. This is the most disgusting thing that's ever happened to me. We were cleaning up the house, and I got handed the bottom of a Gatorade, Powerade thing. Right? It was orange.
Was it Gatorade or Powerade? Because you swore off Gatorade.
We actually was.
And the Gators beat you, and you're telling me you're going to drink Gatorade after that?
It actually was Gatorade because that's what we had. It was on sale. It was at Costco. You can't get Powerade at Costco that's sugar free. So I get handed. I'm like, yeah, I'll finish it, and I drink it, and I don't know. I feel something in my mouth. All right, I felt something kind of like it felt like a tag or something that somebody had dropped in there. And I pull it out, and it was all slimy.
Oh.
And it was somebody's Zyn nicotine pouch that they had put in there.
Right?
And I spit it all out, all over the couch.
Oh, my God.
I mean, kill me. Someone's discarded Zyn pouch was in my mouth. You disgusting human beings. How... If you're gonna put that, first of all, it was
why are you just drinking random leftover Gatorades though?
I figured it was my kids.
Oh,
I figured it was my kids. They leave. My kids leave half-empty bottles of everything all over the place. I just finish it up.
Is Luca dipping?
No,
we have to have a talk with him on Friday night.
Luca's not dipping. I was gagging. That was disgusting. Now I didn't like gag. I ripped it out of my mouth. I went in the bedroom. I brushed my teeth immediately, and then I came back out, and I had a little shot of moonshine to clean it really out. Another one.
Oh, moonshine and clink.
That was disgusting.
Best and worst of the weekend here every single week on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We have a concert ticket giveaway. We now know what Mel Tucker apparently did at Michigan State, and Jerry responds to the racial allegations before he joins us today at 8:30 next on Sean and RJ.
of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Heim. 4-2 Boston leading. Here's the pitch. Swung on and a ground ball right to Devers. He feeds underhand to second for the out to end the ball game. They had him stationed perfectly, and the game is over. The Red Sox have won it by the score of 4-2.
Nadell with the call here on your home for Rangers baseball, and man, you could feel the frustrations late last night. Choppy took the Bruce Bochy video, screaming from the dugout. Jonah Heim looked like he wanted to drop kick the home plate umpire. The Rangers blow a lead after a fantastic outing from Jordan Montgomery. They lose to the Red Sox on this radio station, and Will Smith and this team with another blown opportunity in the bullpen.
Yeah, another one. Now, 31 blown saves in 58 save opportunities.
Are you embarrassed?
You should be. That is 46%.
What is what is the leader every year in blown saves? Like, I wonder what that number is in range of. Like, is this like a crazy outlier? Is this like way over the top? Is this historic, or is this like what the worst bullpen does every single year? I wonder in terms of blown saves. But Will Smith walked the number 8 hitter, and then the number 9 hitter, who had not had a hit in 17 at bats, does the damage to the Rangers.
Yeah, it was pretty rough, and I mean, it was you were feeling kind of upbeat. It's like, all right, here's Adolis is back. You've got Evan Carter back, or not Evan Carter. You got Josh Young back, and then you got the contribution from Evan Carter, the triple, and so you're feeling good about the way Jordan Montgomery pitched. But then it's one of those things that as soon as you get into the 8th inning, and as soon as it gets to the bullpen, and it's a 1-run game, you feel like, okay, this is it. Like you have zero confidence heading into these outings, and man, Will Smith was pissed when they showed him in the dugout. Like, I mean, it's like, dude, you're gonna hurt yourself. I mean, not like it's you're hurting the team so much at this point. I don't know that it would be like if they had to shut you down to be bad, but he's like pounding his fist up against the wall. And so it's just, this is a continuation of what's been just an awful season-long problem.
It really is. I mean, I'm just looking at the blown save leaders, and honestly, we're not at the top in terms of individual players. Right, not even at the top of individual players,
because everybody sucks.
Because we've given so many people the opportunity. Now, a couple of days ago, BetMGM put this one out. The Rangers were second to the Rockies in total blown saves, because Colorado had 31 at that point. If you go down the list, the team they're playing now, the Red Sox, they only have 13 blown saves. Now, they don't have as many save opportunities because they don't have as many wins, but most teams are in the 60s in terms of save percentage, 70s. And here are the Rangers at 46.5%, which, as of a couple of days ago, would have been the league's worst.
Nathan Eovaldi is on the mound tonight. Sandler was talking to me like, okay, we're getting done with the test drive. It is now time, with 11 games left, to see what you have in your first or second best pitcher that's left after all the injuries. The Astros won, the Mariners lost, and Toronto has the number 2 wild card spot. They start a series at the Yankees today. 6:30 pregame, first pitch 7 o'clock. We will all be out there Friday night, section 133. If you want to join us in the stands, Rangers.com/133. Monday Night Football doubleheader ended like this.
Play action fake. He's back. And the ball is out, and the Steelers pick it up. And that's T.J. Watt running for the end zone. Steelers with the touchdown. The strip by Highsmith, and his bookend buddy Watt scooped and scored. And the Steelers take the lead. Their second defensive touchdown of this game.
Both offenses look broken. Kenny Pickens scored the Garrett Wilson type touchdown for the Steelers, but Alex Highsmith, player of the night, he had a pick 6 on Watson's first pass. He forced the fumble that TJ Watt scored on. First career touchdown for TJ. Steelers beat the Browns, and the Saints moved to 2-0 and has Frank Reich answering some early Bryce Young questions.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a struggle for Bryce Young, especially when you compare to, we had talked about it before, that I felt like Bryce Young was the most pro-ready of all the quarterbacks. Well, Anthony Richardson came in, and before he got hurt, he was looking solid. CJ Stroud has been pretty good.
Both of them have been better than Bryce so far.
They've both been better than Bryce Young, and that's something that's really caused the Panthers to struggle, because I think they thought, all right, we'll be able to jump in, we'll be 500 right away, this type of performance. But the Saints win ugly again, and they get the benefit of that.
It was very ugly. They have to be feeling great that they haven't played well and they're 2-0, but that's going to catch up with them. There's 3 teams that are 2-0 in that division, which I don't think anybody had at this point on their bingo card in the NFC South, with Tampa and Atlanta and the Saints. But in terms of that Browns game, after that Jerome Ford TD, punt, fumble, TD, punt, turnover on downs. That was it. That was their possession.
The NFC South, by the way, is undefeated outside of their division. So through 2 weeks, the NFC South hasn't lost a single game other than the ones against each other.
And, of course, a horrific injury to Nick Chubb. Was that a dirty play from Fitzpatrick going low?
No, I think it's just when you slow it down, it looks so bad. But I think when you watch it in real time or you put it in the context of real time, I think it's football and it's bad luck.
The Cowboys, according to Clarence Hill, expect Tyler Smith, Donovan Wilson, and Brandon Cooks to be a full go on Thursday to get ready for the Arizona Cardinals. Zach Martin, weekly guest at the G-Bag Nation, said, I feel good. Just got rolled up a little bit, being smart there at the end of the game, but I feel good. They released Ronald Jones, and Budda Baker has been put on the reserved list. Injured reserve list for Budda Baker, so the Cowboys will not have to face him while they are getting what looks to be everybody back.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking, you would hope you get everybody in place. The one question there, of course, is just how serious is Zach Martin? How cagey are they being about the details? Because yesterday when McCarthy was asked about it, he said Zach will not practice on Wednesday. He said, we'll see what Thursday brings. And then he says, I think he'll have an opportunity to play on Sunday. Now, McCarthy is notoriously cagey and likes to conceal details. And so that could just be a certain play that he has there. But, it's at least something to monitor with Zach Martin. But this is a team against the Cardinals that, even without Zach Martin, you should handle this football team.
Jerry Jones was asked by the media after the Jets game about the racist comment allegations that former NFL reporter Jim Trotter made towards him and the Bills owner, where Jerry apparently said if black owners feel some kind of way, they should buy their own team and hire who they want to hire. Jerry responded and said that those comments are not accurate, that Jim Trotter is a friend, but things have been misconstrued. I love the National Football League. I love football, he said on Sunday. If we can improve it by having people that are not in ownership today in ownership, I will walk across Texas to do it. Were you there for these comments?
I was present. I was not in the scrum when he said it. But it's something that he knew was going to come up. It sounded very much, listening to it, like he was prepared for it.
Jim Trotter said, when I brought up this point, see, there's a Bloomberg article saying the way that ownership is set up in terms of the economics, it's not fair to minority owners. You have to have 30% of that money yourself. And Jim Trotter said, I made that point to Jerry, and he gave me I didn't have the means when I bought the Cowboys, but found a way, so blacks can do the same. Jim Trotter followed that up with a tweet that said, that's not a direct quote, but close. I said, if the next franchise sold for $4 billion, how many blacks did he know who had the interest and net worth to write a check for $1.2 billion up front? Of course, he identified Jay-Z, which always seems to be the go-to answer for the NFL and its owners. That was Jim Trotter on social media.
I mean, that's I didn't know the 30% or whatever. That makes sense. I mean, it's a down payment essentially,
right?
But that's the thing. It's individuals. A lot of times, the people who buy these things are conglomerates anyway. You get didn't Washington? When the Dodgers sold, they had 6 or 7 people that kind of joined in to buy including Magic Johnson, to buy the LA Dodgers, and that's
Clarence Hill, who is Black has a great relationship with Jerry Jones, so I put more weight into what Chill says about this topic, and I went through his timeline yesterday, and this is just one person, but Chill tweeted, Jerry Jones is not racist. He can be racially insensitive with his words and his stances on issues. To many, especially blacks, it's a distinction without a difference. Jerry Jones will join us at 8:30 this morning, live on Sean and RJ. Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. That's what Tolo stands for.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of last chance tickets to see Neo when the R&B star brings the Champagne and Roses tour along with Mario and Pleasure Peach to Dos Equis Pavilion on Wednesday, September 27th. Get tickets and information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Michigan State has informed Mel Tucker, who just got an $80 million contract, you're going to be fired. And you're fired without compensation for misconduct involving Brenda Tracy. She is an activist and rape survivor. Why don't you take this over?
All right, very good.
On what Mel Tucker apparently did.
Mel Tucker had a personal relationship. Well, I guess that's what he says. He says it was consensual. But according to Brenda Tracy, they had a phone call. Okay.
She had a speaking engagement with the Spartans about sexual misconduct and her life experiences.
Yes. And she had a phone call with Mel Tucker where he made sexual comments. And then he engaged in a certain solo activity while on the phone with her. I'm not sure what kind of clothing he had on at the moment.
Which he admitted to.
Which he at least did not deny.
He admitted to the solo act.
He did.
But he said it was part of a consensual, intimate relationship.
And Michigan State's stance is that it doesn't matter. She was a vendor of the university, and it is, quote, decidedly unprofessional and unethical to flirt, make sexual comments, and solo activity yourself while on the phone with a university vendor. So that is where this entire case will be decided in court. If the relationship was consensual, does the court view his ability to do any of those things matter that she was a university vendor or not? And that's the entire... He will get his $80 million based on the yes or no of that answer.
Yeah, this is really bad, especially when you consider what she was brought to Michigan State to do.
Yeah,
like the entire context of her being there is just like that alone. When you talk about it, this is a somebody who she's described it. She's a survivor of assault, and she comes in and she talks about these things. That just seems like a bad idea to then involve yourself with that person, even if it is consensual. That just seems bad,
it's predatory.
Yeah, it just seems like bad professional practice in general. Even if it's everything that Mel Tucker says it is.
Mel Tucker.
$80
million contract now looks to be gone at Michigan State. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt here on DFW Sports Station. We are your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. And I feel a little silly asking the question after national Fox cameras came in here for week one. But I got to ask you, does this feel different? Are we setting ourselves up to sound and look stupid again, or do these Dallas Cowboys actually legitimately feel different? Jimmy Johnson weighs in. The Expressway is commercial-free for the next 40 minutes after this on The Fan. But let me go.
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I feel a little silly asking this question after I kind of made fun of the theme of the Fox NFL Sunday piece that they did on us over whether the Cowboys are back. But I needed to see it against the Jets. I needed to see the Cowboys offense against that defense, and I needed to see the Cowboys run D against Breece Hall and Dalvin Cook, both pass with flying colors, in my opinion. And at the risk of sounding stupid, because someone sent me this 49er fan. I hate, if I could wipe that damn franchise off the face of the earth, I really would. Get them out of here. He sent me the whole cycle, the Cowboys cycle that everyone always sends. Get excited. Win the NFC East or finish in second, make the playoffs.
This is our year.
This is our year. And then the disappointment in the offseason. And yes, it's true. It is always true. There's no doubt about it. But I think this feels different.
Okay.
I think this feels like a legitimate threat to go ahead and win it all. The biggest question in my mind will be, is Mike McCarthy purposely being conservative in these red zone opportunities or a couple of these drives that we picked at in the Jets game? And what happens, and will they open it up a little bit more in those moments in which they need it? When they take on San Francisco, are they saying to themselves in the coach's room, we're going to try to score 27 on these guys? Or are they thinking, guys, the game plan for this is 19-16, 16-13? That's my biggest question right now. But at the risk, and save this for receipts, I do feel like this feels different and more legitimate than years past, even after just 2-0.
Well, look, you nitpick. You say 1960. It's probably more 24-21, right? Like that 1960. I don't think is happening in today's NFL as often as we think it would.
Well, yeah,
maybe bad weather, yes, but I think that
you get my point.
Yeah. That's I know. I understand. I'm just saying, like, I don't know that they want to score fewer
it wasn't last
points.
year 19-12?
Yeah, I was about to say, like that. Both teams were under 20 in the playoff game.
Yeah. Okay, but again, it's one. That's not their goal. Their goal is not to win 19-12. Their goal is just to win.
Okay.
I think that they're not trying to score fewer points. They're trying to, for the course of the year, the first 2 weeks, they're trying to not lose a game that they already had in the bag. They already had these games in the bag. They just weren't trying to lose those games by doing something they did. Going into them, I think they're not trying to do anything. They're trying to score as many points as they possibly can.
I mean,
entering the game.
Head coach said this offseason, he said, Kellen wanted to light up the scoreboard. I want to run the ball. So, I mean, that is what Mike said.
Listen, I don't care what the hell the coach says. I don't care what anybody has ever said in front of the media, because it's all designed to tell us what they want us to hear or want us to think. There's not a coach out there who wants to score fewer points. Just that there's not a coach out there who wants to allow more points.
I just think you're looking at it a little bit differently. Bill Parcells, when they took on the Buffalo Bills, he wasn't trying to score 30 in that game.
No,
he wanted to hog the clock. He wanted to run the ball. He knew going in. I think this is semantics. He knew going in, this isn't going to be a shootout.
He knew
we have to win a tight, close game.
He knew.
That's what I'm wondering about with the San Fran game.
He knew going in they weren't as good as Buffalo.
Right.
And that was and listen, when you're the worst team, you have to play that way.
Sure.
The Cowboys aren't the worst team. They're not the worst team on any football field.
No.
I could argue they're the best team on every football field.
Yes.
So, like, if you're playing for the position of let's say, for example, could be a bad team that's going to make the playoffs. Let's say Atlanta makes the playoffs.
Yeah.
Atlanta has to play that way. Colorado State had to limit possessions against Colorado. Atlanta has to limit possessions against the Cowboys.
I disagree a little bit still. I think that they may think of it like, and we should really do this like right before San Fran instead of before Arizona and New England. But I think their mindset may be, look, we're not going to beat ourselves. Now, you may think that's a loser mentality, but our defense is going to make the play versus their defense. We're not going to turn the ball over in our territory. and we're not going to have the Pittsburgh Steelers game from last night with a defensive touchdown or two defensive touchdowns. That's the way I think they may be thinking about it. Bobby, weigh in on this before we get to Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they talked so much about San Francisco during the Jets week that you can probably look at how they approach the Jets game and say similarly that's likely how they want to play, which everything was kind of underneath, control the clock, long drives, 12 to 15 play drives. Like, I think that is the way they want to play it. And it's not necessarily because you can't get into a shootout with San Francisco. I think it's just that their ball control and their defense is so strong. I don't think they want to have quick 3-and-outs against that defense and then have San Francisco go down the field on them. And that's the best way to do is just try and clock control.
So I thought Jimmy Johnson was spectacular yesterday, part of my audio cowboy bath that I was just rolling around in last night, sitting on the couch. Jimmy Johnson talking about that coordinator mindset. Michael Lombardi always comes on and talks about this. And here's Jimmy talking about Kellen versus Mike.
You know, I actually talked to Dan Quinn after Atlanta lost that Super Bowl. And I said, Dan, I said, you know, I understand that you don't want to get on to your coordinators, you know, but the head coach's job is to win the game. You know, when you look at the coordinators, the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator, they've got their mind in just a tunnel. The offensive coordinator's trying to score at all times.
Yeah.
You know, the defensive guy's trying to stop them, you know, regardless, blitz them, do whatever. You know, at times throughout the game, you've got to tell your offensive coordinator, hey, slow it down just a little bit. You know, I don't want to give them any time on the clock before the half. Let's run the football, even if we have to take a field goal.
Yeah.
You know, or you tell your defensive coach, hey, I don't want to blitz them now. You know, hey, let them work it down the field. We'll blitz them when they get close to the goal line. And so you've got to control the momentum of the game. And I think that's what McCarthy's doing right now. He understands how good that defense is.
I love that clip personally.
No, he is right. Like, there are certain times where, like, and listen, here's the other thing. The idea that offensive coordinators don't recognize the clock is lunacy. They absolutely do. This whole notion that Kellen Moore just throws the ball all over the field is insane to me. Like, go look at week 1. They ran the ball 7,000 times. You know, don't tell me that Kellen Moore isn't looking at the clock when he's calling plays. That's insulting.
Yeah, now I do think though that speaks to I don't think what he's talking about with McCarthy is an approach. Like, and that's where we were kind of disagreeing yesterday. I don't think that the plan against the Jets is necessarily a tailored approach for the Jets. I think this is just the approach for the offense, potentially.
Right.
And that this is how he wants to play football games, is he wants to just, all right, control, and then turn it over to the defense. And if you go 3-and-out, okay, that sucks, but you've got a defense that can get the ball back. If you can extend the drive, great. Your defense will get you, you know, out of there 3 plays and out.
And I agree with that for the most part. Jimmy Johnson on this Cowboys defense, with everyone making comparisons to these teams of the past.
It's as good as I've seen in a long time, and they really play to their offense. I think with McCarthy calling plays now, he understands how good that defense is. And so if they just won't turn it over offensively, and if they're efficient offensively, run the football, have some balance, take advantage of field position, that defense can win a lot of games, and maybe win every game. Colin, I think there's probably 3 or 4 teams just as talented in the league, but I don't see anybody playing any better on Sunday than the Cowboys.
So there's Jimmy on FS1. All right, around the room on whether we should get our hopes up and higher than years past. I'm in so far.
I mean, I think they're in all likelihood going to spend most of the year as a top 3 or 4 team. So yeah, I mean that
in the NFL.
In the NFL. Mm-hmm. So that, I mean, that should equal you. Yeah. You need to go that a team like that you would expect would go further than they have. But they've also been a top 3 or 4 team in previous years, and they've fallen short. But yeah, I think given where you know this team is now and where you can project them out, the expectation should be greater than what it has been over 27 years.
Look, my expectation is 13 wins. I generally don't like to make expectations for the playoffs because it's a one and done, and I just, so many weird things can happen when you're razor thin margins facing really, really good teams. But if this team is, I will say this, like, my expectation right now is the 1 seed. That's my expectation for the year. Anything beyond that in the playoffs, I don't care about. My expectation is the 1 seed.
Why don't you? I understand the razor thin margins and everything break it a certain way, but for instance, if they lose to San Francisco in the playoffs again, that would be 3 years in a row. You're talking about a 3-game sample size where they're getting out game planned and beat. And so at what point do you just say they're not game planning the right way and it's not just fluky?
It's fair. Now there could be also be an element of styles make fights, and they're just
but we knew last year heading into the playoffs, we were like, the Cowboys aren't making it to the Super Bowl. We said that. We pretty much knew that. That thought different in your mind right now? It is for me with the way that the season has started. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053.
Yeah, we have a few on the fan text, Sean. 682, absolutely not. Got to wait a few weeks. And 972 is right there. Got to wait until at least San Francisco.
Okay, so you're going to use San Francisco as the measuring stick. It's not going to be off the next 2 weeks with Arizona and New England, unless I guess you lose one. That's a shocker.
So if for some reason, and I know this would be very unlikely to happen, but if they were to play San Fran in the first round and they beat San Fran in the first round but lose the next round, you'd be okay because they just beat San Fran.
They would. I think they would
consider that an improvement.
I think if they feel like they can handle San Francisco, I think that would do a lot to kind of calm what concerns they have, because they've reacted. Look, if they lose in week 5 to San Francisco and they get into the playoffs again and they lose to San Francisco in the playoffs, like that's going to get people fired.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right.
And finally, my biggest regret from last week, Dan Orlovsky is making a turn for the better.
Oh, baby.
He's making a switch. He's getting me back on his side slowly. As last week, he had the balls to go on McAfee's show in Tuscaloosa, and he picked the Longhorns. And they were booing him. They were cussing him. He did not blink. He did not care. And he said Texas is going to win this game. And he sounded just like Bobby. He's looked like Bobby with his tongue out recently. He sounds like Bobby saying that Texas is going to beat Bama. What?
No. He doesn't. You can't say he looks like me after. Did you see how tight that man's hat was in this video that you're playing? He had that thing yanked that dude's the width of that guy's head must be 7 inches.
A guy asked him, "What hat size do you wear?" And I love that Bobby's calling himself big-headed. He said, "I wear my 11-year-old's hat." That's what he said. You got to see. It's one of those adjust ones, not a snapback, but one of the other ones with the little buckle.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, where it's like crossed all the way.
With the whatever. I don't know any fashion.
Snapback.
This was Dan Orlovsky studying the Cowboys film after their win over the Jets.
Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott were fantastic. That's one of the best games I've seen called for anybody in a long time, certainly for Mike McCarthy. And Dak, one of the more mature quarterback performances. If the number one thing that stands out is the emphasis at getting the ball out of his hands, and Dak then doing that. I counted, I think he threw the ball 39 times, 4 snaps, 4 pass plays where he double hitches with the football still in his hands. I mean, like that he gets the snap and it's 1, 2, 3, hitch. You're holding the ball longer 4 times. I have so many notes of ball got out, ball got out, ball got out, ball got out, ball got out. So I thought taking that plan and applying it by Dak was tremendous. I thought his eyes were really disciplined with holding defenders, then moving defenders, and not trying to do too much with that. I thought they attacked the slot in the pass game, efficiently. CD made some really nice contested catches down the field, and the ball placement was fantastic. But not holding on to the football and not giving this defensive line for the Jets even a chance is the big takeaway for me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, fantastic audio everywhere. Cowboys getting all the national praise. I love it right here on the home of America's team. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Go ahead.
I'm never wrong. I'm just not right yet. That's the thing. So that's fine.
Right yet about what?
Just in general, about like he can say that this was like some brilliant attack and everything else, but like, I mean, look, if you go out there and you play that same offensive game against teams throughout the season, they're going to lose games.
Oh, like they just scored 30 against the Jets, but if they do the same thing against lesser defense, they're going to lose games.
I mean,
you're mad because your guy is getting handcuffed and you don't care about the team overall. You care about the player. You care about the quarterback more so than the success of the team.
My guy has the top QBR in the NFL, so in theory, like I should be like, oh,
but you're not
right because there's flaws.
Not sustainable.
Dak was flawed in the second half on Sunday. Like he wasn't. That's not going to cut it against San Francisco.
Well, how was he flawed?
Because when he was delivering the ball, everything checked down. Anything that he tried to push down the field, anything that was past the 10-yard mark, they were having trouble with. You're not going to be able to take advantage of things like that.
He missed 2 or 3 throws on Sunday. Yeah, and they dialed him back in the second half.
No, but you're talking about the deep ball down the field to Tolbert, which was well covered and completely missed.
Okay.
You've got the thing where Ferguson in the back of the end zone that he misses. You've got just in general, I think that what you see.
2 throws, Bobby.
Okay,
if anyone else said this in any other game, you would be like, oh my God, the expectation for Dak Prescott. He missed 2 throws, and now you're like making it a thing.
Great. He can throw it 3 feet, and it can be a completion just like
their
that.
Their average depth of target is a concern if they want to be able to beat a Kansas City, a great team. It is a concern. What is, and we saw this with, I can't remember what year it was. It may have been the Wentz year, where Philadelphia had this absurd third down conversion.
Yeah, it was
rate.
his near MVP year.
And that's something that you can't bank on week to week. Third down conversion rates vary week to week.
Yeah.
And now listen, you get credit for when it works, and it's been working. And that's when they get to San Francisco, when they get to other teams, are they going to be able to convert on third down the way they have been?
And are they going to settle for 3rd and 7? Are they going to set that up like that?
Yeah, I would think not. I would think they're going to game plan differently for San Francisco, for Miami, for Buffalo.
Bobby thinks it's going to be the same. I would probably lean towards it being the same. It's going to be frustrating. There's going to be a lot of moments of frustration of why'd the first 2 plays get designed to gain 3 yards? That's going to be a theme throughout the year. I'm just telling y'all right now. If Deuce Vaughn or Turpin don't break a tackle with these little dump-offs and these little swing passes and these little screens, you're going to be really ticked off at McCarthy. It's a guaranteed fact. I guarantee it's going to happen. Here's the thing. Mike doesn't care if they punt. He doesn't care. This is going to be by design of our defense will make a play. As long as we don't turn it over, that's a partial win for that possession.
You could do that. You could do that, especially when you're playing a quarterback that's not very good. You can absolutely make a play like that. When you're playing a great quarterback, it's tough to be able to say, hey, my defense will make a play. But, yeah, there's no doubt. There's an old adage in sports as a quarterback. Any possession that ends with a kick is a good possession.
Yeah.
It's a very old thing. Very, very old thing to say, but that's a very old school mentality. And it has worked magnificently over the first 2 weeks.
They're a good football team. They can be a great one, is just the thing. Is that if the offense comes into form and it's 2 weeks, we don't know for certain that this is what it's going to look like. I have a feeling it's going to look pretty similar to what we saw against the Jets, but we don't know that that's what it's going to look like all year. I just think that there's an overcorrection here. It doesn't have to look like last year's offense. It doesn't have to look like previous years, but there's an overcorrection from an offense that over the course of 4 years, when Kellen was calling plays and Dak was playing, they were the number 1 offense in the NFL. They were ahead of Kansas City. But they weren't find a happy medium.
City.
That
they weren't, and it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough against a great defense 2 years in a row. Everyone knew they weren't going to score enough to win. The offense was a problem holding them back.
Willfully choosing to restrict the offense. I don't understand. When you have a great defense, I don't know why your solution to that would be, well, let's restrict the offense then.
Because I'm not going to lose the game. The last thing that's ever going to happen to us is losing this game like Cleveland did last night. That is their worst nightmare right now. The percentages may be low of it. They're not going to go into a post-game press conference, this is the design, saying, pick 6, it was a Dak interception, and we gave this one away. They're going to have to beat our defense. They're going to have to drive multiple times. They're going to have to get big plays. We're not losing a game by our offense screwing it up.
Which is preferable? Would you rather give you're more aggressive on offense and maybe you have a turnover, maybe you have an interception that gives a short field, or would you rather consistently give teams potentially moderate fields because you're going 3 and out and you're playing it safe and then you're punting it and they're getting the ball at the 40 instead of
I'd
further
rather
down
the
the
first
field?
option.
I'd
rather the first option, but I don't have the quarterback for that, and I'm not insulting him.
What do you have the quarterback for then? The whole idea, you think he's the 15 interception guy? You think he's the 15
for a souped up bus driver? That's what I have.
You think he's the 15 interception guy?
No, I don't.
Okay, then why are you talking like he's a turnover risk at every turn.
Because they have a different defense. They have a different defense, and they don't. Besides the interceptions, Bobby, they don't believe. My opinion, they don't believe that every single possession they're a threat to score a touchdown. That Dak is consistently that great. That's what they believe.
See, that's interesting because like they've been
We're gonna
consistently a top 3 offense in the league for the last like 5 years.
I know, but you just agreed with me in the offseason, so I have the receipts. So don't change now that Dak Prescott is not that guy. They're building this around that premise and thought.
I think the question is, what is that guy? Like, what do we? Because if Dak is a top,
that guy is even if I have a really good defense, we're not dialing back anything whatsoever. Like this team, we're still starting with offense first. The Dallas Cowboys go in and game plan now and say, we're building this around our defense first. The defense is our strength versus if we have that guy, the offense is our strength. That's what I believe.
Yeah, because I mean, like, if Dak is a top 10 quarterback, then you do have that guy as well as a great defense.
No, you don't have that guy.
Now you don't have Patrick Mahomes.
Like Kirk Cousins is not that guy.
I don't think Kirk is top 10.
You were comparing him to Dak with him in the offseason along with me.
There's a comparison.
Yeah, like in the same exact kind of discussion.
Yeah, I think Kirk's more limited because he can't run at all. So he's a little bit more limited than Dak. But yeah, I understand. Like, if you're a top 10 quarterback, you're a threat to win a Super Bowl. My contention is Dak is not a threat to win multiple.
The way I look at it is with this defense, if you want to like make an NBA analogy, you can be the Pistons or you can be like the 2014 Warriors, where you can have a team where like I don't know why you would just willingly restrict what you can do offensively in the name of the defense is so great. Instead, you can be the most efficient defense, the most efficient offense. You can have both.
He's not Steph Curry. That's the difference.
Okay, but they are
get it through your head.
They are the most efficient offense when he plays over the last 4 years. That's just the reality.
That's true. This team can be both. They have the horses to be both. They're just choosing, and this is weird. Like this is one thing that has it's a struggle for me because the numbers say you have like if the numbers say you have a X amount of chance of winning by doing it this way or an X amount of chance to do it by this way, they're choosing the one that gives them the lesser theoretical chance to win. They're voluntarily doing that, and that. I struggle to.
But I'm hoping that what you are thinking is true. That when it comes time, they will unleash Tampa Bay Dak.
I agree. I think they will
open it up a little bit more. That's what's going to be fascinating to see. Is Bobby going to be right, or are you going to be right that they're going to change it up and open it up? Versus, no, we're going to win an ugly, close game, and we're not even going to introduce the possibility of turning it over. That's what's going to be fascinating. When we take on San Francisco Sunday Night Football. What were we supposed to reset? Spittle said when we get in an argument during the expressway. What are we supposed to do?
We were
who we're talking to.
Yeah, we were just talking about Dak Prescott and how much offensive control he should have and how many chances they could take. Should take with him.
I'm in on this 2-0 difference. I believe it's actually legitimately different. You guys, I don't think are strong.
I think that this is the 1 seed in the NFC.
Okay. And
this is the best team. This is the best team in the league.
And Bobby is just waiting for it to crumble.
No. I think they're really good, and I think the expectation should be NFC title game minimum. But I also think that they can. There's a greater margin for error, or there's a thinner margin for error running the offense the way they're running it. Is all.
It's Tuesday. Jerry Jones at 8:30. But let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
TruckWreck.com, fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The Twitch and the YouTube will get your guys' thoughts on this as well. It is Ask Reddit, where we take some of the most viral questions off of the Ask Reddit forum from the past week. First one here, Sean. What famous person had everything going for him, but managed to blank it up?
Oh. Mel Tucker.
Yeah. That's one right there.
Michigan State. Pepe's raising his hand already.
The first one that came to mind is Josh Hamilton. Could have been the best player in baseball. Could have been top 5. I mean, he
didn't throw it, and he didn't throw it away to the magnitude of some other people who, like Josh, still had his full career basically. Yeah, did he live up to it? But threw it all away. I'm thinking of like someone who didn't have it sustained.
Johnny Manziel?
He was never going to be a great NFL quarterback, in my opinion. But
07 Britney Spears is in my mind.
Again, I think she had a great run, and I mean she's maintained some relevancy. Now she can't tap into any of the money consistently, I guess, that she earned throughout her career. So yeah, you could say that one. 214 Jared from Subway.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a big one right there.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
The one that came to mind for me, like two of them, a sports one and localized here. David Irving was completely unblockable when he was here, and he just decided to walk away. He never cared enough. If he actually cared at all, he would have gotten millions, and he ultimately got paid nothing. And then the one most recently in entertainment that comes to mind for me is Ellen. She really was like the queen of daytime talk, and she was one of these, universally loved individuals, and just completely threw it away.
yeah, but is she a pariah?
I think
not
she's
getting any work.
I mean, when was the last time you really saw Ellen?
I mean, I never watched the show.
She got,
I used to watch all the time.
But I mean, you remember she hosted the Oscars and did some different things.
Yeah.
She doesn't do any of that anymore.
Yeah, all sports related on the fan text, 877-881-1053. Michael Vick from the 469,
He's on national
682,
TV.
Josh Gordon, and 903 Henry Ruggs.
Ooh, other people are coming in. Antonio Brown, Kareem Hunt, Henry Ruggs, Tiger Woods, R. Kelly.
Tiger's still doing fine.
Yeah, he's all right.
Swaggy Booties on the Twitch says Charlie Sheen. That's another one. That dude, he had like the number one sitcom on TV at the
Million
time.
per episode.
This is a perfect question, I feel like, for Chop.
Yes,
I think Chop would think through this one. What's a body part you'll be fine without for $1 million?
Mr. Doctor over here. You both get your MRIs or whatever this week, or
I
whatever?
get mine today.
Okay, you've been like pouting a tiny bit because, and I can tell it's like your hypochondriac stuff. So get the appointment done to get out of.
Well,
this
that's
funk.
the lumbar. This
You're
is
just
right
sitting
now.
in here all worried. I walk in the post-show meeting. I walk in the post-show meeting yesterday, and he's tapping his finger like this. And I'm like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm doing my test." Like,
It's a neurological test.
Get the appointment done today, and get this out of here because I need goofy, sarcastic, funnier Bobby instead of worried that I'm going to die, Bobby. Get it done.
I think my lateral incisor.
Okay.
It's this tooth.
What's the?
How do you know the name
Here's
of it?
here's what I think. I don't think we should just say what body part are you fine with for $1 million, because I think it's easy to just say like, oh, you can take my nipple. Like I don't need that or whatever. I think you need to feel the process of removal for $1 million.
Oh gosh.
Oh no.
Yeah. So process of removal has to be factored in, because you could easily just say I don't need.
No, it's the what body part you can go without. Like my middle left toe.
Middle left toe.
Yeah.
Okay.
The third toe.
Yeah, because you need the pinky toe, because that's the one that goes wee all the way home. So you have to have the pinky.
Yeah. Yeah. Like so, I would say the middle toe.
So we can't say it'd be cheating then to say like my appendix, because that's like an internal organ that has to come out a lot of times anyway.
You don't need it, right?
No, you don't. They genuinely have no idea what it does.
Appendix is an acceptable answer.
I think I could live without a nipple then. That's a body part.
No doubt.
So take that one away. Peyton?
One of the ears. I could,
No,
left or
Vincent,
right,
you
In
can't.
radio, he says that.
Well, but I don't use my right ear.
That's right.
The headphones, so
That's right.
I need the left one.
Okay. All right. There you go. Next question here. Peyton, this one could go a couple different areas for you. What is the most pathetic fact about yourself?
Oh, so this one, when I get a little down, I listen to the soft music. I have to go straight to the softy music. Now, I can't be out loud. Like, it's not, no one else can be around. It's just either me and my AirPod Pros, by the way, or just me in the car. Like, it's got to be just me. Can't listen with anyone else.
Give us 2 songs. You don't have to sing it, but what songs do you listen to?
Shivers by Ed Sheeran.
Oh my God.
That one. Some Post Malone songs, I think. A Coldplay for sure. I go Coldplay immediately, usually.
Okay.
Fix You by Coldplay, I think, is one of them.
All right.
Fix You.
Props for you for admitting. Bobby.
Mine is one you probably just referenced, which is about 2-3 times a year I'm certain I'm dying. And every time it's wasted energy, and Kristen just gets super annoyed for about 2 weeks at a time.
Yes.
So yeah, right
wish you'd
now,
just get it over with.
Right now, I think there's probably like 5 or 6 different things that are killing me. I just gotta drill down and figure out which one it is. But that's the one. Just my hypochondria, probably.
Okay. This is where it's not like pathetic, like in that sense. I just I'm too emotional to go see my dad enough. I don't like to go see him.
Man.
It's hard
Dude,
to
I
see.
think about you you and your pops every like 2 or 3 days.
I appreciate that.
Well, it was more out of like my own situation.
Uh-huh.
I'm like thinking about my dad. Like I'm putting together a pool.
Uh-huh.
And my dad is obsessed with fire. Always when I grew up, he's sitting in front of
that's cool.
Fire stove, and then he had to get a pellet stove. He just loves like some people are, peaceful and in their element on the water. He loves looking at fires, and I'm like, is this the last time I'm going to see him when he comes and visit in March? Like, I want to spend an obscene amount of money just for the one memory of watching him watch this fire like outside, like that type of stuff. And I don't know, man. I'm going to need a lot of better help for real when something happens to him or my mom. I don't even think about my mom's age. My mom's older as well. No offense, Mom, if you're listening, but man, I've always had that struggle with like funerals and stuff like what you're talking about. I always fought with my mom. My grandmother passed away, and I'm like, I was a kid. I'm like, I'm not going. Like, I don't need to go to prove that I loved her. When really my mom wanted me to go to support her, but just because he doesn't know that you're not there.
No, that's true, and he doesn't remember who I am anyway.
Because it's a gut-wrenching. My dad has always told me, if I have a stroke, just like end it.
Yeah, and I'll regret like when he finally does pass, and I just haven't gone to see him, and I'll be like, oh, I should have gone more. But I don't really feel like I'm going to see him anyway.
Right.
I'm going to see some, vegetable form of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when my mom was near the end and she was like sedated, and they said they told me, like, everybody in my circle was telling me, they're like, you're really gonna regret not going in there and saying goodbye. And I remember I went in there and I said goodbye, and years later I've told all those people, I was like, y'all were wrong. Totally wish I never went in there. Thanks a lot.
Man, what it is crushing. Ask Reddit, part 1 here during the Expressway commercial free, where you get a little bit of everything with Jerry Jones joining us at 8:30. But man, the texts have been blowing up when RJ pops the college football kegger. We're getting death threats over the Colorado incident. And how long is Travis Hunter out? College football kegger next before Jerry.
Let's get you over to the
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
College football!
Shedeur Sanders out of the shotgun. He's got a slot to the boundary side right. Wing to the left. Motion man through the backfield. Shedeur takes a snap, drops to throw, scans, throws over the middle. Mikey Harrison, Grant with the 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown, Colorado.
Oh, that is Buffs Radio with the call. If you happen to stay up till 1 o'clock in the morning on Saturday night, you got your money. You got your money's worth, man.
Yeah,
you really did. What a game! Colorado 43-35 over the upstart Colorado State, who falls to 0-2. The quarterback of Colorado State's from Aledo. Braden Frazier Nicolosi.
And you were loving him,
right?
right?
I was loving him, man. My pants were off watching it. People that I was with didn't really care for that. But he was on time with his throws. He was fantastic. He made the right decisions. He was really, really good. And Jay Norvell, you may take your hat off when you shake hands, but it was evident watching that football game that you are all hat, no cattle, my friend, because you were gutless. There were 3 opportunities that you had to win that football game, and you didn't. He punted on 4th and 2. He kicked a field goal for the 2-yard line, and he didn't go for 2 at the end. You cannot. This is a little cowboy angle here. You can't give the better team more possessions. The more possessions you give the better team, it's eventually their talent is going to win, and that's what happened. They had a chance with 2 to go. They thought they did the right thing. They punted to the 2-yard line. Man, you know what? And at the time, it's like, okay, 2-yard line. Yeah, you had the chance to win it. All you had to do was gain 2 yards. You've been picking up 3rd and short all night long. And he was gutless in that one. He should have put his sunglasses on.
I love those sunglasses, by the way.
Oh, they're great.
I love them.
65,000 pre-orders. He's made $4.5 million already on them.
Oh. And I think he did it for his birth year. He wanted them to be $67. And Norvell helped him sell them.
Yeah.
Because Deion wasn't talking too much about him. He hands them out on game day. He gives them to the entire team. His son is wearing them. Everyone, Sports Center anchors are wearing them on Sunday morning. Everyone is pimping these sunglasses, blenders, eyewear. I really like them.
Yeah, they look good.
I think they look really good.
They look really, really good.
He's just winning, man.
Yeah.
He's still cool. He really is. He had his mom. I have to see what they do post-game in the Colorado locker room. The Rock is standing in there. Kawhi Leonard, Lil Wayne, Offset. Everyone is showing up for it's like the new Showtime with the Lakers back in the 80s.
Yeah.
And he put his mom on there. He goes, Jay Norvell didn't just insult me. Mm-hmm. He insulted my mama.
It's personal.
It's personal.
It's personal.
Because he's saying she didn't raise me right. And she got on the mic in the locker room and she's like, If you got to kick ass, I taught him, if you got to kick ass, kick ass. And the whole locker room erupts, and then Deion drops, give me my theme music.
Give me my theme
and
music.
I love that damn music.
It's personal. So that was the storyline going into this game. The sunglasses, the Jay Norvell, take the hat off. How was the post-game handshake? Well, it seemed pretty cordial. Was there any grudge, Deion?
No. I know Shedeur kind of got in between it. Man, I don't hold, I could be petty if they petty, but I ain't got time for that, man. I'm on to bigger things. I'm happy for the brother. I really am, man. I'm happy that they fought, that they played a good game. I'm happy he's a head coach. I'm happy for any brother that's doing it and successful, man. I truly am. I don't know where all this stuff come from. I have to respond because, it's my mama taught me that. You just ain't gonna type me and I'm gonna sit back and ain't gonna say nothing. But I'm happy for that dude, man. I don't know him, but I'm happy for him. I wish the best for him. I really do. Nothing. My success ain't got nothing to do with his. So why would I want him to succeed? I don't know how people get down like that. My blessings ain't got nothing to do with his blessings.
Yeah, but also in that same presser, Deion admitted there was a point in the game where he said to himself, I cannot lose to this dude.
No.
We cannot lose to this dude. It will be a torturous post-game presser.
Yes, it really would have been. Now, Reese Davis doesn't think so.
My gosh.
This is the most clueless.
He's not clueless. I guarantee you he talked to Jay Norvell or Colorado State before the game because Norvell said the same exact thing in his post.
All right, so this is Reese Davis talking about what Jay Norvell said he did with the response to Deion.
I didn't take it that way. When you're talking to the media in a news conference as a head coach, you're either talking to the media, you're talking to your fans, or you're talking to your players. Jay Norvell, who I know was not talking to anyone at Colorado. I know he said he didn't care if they heard it in Boulder. Who do you think he was talking to? His players. He's talking to his players. We're not afraid. We're going in there. We're not intimidated by all the attention they get or by the force of his personality or by the talent of Travis Hunter or Shedeur Sanders. We're not intimidated by any of that. We're going to play and we're going to do our thing. He's talking to his players. Now, absolutely Colorado should respond the way they did and use it and all of that stuff. That's part of the game. But I didn't think for a second, you guys probably know Jay Norvell better than I do, but that's not really in his wheelhouse. He's talking to his players. He wasn't trying to take a shot. And I'm sorry to diffuse all the fun saying that, but that's what I thought.
Well, he was clearly doing it on the side of the highway, right there on I-40, going through Denver. But that's lunacy. In my opinion.
That's the spin. Norvell said, guys, I was trying to motivate my guys. I was trying to motivate my players that we're not afraid of Colorado. So that was the spin job that they did with the PR. And someone told Reese Davis that before he got on ESPN college coverage.
I thought it was interesting yesterday, by the way, Richard Sherman suggesting that he thinks a bounty was put out on Travis Hunter in this game. That was it, which is a pretty heavy accusation to throw out there.
Oh, really heavy.
Yeah.
Really heavy. Now,
he's out about 3 weeks, they think.
3 to 4 weeks. Bayless said it's a lacerated liver. And now you're getting apparent death threats towards the kid who hit him.
Right. So the kid who hit him and his family are receiving death threats. This is troubling. Colorado State University police are investigating this. So Henry Blackburn is the player, and his family are receiving reportedly death threats. Blackburn's actually from Boulder, and he hit Travis Hunter in the first half of that game. And now Hunter is out, about a month, and they got a difficult schedule ahead. They've got Oregon this week. They're a 20-point dog. This thing opened at 16. It's already to 20.
Wow.
And, it's...
Then they host USC September 30th.
Yeah, and they got, I think, Arizona State after that.
About to get real.
Yeah, it's about to get real, man. It really is. So
it doesn't matter.
It's already been a success.
They won.
They might win 2 games the rest of the year. They won't. But
do you believe?
If they only did win 2 games the rest of the year, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's been a successful season, number one. And then we'll see what happens next year for Coach Prime.
The story of college football. You got one more in the kegger before Jerry at 8:30?
I do. You want Bama? You want SMU? You want Texas? What do you want?
Let's go SMU.
All right, SMU. They already got over $200 million from donors.
You stole both the 2 things I could have spiked the football on, Texas and Bama.
You had last week.
You had last week.
We talk about you talk about enough. Well, you can talk about Texas.
All right, so
Texas and SMU.
Real quick, here's SMU. So we already know they already got a $200 million.
I'm trying to get some of the SMU money, so I want to talk about them. Kiss up to someone.
So they got the $200 million from boosters to fuel its move to the ACC. Now they're saying they also got an additional $163 million in advertising value generated from the media coverage in the 3 days following their announcement. So they're looking at an increase in web visitors of over 100% to its undergraduate admissions homepage. They're getting students that want to go there now just because it's going to be an ACC school. So SMU basically in a month's time has generated almost $400 million for their academic and athletic departments.
You keep calling for them to wake up as the sleeping giant. I'm just waiting for that breakthrough.
The breakthrough is the ACC.
Yeah.
And now when they go into a recruit's home, they say, hey, guess what? You could play against Florida State, Clemson, Notre Dame, all these teams. That's big. And here we go, Peyton. Texas gets the victory over Wyoming.
Back to throw, looks left, fires a pick! This will be a pick 6! Jaron Thompson singing on to it! Touchdown, Texas! For the second week in a row, Jaron Thompson comes up with a big interception. This one goes back for 6 points.
31-10 over Wyoming. They were tied at 10 going to the second half, or going to the fourth quarter. But Texas rolls over Wyoming, makes that a big victory. This weekend's a holy day of obligation. You got like 5 teams top ranked in games playing each other.
Number 3 in the country. They leapfrogged Florida State.
You deflated a little bit after that performance?
No, I mean, they'll lose a game somewhere, and it'll be to a dumb team. And I'll be sad then, but right now,
Jerry Jones, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. But what unit will decide the American League West and Wild Card race? We have the answers on your home of the Rangers next.
Let's get your carpet clean.
DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The set by Smith. The payoff pitch. Swung on, line drive, right field, base hit. Toward the alley in right center. Urias is home. Wong is home. Devers around to third on a 2-run single by Refsnyder, and the Red Sox have turned the game around. It's Boston 3 and the Rangers 2.
Does it become more painful, or are we numb to this by now? Will Smith was the one who screwed it up last night. Rangers lose to the Red Sox, and we are tied with Seattle for that third wild card spot. Toronto has the second one. Seattle lost, but the armpit won. Rangers lose 4-2 after Will Smith helps lose this lead. They've lost 4 straight. Nathan Eovaldi tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch.
It's just
the way
that
baseball goes.
It's just those 3 teams in Houston. It's just 4. That's all. 3 spots, 4 teams. Actually, not even. It's just 3 spots. And because obviously you have a division winner. There's not really a major threat beyond that. It's Seattle and them.
Astros lost, by the way. My bad on that. Pepe, thank you for the correction. So we were trying to look at all those teams and decide, what unit on those teams would decide things. Who's got the strength that will win out?
Yeah, and this is, a question that we want to, really look into. The best unit in the American League West. And it's, you can make some jokes about that one, the word, but whatever. Is it the Rangers offense? Is it the Astros moxie? Is it the Mariners pitching? The Mariners, at the time, were tops in the AL in team earned run average at 3.71. But a half run better than the Rangers right now. Again, this is team ERA, not just the starters. The relievers are 3rd and 2nd in WAR. Scoring against this team as a whole is very, very difficult. The starters have the second best ERA, 3.81, and the highest wins above replacement. Very, very balanced. Okay, so Seattle's very, very balanced with their pitching staff. The Rangers have the highest offensive WAR in the American League. 2nd highest weighted runs created behind Tampa. The highest weighted on base average and the highest batting average to go with the highest batting average on balls in play. Now, they are the 2nd worst base running team in the American League. And you can thank Durant for that. They're just brutal with that. Listen to this, they are 9.5 runs below average on base running.
The Rangers?
The Rangers. So they've given up almost 10 runs on the base path this year compared to the league average.
Yeah, which is supposed to jump in general, just with the bigger bases and everything else that everybody else is taking.
Yeah, and
better coaching. We got Bochin,
right? And we're gonna see. We're gonna wind up seeing four guys steal 60 bases this year, which we haven't seen in over a decade, or 50 bases. And Acuña's already there. But this is only the Yankees are worse at base running. And they have absolute statues like Giancarlo Stanton and LeMahieu and Rizzo that just can't run.
So what would be Toronto's strength? We got Seattle pitching, armpit moxie, Rangers offense, Toronto offense.
Toronto's strength would be their offense, but their offense, I can't call that a strength. They hit like crazy, yet they don't score. It's like they're a great offense that doesn't actually do anything.
They had the most unlikely sequence of events occur over the weekend. Toronto's biggest attribute might be luck. Because they had all 9 games over the weekend that were impacting their postseason chances went their way.
No.
Seattle got swept. Texas got swept. Toronto swept.
Wow.
And there was according to, I'm trying to remember who this was from, but the chance of that happening apparently was 0.19% that all 9 games would go their way. And it did. And that's how they jump right up at the top.
Yeah, so if you were to just judge it based on Rangers versus Seattle, it's their offense is semi-close in a lot of the categories on Fangraphs. They're top 5 in the AL in a lot of the categories on Fangraphs. Their pitching is light years ahead of what the Rangers pitching is at.
Yeah.
It's not even it's almost like a full run difference in ERA. Should
we be doing this with biggest strength of these teams or the biggest weakness that will cost them?
It's about 3/4 of a run of it.
Yeah.
No, you have to look at the other teams. There's 2.
No, but I think that may be because it's the whole you're only as good as your weakest link, right?
Yeah.
And that's been absolutely true the last month and a half for the Rangers. That they've only been as good as, that bullpen and that pitching staff has been, which has absolutely killed them.
We talk about, weak link units in football, and I guess you could say that, in baseball from a pitching standpoint, if you've got a bad starting rotation or a bad bullpen, it doesn't matter how good the rest of the team is. Like that can kill you.
So what's your answer to this biggest strength?
Seattle wins. Seattle wins in the biggest strength because their pitching is enough better than ours that the offense doesn't make up for it.
And we have the biggest weakness.
Bullpen
Pitching now.
Yes, bullpen
in general.
Oh, the bullpen is the Rangers bullpen is the biggest weakness, maybe in the American League. I think Colorado's the only bullpen that's worse.
Nathan Eovaldi back on the mound tonight, 6:30 pre, first pitch 7:00. Jerry Jones joins us live next on 105 through the Fan.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy, keep you healthy, boys and girls. QC.
Jones Show every Tuesday here with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. It is brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you, as the Hall of Fame owner and general manager is set to join us here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com will join us at 9:20 this morning, and that's brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. I believe we have Jerry on now. Good morning, Jerry. How you feeling this morning?
Hey, good morning, Sean, RJ, everybody.
That's right. Now look, man, you tortured us for a week having Bobby hang that over our heads for an entire week. McCarthy busted our balls and everything, so thank you for making it even.
God, man, I tell you what, if I thought I could influence things for a week, you can call me Jay or you can call me Ray. Whatever it was, it caused us to have a little winning edge.
Yeah, we're in a good. We only took that. We only took that because y'all dominated so much. We could split the T-shirt proceeds there at the Ford Center. You said you didn't need the plane to fly home after the Giants game. How were you feeling after this Jets performance?
Well, I was so excited. I get to visit, of course, and got to visit there with. Directly with Coach Mike, and I just can't tell you how proud I am of him and the job he's doing. He's, as I've said many times, I've never seen anybody be as busy as he's had to be during the off season and during training camp, trying to being the head coach, as well as revamping to some degree what we're doing offensively and putting nuances in that are a part of what he is. And it just felt so good for him to have the success he had out there the other night as the play caller and as head coach.
And not only is he looking like a genius, but y'all are looking like geniuses for the hire, Jerry. And I was guilty of this during all the Sean Payton hype and all the topics we do. And RJ always said, we are forgetting what Mike McCarthy has accomplished in this league. We have forgotten what he did in Green Bay and that he has a Super Bowl ring as well, and it seems like he's reminding us at this time.
Yeah, I agree with you. He certainly had skins on the wall, but what the biggest thing was, he had that time away from the game when he was asked to step down there at Green Bay, in a manner of speaking, after having that great success, that Super Bowl win and having the career he's got. And boy, he got in there and took those time off and really realized just what it was about to not be in the NFL. Something similar to that is Michael Irvin said that when he rehabbed, had that big knee injury that he had in his second year, he said it's the greatest thing that ever happened to his career because he lived and died every day and realized how much he missed the chance to have that career and be a part of the NFL and be a part of football. And Michael Irvin says that did more for his career than anything was the injury. Well, Mike McCarthy's time off there was a major plus because that man, that mirror you have to deal with, that guy in that mirror, that's the biggest challenge of all.
Jerry, was part of you disappointed that you didn't get to face Rodgers in this game, and or the competitor in you wanting your best against their best, or were you not disappointed at all?
No, I when it gets to game week, game day, I'm just focused on what do we have to do to win the game. Every game is so big in football. You don't have that 80 games. You've got you really are limited on your chance to do it. You're playing 5% of your games, or every time you play a game, and so they mean so much. And so the way I'm answering the question is, whatever we needed to get past them and win with the Jets, because we had such respect for their team as a whole, still do.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. I know it's early. Does this feel a little different, though? This 2-0 feel like a little bit more legit and credible than some of the past 2-0s with how good you all have looked?
Yeah, I'm just first of all, I'm so giddy that we have the players and that they're as prepared as they are. We had an outstanding training camp and got a lot of work in out there. And then we were able to really pinpoint areas that we could really help this team. Drafting Mozzie Smith. Now, there was an outstanding guard there that could have played for us for years, Bergeron, that really probably nailed a need when you look at where we are today. But Mozzie Smith was there to add to what? Our ability to stop that run. You're going to see that evolve and be a big thing for us. Well, to have pinpointed some needs, to have been in a position talent-wise to basically go in there and draft for need was a real luxury and important, and I think it's going to really pay off for us. That's just one example of what you got when you've got the kind of personnel that we're dealing with here.
Jerry, when you talk about the personnel there, and everybody's really excited about this defense and the high level that they're playing at, how much of it is personnel versus you think just you're getting such a great job of coaching these last couple of years out of Dan Quinn and the culture that he's built?
I think it's all there. I think it's very, very important. Of course, there's a lot of talent in the NFL. We all are well aware of that. They're elite. Almost every player out there is, in a manner of speaking, elite. 75,000 young men will play college football this year. And we will draft a little over 300 of them. And in a year or two, there won't be but about 100 of those left out of 75,000 that played college football this year. So the talent and the competition to get in there and play. So I have an appreciation for the talent level. On the other hand, I have a real appreciation for the team coming together and getting going in a common direction. And then, if you will, getting into a can-do-it mode and winning together. And that stuff is contagious. The biggest differential is how you come together as a team, and that's both mentally as well as physically.
Jerry, humongous storyline in the offseason. Dak seems tired of talking about it, which we understand. His interceptions, 0 interceptions, and 0 turnovers as a team. Can you talk about the improvement so far in taking care of the football?
I sure can, and of course, I don't know when I've ever seen anything so well covered about how deliberate we were to change some things. But we obviously went in a different direction relative to our play caller. We could do that because Mike was there, but then you had to go in the right direction, so to speak, and to take what we have in Dak Prescott, which is such a positive with the kind of experience he's got and the kind of time that he's had with the staff and with Mike. But to take what we were and then adjust to do some things that would really help Dak. Now that's you've got to go do that. You've got to technically step in there and do it. Well, you can see, and the way that came together out there Sunday, you could see the adjustments that we have made from last year to this year, and you could see the approach and what Dak's trying to do. But then you could also see some of the things that we benefited from having done with Dak, what we've done over the last several years. And all of that would have had to evolve and take some time. So I think Mike, as of this past weekend, should take a bow, so to speak, because his fingerprints are all over that game the way we played it out there Sunday.
Jerry, you've said before that it's in Dak's DNA not to turn the ball over, that's something that he's averse to. If that's something that's already in his DNA, why did you guys feel the need to make schematic changes to limit turnovers?
Well, let me just put it this way. The thing that we're seeing, and this is just almost obvious, you doing it because it is Dak. Dak, a lot of players might not have made these adjustments, whether they're nuances or whether they're significant. But we knew that Dak Prescott was the best we had ever seen at taking these adjustments, if you will, or playing the game the way we're playing it. We knew he's the best we've ever seen at taking it from the classroom to the practice field to a game plan. And, of course, that's what you're seeing out there. Now, we've still got, as you saw out there, that was no accident before the game. Mike had said not only just he was making the calls on whether to take the ball or whether to take it at the half. All of that was well thought out and well preconceived. And Dak's going deep early, all of those things, and the design of how that's set up, the running game, and now we say, well, done, and that's the way it is with every coach. No, what it is done with what we were trying to do with Dak to get him better protected, to get the ball out quicker, and if you will, give us a chance to get the ball on the run. Catch the ball and run after catch. All of that is a part of what you're seeing out there.
Jerry, it felt like during the game there was a couple of times, especially when they got in the red zone, that Mike was just content with, let's just take a field goal, take some points. They can't catch us. Do you think that was by design, that more conservative approach in the red zone?
No, I don't think we're satisfied at all with what we did in the red zone. If you wanted to look at anything about the game Sunday, that's where we need to get better. On the other hand, to be able to step back and put those kind of points up there kicking field goals, man alive, think of what that does to the opponent. That just go out there and rack up those kind of points kicking 5 or 6, 7 field goals. Shoot. And so, but we can't be satisfied with being in short yardage situations there as we have scoring opportunities, not come out with touchdowns. We've got to that really is the one thing in our meetings that we had yesterday. The one thing that was really emphasized is that we've got to get in there and get scores, get in that end zone.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. In what areas can you guys actually improve besides the red zone in which you talked about?
Oh, I think there's a lot of room for improvement. We got some of it by getting the snaps on offense that we did. We had some young offensive linemen, Richards and Bass. Boy, did they have some good snaps. And that's improved. That is a dramatic place to gain on it, was being able to get them to get those snaps. And, of course, that's what we need. We need that depth in the offensive line. And we got to work on that the other day against top-flight competition, or practice time, if you want to call that practice, because that defensive line of the Jets is something to talk about. And to have our young guys in there getting those snaps, playing well, by the way, really playing well. You couldn't do any one thing and help this team more.
Jerry, there were Brandon Cooks missed this game. Tyler Smith missed another. We know Zach Martin had to come out late. You mentioned having to get Richards and Bass in there. Where do things stand right now in terms of their outlook for those three guys, Brandon Cooks, Tyler Smith, and Zach Martin?
Well, first of all, when you name those three, and I'm thinking we had parts of that game that we didn't have those three in there, and yet we had that kind of game. It blows my mind. And, of course, we are holding our breath, waiting on Tyler Smith. Got a real shot here Sunday. And then, of course, you know what Cooks means to this thing, and meant to us out there the other day by not having him. And that was even more impressive how we stepped up with our passing game. But Cooks, I'm anticipating him being ready. He was close there Friday or Saturday when we were checking him out. He was close to playing. So I think we can see those guys working in this week, all of them you were talking about, and Martin doesn't look like he's going to miss play time as far as I can tell.
Jerry, something that I haven't heard mentioned a lot, but we've harped on it over the years, is the penalties. And it feels like y'all are playing cleaner games with lesser penalties. I think you have the 10th fewest in the National Football League. Can you talk about that improvement and why you think it's happened?
Well, I can't really articulate penalties without being negative, frankly. When you have too many of them, when you say, we've just got to do a better job of not having penalties, that is so ridiculous to say penalties hurt, do a better job. We've got to tell players to be more disciplined, think about it, that type of thing. So it's always been kind of a almost philosophical thing, the penalties. The game was a clean game. I'm going to be very positive here and say, to me, it shows, especially on offense, that the team is confident in what we're trying to do. They know what to do. And so they've got just mind on execution, and a part of execution is subconsciously what you're doing penalty-wise. Yeah, I think I know what we put into this thing, the numbers of coaches we have. I know the intensity that they emphasize the importance of not stopping drives and stopping possessions with penalties. So I'm looking at the offensive side of the ball there. On defense, aggressiveness. We want the aggressiveness. We want to play through that ball. We want to go out there and play as though the ball is ours, not the offense. It's the defense's. Catch the ball. Go get the turnover. And at the same time, be aggressive, but watch your penalties. I just think we're doing penalties, if anything, because we're getting to be as aggressive as we are on defense. That's ruling the day when the officials look at it. And I think offensively, we're just getting pretty good at executing what we put in.
Jerry, as a big soccer fan, I couldn't help but notice that you had the FIFA president at AT&T Stadium on Sunday. How enjoyable was that, and the pitch to get the World Cup final at AT&T Stadium?
Well, when I think about how big soccer is around the world, and you're sitting there with the people that kind of have the controls in their hand relative to the game itself, it was mind-boggling. Again, for me, one of those moments that you just have to pinch yourself and say, is this a dream? Have I gone to heaven and I'm looking down? And that's what this is. But when I think about what soccer is around the world, then it's all awesome. The governor of the state of Texas was there, and he was basically helping me emphasize just how important that game, the big game, the last game would be to get to have it at the stadium, what we could do with that, why Texas, why this area is where that World Cup final would flourish the best, would show the youth of the world, if you will, what we've got here in the U.S., and no place to say it any better than the stadium here in Dallas for Texas to do it. The governor was very helpful, but we both were all aware of just how football around the world is so followed. It's a privilege, though, to get to do it and sit there and think, my goodness, just to think that we get to possibly talking about having the single greatest game that you can have in a sport that billions and billions of people follow around the world.
Jerry Jones, every Tuesday, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Last one, Jerry, and you commented and spoke with the media after the game. If you want to have those comments speak for themselves, totally up to you. But we wanted to give you a chance for the radio audience to address or respond to this Jim Trotter story, or you can have the comments after the game speak for themselves.
Well, I don't have a lot to add. In general, the issue was being criticized for, in some manner, implying that there was something other than the best spirit, best actions in me for being fair relative to biasness or relative to race, and that was just inaccurate. That allegation is just inaccurate completely, and I'm very active, and I'm very positive about having minority potential ownership in the National Football League, and am active in that direction. The main reason I'm qualified to say that to anybody that would fit that bill is because I came from the back of the pack to get to be a part of ownership. And I certainly was not listed anywhere in the thousands and thousands and thousands of people on this earth as someone that was financially qualified to own an NFL team, and in doing so have influence from the position of ownership. But my position is the opposite from what I was being critiqued for, and it just didn't happen that way. So it was not accurate. And again, for those that haven't read this or think it's as important enough to be talking about, the defensive of it is I understand, because I know the times we're in, and but I want to be a good soldier here.
Well, look, thank you for addressing it, as always, whenever we have these types of topics. And if you care anything about superstition, you will change the name of this show again next week, and let's keep this thing going. 3 in a row.
Well, listen, to both you guys, I really appreciate being on with you, and tell Bobby to keep bringing the coffee.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Thank you, Jerry.
You bet, guys.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my mood should not be this determined by NFL football. It really shouldn't. I was sitting there. That's Jerry Jones, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. I was sitting there on the couch yesterday, even watching these crappy games, and I was like, I'm so much happier. I just am. It's just the National Football League. And then the Cowboys are winning. Like, I go home every day. Amanda asks me the school question, how was work? How was your day? How was your day? And normally I'm like, same old, just like your kid, same old. And this time I'm like, good, excellent. They're winning. Everyone's happy. It's on fire. And this is what your favorite team winning and dominating can do to your moods. So let's recap Jerry Jones and the 2-0 teams versus the 0-2. Who's done? Who's for real? That's next. Final hour. Sean, nope. What is it, Bobby? What's the name?
Hey,
Bobby
morning,
and everybody.
Sean, RJ, everybody.
That's next. Final hour right here on The Fan.
Everybody, let's get you.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
At the 2, brings Foster Morrow in motion. Tony Jones has it, cuts back, and Tony Jones scores his second touchdown of the game as the cutback works. He cuts it back, takes it in for the touchdown, and that is huge.
And that was one of the games last night, Monday Night Football doubleheader. Final hour, fist pump time on a Tolo Tuesday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt getting it live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Peyton and Rai in the back as Jerry Jones just joined us here on your home of America's team. And we're going to get this doubleheader again next week, and all these games are going to be on ABC national TV.
Yeah, so this is kind of cool. This is just, this is starting this year because of the writer's strike in large part. But for those who have cut the cord and do not have cable.
So because we don't have Hollywood writers making sitcoms and their regular network shows, we're going to get free sports.
Yes, it's trying to offset some of the impact. So what they're going to do is they were going to have select games air on ABC with the rest exclusively on ABC, ESPN. 3 of those would have come when there's a doubleheader. But Monday Night Football will now be on ABC all year long. Okay. So you can watch it on either platform, ESPN or ABC. It'll just be simulcast.
Big victory for the folks who don't have cable or streaming and are using the digital tuners for the antennas. This will save it a little bit.
It will.
So last night the Saints moved to 2-0. By the way, any Jerry recap? Anything you'd like to comment on?
He didn't seem. I got the impression that the red zone was not by design. Like he was like, no, we're not happy with two out of 6.
Okay.
Touchdowns in the red zone. That doesn't mean that it wasn't. I shouldn't say that doesn't mean it wasn't by design. It may have been by design from Mike's perspective, but it sounds like Jerry was like, all right, we want touchdowns there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just the injury stuff. He doesn't sound concerned about Zach Martin. That's good. Sounds like Tyler Smith's trending the right way. So I think all 3 of those being back is a big deal. But he took the angle of it that some of us has kicked around, which is, you had, times on the field the other day where 3 of those guys were missing, and you've played entire games without, Tyler Smith and Brandon Cooks now, and we're still doing what we're doing. So he seemed really optimistic about the idea of we can still get better once these guys get healthy.
All right, let's get to the Monday night games. Of course, Pittsburgh, 2 defensive touchdowns, beat Deshaun Watson and the Browns. Nick Chubb out for the year. Stefanski confirmed that this morning with the horrific knee injury that they didn't even want to show the replay of last night. And in a pretty hideous game, the Saints beat the Panthers. Bryce Young and the Carolina offense not showing up so far. So let's get to 2-0 versus 0-2 with the stat. You don't want to be 0-2. Who's for real, who's not?
0-2 teams since 1990. 31 out of 270 made the playoffs.
Wow.
So it's just under 12%. Cincinnati did last year.
Yep.
They went to the AFC Championship game. 3 of them actually won the title. The Cowboys of 93, the 07 Giants, and the first Brady Patriots title. Those are your 3.
That was the M8 year?
Yes. Now, 2-0 to make the postseason is at 64%.
Okay.
All right. All 6 2-0 teams last year, Buffalo, Kansas City, Tampa, Philadelphia, those all won the division. Miami and the Giants also made the playoffs. So all 6 2-0 teams made the postseason, and there were no ties this year. So that factors into the percentages and such. So are the 2-0, 0-2 teams, or the 2-0 teams playoff contenders or playoff pretenders? Now, this doesn't necessarily mean contenders for the championship, just like, are they playoff contenders? Miami.
Legit.
Yep. That's a legit football team.
As long as Tua is healthy. I told you this is Steve Nash, Mike D'Antoni.
It is.
That's the connection from coach to quarterback, and they arguably are the most fun team to watch in the entire league.
He's goofy, though, man.
McDaniel? I love him.
Just like the awkward running to the ends, at halftime.
That's funny.
It's funny.
He's running away from the camera.
He's awkward, right?
He's awesome.
Baltimore.
Why don't you take this?
I mean, tell me when they're going to acquire a quarterback. So that'll be it. Now, this is just to make the playoffs. Yeah, they could make the playoffs. Now, if it's like a legit Super Bowl contender, no, Baltimore's not.
Yeah, how are you asking this?
Yeah, I mean, this is like, because
did we all three pick them to make the playoffs? I did.
Yeah, I did.
Bobby,
I
even
believe
think
so.
you did.
Yeah.
I think you did.
Yep.
Yeah, they're a playoff team.
Yeah, like they're and you could throw in, you could also add to it, are they a threat to win the conference?
No, they're not.
No.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. I don't think they are.
53.1 QBR for Lamar. He's had his past QBR seasons 83, 67, 56, and 61. 53 to start
so it's a little
this
low.
year. Zay Flowers balling. Odell Beckham, by the way, Cowboy offseason name, left that game injured.
Obviously Cowboys.
And the Ravens, all they do is get injured. I mean, you wanna go ahead and examine a medical staff. Look into that one. What's going on?
Yeah, they get injured quite a bit. Obviously, Cowboys are a contender. Philadelphia.
Sure.
We still on that? Are we still on them?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. Washington.
No. Now, although, you know what? I was just looking this up. I was just, doing some research on stuff because I was curious where Dallas is at. Washington, through 2 games, has the highest percentage of defensive snaps that end in negative yardage. So 17.5% of Washington's defensive snaps end in a loss for the offense.
Wow. Okay.
And so their defense has been pretty good.
Bobby, to keep bringing the coffee.
No, not legitimate.
I agree. I don't think they're legitimate either. Atlanta.
No.
Man.
I watched their offense. Kyle, I love the tweet from Atolo. Is Kyle Pitts generational yet? Bijan has been impressive. More impressive than I thought he was going to be. I got to give that up. He's not Barry Sanders. That was my argument the entire time versus you and Broadus. But no, not Desmond Ridder is not good enough. I like Arthur Smith, but no, they're not legitimate.
Not as Super Bowl contenders, but yeah, I mean, anybody playing in the South could win that thing.
I agree. They're not a Super Bowl contender. I do think they're a playoff contender. Like that's
Well, anyone in the South is a contender to make the playoffs.
Right. Yeah, no, they're not. They're absolutely not a Super Bowl contender. And then Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Atlanta, New Orleans, Tampa Bay, all 3 of those are division contenders. None of them are Super Bowl contenders or conference title contenders to me.
No, not conference title contenders. But I do feel good for Baker Mayfield.
Week what will the Baker Mayfield I don't like to say apology tour, but let's just say apology tour begin?
I mean, I have nothing to apologize for.
No, I'm just saying in general.
Baker versus Garoppolo.
Yeah, so far Baker's outplaying him. I mean, we got to be direct about that, Chop. I've nailed that one so far. Baker outplaying Jimmy Garoppolo.
So here's the Bucs schedule while RJ works on his counter.
66 QBR for Baker, 58 for Garoppolo.
If
66, 58 is actually not that bad. 66 is really, really good.
If they beat Philly this week, will we have a different tune of legitimacy? Philly at the Saints, Lions at home.
It's, again, that same little thing I was just researching about the percentage of negative plays made by the defense. And then I, on the other side, did fewest percentage, like the lowest percentage of offensive plays that end in negative yards. And the only team in the top 5 of both is Tampa.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
So the percentage of plays that end in negative yardage for the opposing offense, the highest number, and the lowest number of plays that end in negative yardage for your team, Tampa Bay is the only team in the top 5 of both.
Wow, yeah, they are actually 8th in the league in efficiency for team efficiency.
And things are bad. It may turn disastrous for the Cincinnati Bengals with this Adam Schefter, Joe Burrow update.
He tweaked it yesterday, and obviously he has not looked right the last 2 weeks. Obviously it impacted him and was a factor in the opener and looked like it was again yesterday. And if he came out of that game and he didn't feel great there, I think it's fair to wonder, is he going to be ready for a week from Monday night against the Puka Nacua, Kyron Williams Rams offense that seems to have just kind of been unbelievable this season. Bengals, Rams next Monday night. Let's see how the Cap responds this week. It's not an ideal situation. I would have thought by opening day it would have been better, wouldn't have been an issue. But clearly he and they just have not looked right through 2 games of the season. Now, saying that, they started 0-2 last year, I believe. And Joe Burrow was like, everybody relax. We're going to be fine.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it might be time to utter a similar message this week.
So there's
Scary.
Schefter with the update. It's not sounding good for Burrow. Now 0-2.
Now 0-2 teams. We'll get rid of Arizona and Chicago off the bat.
You can't
Speak
get rid
on
of the MVP.
Chicago. Speak on the Bears. Your team.
Yeah,
your guy.
They are not making the playoffs. That's just not going to happen at all. I don't know what they're going to do at the quarterback position after this year.
Yeah.
They certainly won't make a change this year, but they are not making the postseason.
Jordan Love. I had this stat somewhere. Here it is. Career games with 3 or more passing touchdowns. Jordan Love 2 in 3 starts. Justin Fields 1 in 27 starts.
Not great,
That's not
Justin
good at all.
Fields.
Fields threw an awful pick 6 the other day.
Terrible.
His clip of having 10 seconds in the pocket went viral when he ended up taking a sack. Someone said maybe the problem is that he goes against the Bears defense and he has 10 seconds in practice, so he carries that over to the real game.
Which, by the way, you mentioned Jordan Love there, leads the NFL in touchdown passes and passer rating.
My guy,
Okay.
my boy.
Okay, so we got rid of those. Minnesota, playoff threat at all?
No.
Denver, playoff threat at all?
No. Hang on, Chop. Speak on Denver. Your other team.
Did I have them in the playoffs?
No, but you said a bounce back.
Oh, yeah.
Russ would definitely bounce back.
I'm actually happy about this one because it shows that Sean Payton is an absolute fraud. All right.
Man, they're talking about this wristband story that came up yesterday. Sean Payton's like, we may have to go back to the wristbands. If you remember, Pete Carroll took a shot at Russ when he left, saying, Geno Smith, if you all notice, he's actually wearing the wristband. There was resistance to that in the past. Yeah. And Russ apparently hates the wristband. Well, they had in and out problems. They had delay of game. They had personnel issues. They weren't getting in and out of the huddle as crisp as your Dallas Cowboys under Mike McCarthy and this new speed and tempo. And Sean Payton's like, we may have to be going back to the wristband. It feels like he just basically told Russell Wilson, don't open your mouth all year long. I'm going to tell you what to do. You're washed. And any chance of a resurgence you have will come from me. Shut up. And you don't talk to the media, and you don't give me any back talk. That's how it feels.
Yeah.
If I were Russ, I would tell Sean that you suck too. Okay, you're a piece of garbage too as a coach. You're the most overrated coach of the last 25 years in the NFL.
Woo!
Everybody puts you in the top 10. Mike McCarthy is as accomplished. Everybody puts him in the bottom third. Sean Payton can. He can kiss my butt for all I care. Okay, I
I'd rather have Sean
stand
Payton
that.
over Russell Wilson though.
I'd rather have Mike McCarthy over both of them. That's what I would rather have.
Sandler hates Sean Payton.
You know what? I hate anybody who wears a visor.
He hates Sean Payton, and he
can't stand the visor.
Jared just texted us, haven't listened all morning. This collapse has paralyzed me. The Rangers collapse has paralyzed Sandler. Just turned it on. Just can't do baseball talk right now. Football's a good distraction. He's in mourning. Sandler's in Ranger mourning right now, but he hates Sean Payton's guts.
Chargers.
Yeah, they could be one of these teams that bounces back.
Yes. Gosh. Every year I get this same.
Every year.
I hate them. There's such frauds.
Here's our upcoming schedule. At Minnesota, home to the Raiders, home to the Cowboys, at Kansas City.
Better win those next two.
Yes.
You better win those next two.
Then you got Chicago and at the Jets, home to Detroit, at Green Bay, home to Baltimore, at New England. Then Denver at the Raiders, Buffalo, Denver, Kansas City. Like there's 5 more losses there.
We said last week, Chargers were one of the teams that couldn't go to 0-2. They did.
But you're not burying them right now.
No, they have a shot, but that's one of those teams that they're in a bad hole right now.
Houston and New England are out. We're ruling them out.
Oh, New England is unwatchable garbage.
What about Cincy?
I think about replacing Belichick if I was Kraft. More on that later. Cincy, they're done. This Joe Burrow thing is going to linger. They're not making the playoffs.
Yeah, they do have 4 very winnable games ahead. L.A. Rams, at Tennessee, at Arizona, home to Seattle. Then it's at San Fran, home to Buffalo. They've got a Houston game, a Pittsburgh game. They got Indy. They got Minnesota. They got another game with Pittsburgh. They still have Kansas City to come in the schedule. Still have Jacksonville. Still have Baltimore on the road.
Man,
all of them on the road.
That's 2 losses in the division, though,
Yeah.
for Cincy. That's tough because that's going to be a tight schedule.
Real quick, most likely 1-1 AFC team. It's easy, right? It's KC, Jacksonville, Buffalo. They're all probably going to make it. What's the most likely NFC 1-1 team to make the play?
Don't waste all your NFL content. We'll just do 2-0.
You want to do 2-0?
Yeah, babe. We got tomorrow. We got a show tomorrow. Around the NFL here on DFW Sports Station. Let's go back inside the Star and praise and celebrate the Cowboys like everyone else in the world is doing with Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com after.
or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. The guys had on Stephen Jones yesterday to talk about the progression of CeeDee Lamb since being drafted and where 88 stands now.
Well, he's just all he's done is get better every year. And as we give him more, he certainly responds with productivity. Obviously, a huge day yesterday for him, and certainly you can see the confidence Dak has in him. But, the great news is we got other weapons on this offense that can step up if they get too focused on any one area. Mike's been just outstanding at utilizing different packages. And, as he said to me when we got in that fourth quarter, he started crossing some things off his game plan that he didn't want to show people yet as we started to feel good about, winning that game and just more worried about salting away clock in the fourth quarter. He was keeping some rabbits in his hat, if you will, that we'll continue to use as we move forward.
Oh, I love that clip so much. Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com is brought to you by WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And Patrick, you wrote about CeeDee after this Jets win.
I did, and I could not be more pleased with what we're seeing from CeeDee Lamb. And Steven put it very accurately and eloquently in that we're seeing just this consistent ascension in this trajectory pointed due north for CeeDee Lamb. And obviously in the post-Amari Cooper era, the questions were, will he step up and be the WR1 for the Cowboys? Hey, that's why you use a first-round pick on the guy in the first place. And he himself said that initially he kind of struggled mentally with taking on that role as far as what came with that. But, towards the back end of that season, he came on strong and really put that crown on his head. And then now you look at what he's doing against defenses like the Jets, who coming into this week's game, was ranked number 3 in the league. He goes out there, ties a career best for 11 catches on 13 targets from Dak Prescott, 143 yards receiving, which was only 8 yards shy of his career best mark of 150 yards. And sets a franchise record as being the first receiver to ever have 4 10-catch games in his first 4 seasons. I mean, he's as advertised and a whole lot more.
He's always been tremendous, but does it seem like his catch radius is even bigger this year? His ability to go up and get the ball is even better this year than in years past?
I think it would look that way visually, but really what it is that the timing between he and Dak Prescott is that much better than it's ever been. If you go back and you look at the film from 2022, and we talk about it all the time, and I'm glad Dak's tired of talking about it because I've been tired of talking about it. But if you look at his interceptions and you look at the ones that were accountable to the wide receivers, and, I think 2 or 3 of them were accountable to CeeDee Lamb, it was a timing issue in where, CeeDee Lamb wouldn't cross face with the safety, or he wasn't in the spot and the timing was off. Well, now you're seeing, and this is one reason Dak Prescott is absolutely scorching the field right now, and the entire league when it comes to third down conversions and third down efficiency, is because the timing is there between Dak Prescott and the receivers, primarily with CeeDee Lamb. So I think what you're seeing is Lamb is hitting those spots that he's supposed to be in when Dak Prescott expects him to be there. And then when it comes to making those catches, I mean, we've seen CeeDee Lamb high pointing these catches and making these spectacular catches since his days at OU. And then you saw he stole the show at the NFL Combine with that one-handed sideline grab. So that's nothing new as far as his catch radius goes. I just think it's a timing issue that's finally as pristine as it's ever been.
Should we be worried about Michael Gallup?
No, I wouldn't worry just yet. I think it's a situation where, again, look at CeeDee Lamb. He had 13 targets. It obviously was a situation on Sunday wherein Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott and Brian Schottenheimer, they took some shots early with CeeDee Lamb, and then they figured out the Jets aren't going to shade him or shadow him with Sauce Gardner, and the Jets are going to keep giving him space. So they started moving CeeDee Lamb around, and until it's broken, don't try to fix it. And that's what I really, really love about this Mike McCarthy system. They're not forcing the issue. They're taking what the defense is giving them. So, yeah, they could have looked at that on Sunday and said, oh, man, we targeted CeeDee 6 times, and it's just the middle of the second quarter. Let's try to mix Gallup in a little more. Let's force the ball to Gallup 4 or 5 times, to make sure that he knows he's a part of the offense. He knows he's a part of the offense. What you should continue to do is what they did, which was find the weak spot in the scheme of the Jets and the unwillingness of them to adapt to CeeDee Lamb, and you just keep turning that screw until the coffin is completely closed.
Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com, every single Tuesday here on 105.3 The Fan.
Pat, I think it's one question to believe about, Michael Gallup's ability and things like that. Is there a question, though, at some point that arises when you say, look, quick strike throws, slant flats, these sorts of concepts that the offense is going to be built around? Gallup has always been a 7, 8, 9 guy on the route tree. Is there at any point where people say maybe square peg, round hole? Like, is this a total scheme fit, though?
That's a fair argument, and I could see that. I mean, I could see myself making that argument. So I'm right there with you as far as it justifiably being a part of the conversation. I think it's just a matter of number one, you're going to need that game breaker that can take the top off, and yes, you have that in Brandon Cooks, but Michael Gallup is more of that physical guy. So when you're going up against the bigger DBs, a lot of these DBs nowadays are more closer to Sauce Gardner's length and width and things like that, and some of these safeties who really are coming downhill trying to take your head off. That's where Michael Gallup's physicality comes into play. So you're going to need that at some point, at several points this season. But it also goes to this Texas Coast offense is just getting started. And that's kind of where I balance it in my mind. Now, if we're having this conversation, in late November and Michael Gallup is still not or still hasn't produced or made an impact in one or several games, then yeah, now the concern is there and we need to start, having that conversation. But 2 weeks in, first week was, inclement weather in New York, and you saw what that did to the offense. And plus, they didn't really need to go on their bag because the defense and special teams took over that game. Now we're talking about the New York Jets, and the offense got going, particularly on that first drive, but it was a heavy dose of Tony Pollard to establish the run, set up CeeDee Lamb, and then set up your young tight ends to have success. And then that's when you found out, hey, they're really not going to cover CeeDee Lamb, so this is going to be CeeDee Lamb's game. But again, Texas Coast offense 2 weeks in, still kind of getting figured out. So could it be square peg, round hole? Possibly, but it's a conversation more justifiable later in the season as opposed to week 3 before we really see what this offense looks like.
I want your opinion on the only nitpick of the week with, some of the red zone stuff, whether you think McCarthy intentionally dialed it back, kept some things in the bag, as Stephen Jones said. Are you a little worried that they won't or that they will need to open it up more in a high-scoring affair in which they aren't killing someone by 20 or 30 points? What's your opinion on this topic?
I think this is one of the reasons that, as far as situational football is concerned, this is one of the reasons that Mike McCarthy took over play calling. I mean, I harken back to the Green Bay game in Jacksonville, and in those post-game press conferences, Mike McCarthy was seething. I mean, he was red as a stoplight because of the fact that the Cowboys were up big and they just didn't manage the clock well as far as their play calling is concerned. And I think we saw a bit of that, particularly in the second half and particularly in the fourth quarter, when you're up big and you can put the other team away, but you're not going into your bag and you're not incessantly throwing the ball and taking those risks. Mike McCarthy felt he had the game confidently in hand and he managed it as such. Now, as far as some of the occurrences in the red zone, I do agree those need to improve. I'm on record as saying that one instance in particular I can point at and say, well, when you're the ball carrier, you got to have better vision. And I'm talking about, first of all, when you're first and goal from the 1 yard line, no excuse to not come away with a touchdown. There's just none. Dak Prescott is physically a unit. He's a specimen. You try at least one QB sneak. I say try it on the first go. If it doesn't work, guess what? You got 2 more chances. But then if you look at the Peyton Hendershot handoff, the blocking to the edge did not develop as he wanted it to. Hendershot's got to put his foot in the ground and turn upfield. And, of course, the argument there is, well, he's a tight end. That's not necessarily his bag. Very, very fair. But you still need to plant your foot and turn upfield. And then maybe from a Mike McCarthy standpoint, maybe that should have been Hunter Lipke. Maybe that should have been Rico Dowdle. So I do believe there's a little bit of trickery there, not necessarily rabbit in the hat type thing, but trying to scheme a touchdown in a situation where you only got 1 yard to go, just bowl forward and get the touchdown and show them that you're bigger than them, you're stronger than them. You had already demoralized them up to that point, and you want to continue to do so. No need to scheme the touchdown there. Hand it off to one of your very capable backs. Hand it off to your rookie fullback. Hell, hand it off to Deuce Vaughn and let him just disappear into the redwoods and reappear in the end zone.
And with you mentioned, just have Dak do a QB sneak. Do you think that they didn't do that because of the score, because it was the Jets, because they're not going to risk injury on a guy in a game that really was never in doubt?
I don't know that I would say that, because historically, how many quarterbacks are injured on QB?
Very few.
Right. So if we were talking about, an RPO option and exposing him in open space to a linebacker playing downhill, safety playing downhill, cornerback coming off coverage playing downhill, trying to get their hits on him, then you make a valid point. You want to, there's risk management there, but a QB sneak from the 1 yard line, that's very, very minimal risk of injury. So I don't think that played into it. I actually don't know why they didn't try to QB sneak there. I thought on 1st and 1, I was in the press box and I was like, QB sneak, QB sneak, QB sneak. Oh, no QB sneak. All right. So just would have loved to see it there. And again, I think it was a situation where Mike McCarthy wanted to maybe try a few things to set up down the season to see, okay, well, this works, this doesn't work. And maybe so when you're up big against the Jets and you want to kind of experiment with some things. But the red zone offense was arguably the only thing that you could truly nitpick. Yeah, you want the throwback from Dak Prescott to Jake Ferguson in the back of the end zone. Great job by Ferg to get off that route. But obviously he wants that throwback that Sauce Gardner almost did a pick six on. But if you look at that throw, there was the one throw he hesitated on to the flat. Every other throw he was just scorching them on, but when he hesitated and then made that throw, Sauce almost made the pick. So I'm glad Sauce dropped it, and it served as a lesson to Dak Prescott. If you're going to get the ball out, get it out quickly. But red zone offense, it needs to improve, and I believe it will.
Thank you, Patrick. Fantastic as always. We'll talk to you on Thursday.
Yes, sir. Talk to you guys soon.
Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com every single week, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. Let's crosstalk with KMC next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
today at ClassicChevrolet.com. Do not wait. In less than 10 days, they all could be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Heim. 4-2 Boston leading. Here's the pitch. Swung on and a ground ball right to Devers. He feeds underhand to second for the out to end the ball game. They had him stationed perfectly, and the game is over. The Red Sox have won it by the score of 4-2.
4 straight losses that happened last night on this radio station with Eric Nadel. Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece, Kevin Hagelin, Mikey Bassick, and Corey Majors. What's coming up?
Well, guys.
Oh, are you trashing the run sheet?
Tell Bobby to keep bringing the coffee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He did shuffle through his paper to make sure it was Bobby's name he had to get to there. That was awesome, though. That was a lot of fun this morning. Mike asked all the football questions at 11:22. It's everybody's favorite segment. Bruce Bochy answers the call at 12:20 today, and we will be asking him who he was mad at. And then in the C block today, Choppy, you are welcome to call in. Yeah.
Or be here.
The top 6 definitive Phil Collins songs, not including In the Air of the Night. 1 o'clock today. So
Genesis or Phil Collins?
Both. We did mix both of them up there a little bit.
Thank you for listening. Well, let's see what Colin Cowherd did. What did he say yesterday?
Colin Cowherd apparently
More about Dwayne Haskins.
says it had nothing to do with Dwayne Haskins. Colin Cowherd was trying to tell the world how tough he is by proving that he is an AC/DC fan.
I'm wondering if I would know the lead singer of Metallica.
Oh, you would if you saw him.
Yeah, I'm sure I would. I know people are scoffing. Jay, how would you know?
You would know.
He's got a distinctive look.
He looked like the leader of Metallica. Yeah, he was.
Well, he's wearing the leather jacket and all that.
I think it's
that
James. What's the guy?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I
was more of an AC/DC.
Oh, really?
Guns N' Roses guy, but I knew of Metallica.
You were an AC/DC guy?
Oh, I loved him. Van Halen, AC/DC is all I listen
Van
to.
Halen is in a different category. But
No, AC/DC, Back in Black.
That was your
Rocky
fire
like
up
a
song?
hurricane. Absolutely.
So do you listen to that driving into the herd on the Friday show?
You guys didn't listen to AC/DC. It is. Who didn't listen to AC/DC?
You didn't
Rocky
listen to
like a
AC/DC.
hurricane, the Scorpions?
It's the Scorpions. It's not AC/DC.
Better
AC/DC
band.
didn't say, rock you like a hurricane.
Scorpions, better band.
You know what? Go.
Nope.
Take a lap.
Nope.
Take a lap.
Don't do this.
Take a
He's
lap.
going to list
He's going to list 100
bands.
people.
I will. I'll list 200, Mike.
Take a lap.
I'm sensing the 5 stages of grief when it comes to this baseball team in here. Kevin,
Why? Just because they've only converted 3 of their last 16 save chances?
Bobby, to keep bringing the
Wait,
coffee.
is that the real number? 3
Yes.
of 16? I know they've got, I wrote it down today, 31 blown saves and 58 attempts for 46% save percentage.
3 of their last 16.
Kevin, I'm trying to figure
This
out.
will be the greatest team in Major League Baseball history with that stat.
Yes.
That's true.
Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, or acceptance. Where are
Oh, I'm into bargaining mode because if you exist in the minor leagues, I'm ready to call you up. I don't give a crap if you just got drafted a couple months ago or not. Let's make things happen.
you? Mike, what stage are you in?
I can't believe that they still have a chance to make the playoffs. I just can't. It's just weird watching it going, no bullpen in the history of baseball is in this position. They're usually a 90 to 100 loss team, but somehow they've won 82 games, and not all of them. They've won 82 games by either great starting pitching, where you didn't really need the bullpen, or you just boat race teams. You got out to a 6 to 10 run lead after 5 innings, and it was a somewhat cruising win. So I asked these guys yesterday, and I guess their percentage was wrong. I said, if the Rangers are winning after 6 innings by 1 or 2 runs, and they do not score the rest of the game, so the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning is a 0 for the Texas Rangers, what's the percentage chance you give the Rangers of winning that game? And they came to 20%.
22.
Wow.
Both said at the same time. We're on the same cycle.
So yesterday, the exact situation happened where Evan Carter, my guy, hits the leadoff triple.
The franchise.
Simeon drives him in. And now, I mean, unfortunately, there is some type of offensive heat here, as in, guys, you got to hit better. But you do go up 2-1. And championship teams, Dodgers, Braves right now are the 2 best teams in baseball by far. they'll close out the majority of those games. I would say 80% of the time they will win those games. They will blow some saves. They're not perfect. But right now the Rangers are opposite, where like if we don't score more like you did against Toronto, those were kind of close games through 5-6 innings.
Yeah,
and then they pulled away, and then there was no pressure to close the game. But when there's been pressure to close the game, they just can't do it.
There's a similarity, because I was trying to think, if they were to actually make the playoffs and go on to win the World Series, would this be the worst bullpen that ever won a World Series? And the answer is probably yes. The Nationals one was really bad a couple years ago. But this team doesn't have Strasburg and Scherzer to go 8 innings every game.
No team with the save percentage has ever won 70 games in a season,
Yeah.
except for the Rangers.
It's wild. Like, they literally should have 120 wins.
Yeah, you could argue if they had, I mean, I don't want to say against the Astros, even though the Astros pen is better, even though they blew their game last night too. But you should, everything else is a 100-win team. The way the starters have pitched this year, it's amazing. In the month of August, who had the best ERA in Major League Baseball from their starting pitchers? The Texas Rangers did. Like, that's amazing to think about the losing streak they went on, how up and down August was. And you're like, yeah, no team pitched better in a starting rotation in all of baseball than the Rangers. And usually when that happens, you have a 20-10 type of, or 23-7 type of month.
You've rotated your ace 3 times this year. DeGrom, Evaldi, Scherzer, back to Evaldi. That's a weird place
now we're
to be.
Montgomery.
Yeah, now Montgomery.
What's Evaldi's pitch count tonight?
I think 90 to 100.
Good.
I mean, the thing is he threw 73 last time. I thought they pushed that way too quickly. It should have been 50 to 60. So they said, screw it. We're going to do whatever we have to do to try to win this game. So I'm assuming tonight is the same situation. If 5 days ago it was like, we don't really care, we got to do whatever we have to do, then I guess you go all the way to 90. Like, that's too quick. Usually it goes 30, 45, 60, 75. This is his 4th start.
He was at 73 the other day, right?
Right, 73 or 76. I thought it was 73, but I could be wrong by a few pitches. But
Drew just sent me this. The Nats currently hold the record after 36 blown saves in the 2021 season. They recently broke a record of 34 blown, held by the 2021 Phillies and the 0-2 Rockies. Washington also
Who set that record again?
Washington? The Nats?
Okay. I just wasn't sure.
Okay.
I might have known some people that would be up for that record too.
You're too focused on sports right now. We're just being childish.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Take
man.
it away. I don't want to be serious about the Rangers. Yeah.
By the way, I'm in an acceptance area, because acceptance area also allows acceptance and hope. And usually I'm in the hope area a lot. You know, like I'm always like, oh man. So that's where I am right now. I've accepted that this team is what it is. We've seen it throughout the season. The bullpen is going to screw things over. You can't win close games. But
we should go out there Friday and just boo our whole section.
I will say
the whole team.
Yeah, boo the Rangers.
Okay.
Like, do that little roll call thing.
What if they're winning?
Well, we copy the Yankees. Let's do the roll call, and we boo each one of the players in section 133.
That's the great thing about playing here, is I was sitting there going, can you imagine if this was opposite? If this was the Boston Red Sox in Fenway with their, like, just say Red Sox are competing for a wild card spot and their bullpen has blown more saves than opportunities. You'd have 40,000 people. I played in Shea Stadium. They would be throwing beer onto the field. They'd be winging those bottles onto the field. And how do I know that? Because I sucked one game enough that they decided to do that.
They threw a bottle at you?
Oh, not bottle. Probably 150. Maybe not directly at me, but onto the field.
Wow. Oh my God.
Like, you're an F and C.
Whoa.
You're a piece of S. I mean, it's not just booing. It is, we want to kill you. If we had machine guns right now, you would not exist
Did you
anymore.
ever feel like physically threatened in public there? Like at a restaurant walking around, someone's
No,
like,
because
classic, you suck.
Usually in those situations, I think the people that hate you don't really come up to you. It's the people that are the super fans.
Yeah.
The ones that think Dwight Powell's Wilt Chamberlain. Those are the ones that will come up to you and be like, oh man, it's so great to meet you. This is that, you know, and so you're like, wow, all right, this is really cool. You're a really nice person.
On the flip side, if one of our pitchers throws 5 innings and gives up 4 runs, people will stand up and clap for them once they're done with their day.
Quality start. Almost quality start.
Mike,
Almost.
Mike, were you Were you in Oakland the night the Frankie Francisco thing happened?
No, they decided I wasn't good enough.
Oh, damn it.
Is that 07?
No, it was 04.
Right.
I think Doug Brokel, from what I understand, he caused the start of that situation, and Frankie got too extreme on it.
Just threw a chair in there, Kevin Hagelin
But I
style,
was
going
with
WWE.
I was with Brokel in Oklahoma City that year some, and I remember we were in Omaha, Nebraska. And
Omaha!
I don't know. It felt like, because that was old Rosenblatt Stadium. There's like 25,000 seats there, and it felt like 3 people were at the game. It was probably 1,000, but when you're in that big of a stadium.
I feel like I can talk about this real quick since Mike's in here, but he informed me yesterday Winning Time got canceled.
Did you watch the last episode?
No. I know. Mike told me it ended.
It is something.
With the Celtics winning the championship.
It's the greatest thing as a Laker hater that could ever happen.
And the Boston fans are like, see? We're like meant to be. I was really disappointed they canceled it.
But Doug Brokel.
We talked about that a month ago.
There's a kid and a dad just saying, hey, can we have your autograph? He goes, no, and F you.
In Winning Time?
No, Doug Brokel. He was still trying to finish
in
his
Omaha.
story.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Dang, that's sad.
And it was just amazing
John is
to
done
me.
with your
And so
story.
I think that was a similar situation with Brokel in Oakland, and then that led to Frankie Francisco taking a bullpen chair and slinging it into the stands at the people.
He was trying to give it to somebody so
Jenny
that they could
Bueno,
defend
man.
themselves, right?
And then
Trying
for
to think
you,
of
Sean,
Galloway's nickname for
on Winning Time,
Yeah,
then they
let's go
go
back and forth.
Then they go, but don't worry, then all this other cool stuff happens that we can't show you.
Man, did you watch it?
Yeah.
Did you like it?
I mean, I like the show a
Are you
lot.
surprised it got canceled?
No.
Why?
Because, I mean, we brought this up in Crosstalk a month ago. The guy who wrote the book and helped create the show,
Jeff Pearlman?
yeah, he was like, hey, will you guys please watch more? Because nobody's watching. And so I was like,
but, not surprised from that aspect. Are you surprised that it just didn't get enough viewership, content-wise?
no, just because I don't think the pop culture figures are there for that show this many years later. Like, we talked about this. If they did the Shaq and Kobe show, I think that would do better because of how relevant they are in pop culture compared to like Bird and Magic for younger people.
All right, let's have the fellas take over. See if they can get you out of this Rangers funk after losing 4 straight. It's the KMC Masterpiece. Next on 105.3, Bobby and everybody.
Hey, good morning, Sean, RJ, everybody.
Always a welcome sign.
Really mad at Sean and RJ.
Why?
And Bobby. Because now I'm at a point when I get emails and people are like, hey, would you like to have this guest on the show? Now my research is like, I doubt everything now, Kevin. I doubt everything. I almost had Barry Bonds for Mike.
Right.
It would have been the greatest moment ever for Mike and us.
I don't feel like it.
Well, it would have been awesome, Mike. But now, like, I got every week I get an email and I'm like, ooh, I do want that guest. And then I got to like really research it and everything. And it's their fault. So maybe they did win, Kevin. Maybe they ultimately did win, because now from now on, I have to deal with, do I really want to go down this rabbit hole to figure out if this is a real person or not? So I'm kind of mad about this because I like this potential guest that we could have on. We'll see. All right, back to you, Kevin.
Wow.
Start the show.
Okay.
I love Sean
wasn't
and RJ,
sure
by the way.
if you're just mad at
Great
RJ
morning
because
show.
of the Phil Collins.
Oh,
deep
no.
dive that
I think he's
made
going to
you do.
agree with us. I think he's going to agree on my list. I think he will.
All right, 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Phil
He
Collins?
says that In the Air of the Night, In the Air Tonight is not Phil Collins' greatest song.
Or even that
Or
high,
even in the
right?
top 5. So at 1 o'clock today, we will play my definitive top 6 list.
Are you going to call Choppy dumb?
We will call Choppy dumb.
Oh, no.
But we will also give him a big old hug later.
There's also, I can already tell, is an omission.
Ooh, we'll talk about it in just a minute because it might be the one I know of that
I like the idea that Corey is going to crap on Chaffee, and then Reggie's going to be like, "Here's why your list is stupid."
No, I think I
go in a circle.
I can get it.
All right, so Tony Romo asked a very basic question at the end of the game on Sunday. He was talking about, because I know Nance is trying to get him all fired up about, does this feel different? Is this, he's like trying to get him to say, hey, they're going to win the Super Bowl, right? And Tony Romo said, I definitely feel like the excitement has grown from week 1 to week 2. I know the way we like to pick things apart, so that was going to be my question for y'all, 877-881-1053. Did your Cowboys excitement grow from week 1 to week 2? Because week 1 felt like it was just about as perfect as it could have been. And week 2, you stomped the Jets.
So you're saying post win?
Yeah.
My excitement now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I didn't really know what to think of the first game because there were so many other things that were involved, like the weather, for one. All right.
Yeah.
The fact that the offense didn't really get a good opportunity to roll things out, like that one was one of those. Okay. So seeing them play against a very talented defense and seeing the Cowboys defense do it again, and I know Daniel Jones and Zach Wilson aren't good quarterbacks. I think
there's the next one or the next one.
Yeah, Damon Amendola is out there right now saying Sam Howell's already better than Zach Wilson. And you're probably right about that, Damon. Thanks, man.
Oh.
But whenever I look at the quarterbacks they've played so far, this Cowboys defense should have this kind of a record right now. They actually should have one less touchdown. So it should be probably 3 points. That's about as much as the Cowboys should have given up so far. So, but that's the exciting thing. We know this Cowboys defense is for real. We've been waiting to see it unleashed. We've been waiting to see if Gilmore still has it, which it was kind of a tough game for him this week.
That was a tough game.
We've been waiting to see the next iteration of Micah and how that thing does across the front. So, yeah, Kevin, my excitement level is now at the point of I feel every single week that my defense can go into the game and be dominant. I still have some thoughts on the offense. But, we'll see those as they go along. That could be it. When we look at the end of the season, Kevin, when we look at the playoffs, we might look at it as still there was this problem with the offense, but the defense was great. Just like we look with the Rangers and we say the bullpen was always a problem and we always knew it and we never fixed it.
And if the quarterback thing is an issue, like I hear that about the first 2 quarterbacks they're going to play, and then take a look who's after that. Is it Dobbs this week and Jones after that?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't feel like anyone's going to believe in that. Brock Purdy, a lot of potential there, and he's, I guess, to be determined.
But didn't Dobbs have a good game against the Cowboys when he against Tennessee last year? Am I wrong about that, Kevin?
I mean,
I know the Cowboys were in that
It was
weird.
so memorable, we all forgot.
Yeah, but I don't feel like anyone will be like, well, watch out. So then my question was going to be, how many really, really good quarterbacks do you think the Cowboys match up against this whole season? Like Hurts, Allen, and then I don't know how people feel about Purdy and Herbert. I feel like those can shift from week to week. Tua, that's...
You pointed it out, Kevin. Your meat of the season that you brought up last week or the week before, your meat of the season is probably the most impressive meat because of the quarterbacks you have to deal with and just the teams in general with the Eagles, Bills, Dolphins, and Lions all in that one stretch there.
And the feedback is fascinating. From the 469, my enthusiasm shrank because I was told that the Cowboys would shut out the Jets.
Oh, and Mike was like, hey, they're pitching 3 straight shutouts,
I
boys.
do get
I'm
that.
furious with the Cowboys.
You can see it on his
What's their
face right now.
How could you let Zach Wilson run for like 30 yards right before
In those
halftime?
2 plays? That one pass to Garrett Wilson, I definitely admit. I was like, come on, dude. Is from the 214. The Jets are supposed to be an elite defense. We scored 30 on them. From the 214, it's an Eagles Tolo, and they admit this is the most balanced Cowboys team that they've seen, and so that's scary. And so it feels like people are enthusiastic. And then for the 325, is 30 points not a good offensive performance? And like I hear what they're saying. That's one of the tough things about if you just, I'm not saying this person did that, but if you just look at the box score, right? Because you're like, hey, you scored 30 points, rock on. But we broke this down yesterday. There was 4 consecutive possessions where you scored a field goal, and 2 of them you took over inside the Jets' territory. You would like to see more out of that. But I agree, 70 points in the first 2 games. You're like, awesome. 10 points given up in the first 2 games. Awesome.
Half of those are field goals, and that's fine.
And from the 9-4-9, excited to see them play against a well-rounded quality opponent. And here's the tough part that comes about that. I don't think there's anything the Cowboys will realistically do in the next 2 weeks that will convince people who don't believe, right? Because you have the Cardinals and the Patriots. What's going to happen in those games that you're going to be like, you know what? Now I see it. I didn't see it in the first 2 games. Now I see it. You're going to be like, those are junk opponents.
Mm-hmm.
And then you play against the 49ers. And that's where you have the possibility to.
That's where you get to decide what the season is, a failure or success.
Well, I'm not going to say that, but that's where you might change some people's minds. In the meantime, the key thing that the Cowboys are doing, and Mike talked about this a few weeks ago, is you have to be winning early in the season, and you see a very clear path still to get to 4-0.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's why I'm excited, is because you played a team that a lot of people thought was an inferior opponent, and you smoke them. And you've done that both weeks. And so my Cowboys excitement level is definitely going up because if nothing else, you're 2-0.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Somebody said they called their shot and said Micah and the defense would lead us to the promised land. He stands by the shot.
I mean, it's looking like a good shot.
And that's not like quite the same as a Geno shot that you're calling there.
Sure.
But even still, you're saying promised land, a place where the Cowboys haven't been in 30 years. So like that's where you're like, okay. That's a
28,
close
Corey.
enough
It's
to
only
30.
28.
Go ahead and just add the 2 years.
Okay.
It feels like you've added 2 years to my life, or took away 2 more years of my life. I do kind of like the people that are in this. Like, no, it hasn't changed anything about my excitement level. I do like that percentage of, hey, there's a lot to be done, but it started off exciting. 40-0 is a great way to start a season.
Yeah.
And then to go ahead and add 30 to that and still have a very dominant defensive performance is fantastic as well.
I see some people sending in stuff that I won't be excited until the NFC Championship game, which I understand that. That is not how I view the season, but I'm going to throw out a couple of things to maybe change your mind for the historic start to this season. Dallas has now won 9 straight home games. That's the most home games they've won since they won 11 straight across the 1991 and 1992 seasons.
Okay.
Now, Corey, what happened in the 1992 season?
I'm pretty sure they went to the Super Bowl.
Toronto Blue Jays won it all.
Oh, was that Joe Carter?
Or was it Joe Carter 93?
Okay, I can't remember.
But Toronto, but more importantly, yes, the Cowboys not only made it to the Super Bowl, they won the Super Bowl. Dallas has outscored its opponents by 60 points in the first 2 games. That's the second best in franchise history. The only one better, the 1968 Dallas Cowboys. They went 12-2. So, I mean, I've got more. But my point is, it's been a long time since you've seen some of these numbers.
What's the number that Mickey pointed out yesterday? I believe Isaiah pointed this out yesterday as well. The Cowboys defensive players played 42 snaps or 45
something like that.
47.
Mike? Okay, 47. Thank you, Mike. And everybody's looking at that number going, that's insane.
Yeah.
That they were that dominant and only had to play that many snaps, and they were fresh waves coming right at you. And so my point here is, Kevin, can you imagine if you're able to, because you're running the ball this way, it's kind of like you're starting pitching. They're able to go 8-9 innings. Your offense is able to do enough so that by the end of the season, your bullpen's not worn out. What's your bullpen? It's the Cowboys defense, the Cowboys pass rush, the Cowboys ability to get after the quarterback. That's what's essentially going to win you the games. And essentially with the Rangers, it's your bullpen should be winning you games late in a season, but the Cowboys might be able to rest, be able to keep their team in a very comfortable place all season long. So at the end of the year, Kevin, can you imagine 47 plays next week against Arizona and how fresh their legs are still going to be?
Actually, I kind of can.
That's what Mike McCarthy's done with the offense. Is he's like, I'm keeping those dudes fresh.
It might be less. There is a small chance that Arizona at halftime comes out and their coach says, we quit.
Did you see? Okay, to that point, we'll
move on to next week.
It's actually more about last week, but do you know how long the Jets had the ball in Sunday's game? Like in terms of time of possession?
Was it 20 minutes?
Less.
17 minutes?
17 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah.
And you might be like, okay, that feels really low. Give me some perspective. I'm glad that you said that. The Cowboys held the ball for 42 minutes and 15 seconds. That was the second highest total ever for a regular season game in franchise history. The last time, the only one better, happened in 1983. It's been 40 years.
I was 2 at the time.
Since they had a team that held the ball this long on offense. And that is obviously a testament to the offense's ability to salt the clock away, like we talked about yesterday. But clearly, a lot of the reason for that is the defense smashing out 3-and-outs, getting turnovers and everything like that. Like, that is an incredible statistic right there. And that gives me a lot of reason for hope. Now, could that hope be derailed against Arizona or New England? For sure. But you're 2-0, and you've looked dominant so far in those 2-0.
For the 817, I'm always excited because football gives me a reason not to drink myself to death because the Rangers haven't done anything for 100 years.
Hey,
this is the dichotomy of being a fan in DFW.
We specifically
did I use that right?
We specifically didn't start the show with the Rangers, all right? To avoid just that exact problem, all right? That's why from the 214, that's what I'm talking about today. Thanks for being more positive, Kevin. You're welcome. Is we specifically avoided the Rangers just so we wouldn't have to talk about that. Now, I can only avoid that until baseball nuggets, and I feel like inevitably we have to deal with the problems that the Rangers have had. And then at 12:20, we'll talk with Bruce Bochy. But for now, how about we just talk football?
Mike, which quarter are you predicting Trey Lance starts for the Cowboys against this week?
He won't be active, but Cooper Rush will play the majority of the fourth quarter.
All right, I like that.
I think that's fair.
Gosh, you think they're going to blow them out that bad? Yeah. They've been competitive 2 weeks in a row now. Now they've lost, but they've been competitive.
Yeah,
Who they played?
They played Washington, who is undefeated in the so far, and the Giants, who's 1-1.
Yeah.
I mean, because they lost to the Cowboys. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
I'll be disappointed if the Cowboys aren't up by 20 at halftime. I think that's a disappointment.
At some point this week, I want your real point spread on this game. Like if you were setting
to bet for the Cardinals,
is it 20.5?
I think so. I think if you put this spread at 20.5, but I still don't think I would want to bet on the Cardinals. To bet on the Cardinals and feel like I have a great chance would be 27.5.
Wow. Well, there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, just how much trouble are the Bengals and one of their fans in? And if you haven't heard the story about the fan, it's incredible. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this club.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable, accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
So now the Buccaneers are going to have to overcome 3rd down and long, 3rd down and 14. Need to reach the 18-yard line to hang on to the ball. Empty backfield. Mayfield takes a low snap. Looks upfield. Goes a fade route toward the sideline, toward the end zone. Caught ball. Touchdown Tampa Bay. Mike Evans with another huge grab. Fire the cannons. The Bucs score a TD.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where sometimes audio gets labeled incorrectly.
Is it the best A&M player ever, Mike Evans?
Oh, man. I'm trying to take my personal bias out of this because every part of me knows that he's
Reggie
better
McNeil.
than Dat Win.
Oh, okay.
I love Dat Win so much.
Yeah, but he wasn't like in the NFL. He was good.
Yeah.
I still remember Kevin a day. I walked into the locker room.
Miles Garrett will be.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
that's
yeah.
true.
So
I remember walking into the locker room and seeing Dat Win sitting there, and he was looking at his knee and talking to Mickey. And I think Mickey asked something along the lines of, "So, like, when are you going to play?" And he goes, "Yeah, I'll be out there this week." And his knee was the size of a basketball. I was like, "How are they going to get him ready? There's no way." And he went out there and fought, dude. That's what he was.
Now, this segment actually is about the struggles of the Cincinnati Bengals. Don't be fooled by the mislabeled audio, okay? Don't worry about that. It's because I know everyone's like, hey, 0-2, who's the best 0-2 team? I want to focus in on one specific team and then talk about an incredible bit of fandom that went very, very wrong this past weekend. Is the Bengals are 0-2.
Oh, man, that's
Joe Burrow hurt his calf again. He was like, hey, I'm going to wait and see how the next couple of days go, and then we'll figure it out. Zach Taylor is infuriating Bengals Twitter. Just how much trouble do you think the Bengals are in? Or are you like, hey, this is their bit. This is what they do. They start 0-2, they overcome, and they'll be okay.
By the way, Von Miller is another name that was tossed out there.
I could see that.
I'm more concerned than I think I've been in a while for the Bengals, Kevin. In that, yes, the injury exists. This is a third season now with all similar players, similar coaching, similar model, right? And so my concern there is that they figure out what these guys like to do, and now they've said, okay, this is how we stop it. And they need to adjust. Like, they need to figure out. Zach Taylor has to figure out how to adjust his offense and be more. They love to go downfield with Jamar Chase. They love to go downfield to T. Higgins. And you're seeing these plays, Kevin, on the highlights. This is where their failures are right now because they're covered well. So I'm wondering if they need to say, okay, very similar to what Patrick Mahomes did, very similar to what the Cowboys were experiencing. They're using this coverage deep on us. We have to learn how to expose that up underneath and be able to execute long drives without mistakes. That's what I think that when I'm watching the Bengals, that's where their failures are, and that's what they need to do a little bit better. So it's all about the adjustment. I think that they can. They've adjusted before.
They'll be fine.
You think so?
Yeah.
Even with Burrow?
Yeah.
So
I think he's going to get healthier as the season progresses, and I don't think they're going to go last year 12-4 because they didn't get to play the Buffalo game. I think they'll be 10-7 though, and be a wild card team. So
Okay.
I will say they're not going to be as good as last year.
Because the stat that I know that scares everybody is 0-2 teams and how they fare after that, right? So since the NFL went to 7 playoff teams in each conference in 2020, only one of the 23 teams that start the season 0-2 made the playoffs. But that team was last year's Bengals.
Okay.
So I can see how if you're the Bengals,
You're like, this is our thing, man.
you're not that concerned
We're a
about
second
it.
half team.
I guess so. But also, there are reports floating around that, because Jamar Chase has already talked about, I need to be patient, wait for my spot and everything. There are reports going around that the Bengals have dialed back their playbook to prevent a re-injury to Joe Burrow. And then he ended up tweaking his calf again anyway.
Yeah, after the big money too, dude.
And so there was a lot of people who are like, you shouldn't practice, you shouldn't do anything until you get that contract. So I totally hear what you're saying, Mike. I guess my question is, do you think there's any chance that, like, he's retweaked it now?
There's a chance.
Is that they'll be too far back by the time he's like fully able to be Joe Burrow again?
I have to go look at their schedule versus Baltimore's schedule versus Cleveland's schedule, because Cleveland just lost Nick Chubb for the year. So now Cleveland, I know that Cleveland already beat Cincinnati in the home game, but Cleveland beat Cincinnati last year in Cleveland.
Yep.
So it's a good question, but I lean to, without doing research, I lean towards Cincinnati. Joe Burrow's that good. When quarterbacks are this good in the NFL, he's the number 2 quarterback in the NFL, and I don't think that's debatable after last year. Now, with injury, it changes, but if you have the second best quarterback in the NFL, you usually win 10 or more games a year.
Okay. Now, the question then pivots to who's in more trouble, the Bengals or this Bengals fan? Now, I'm going to play you some audio. I'm going to give you a vague description of what happens and let you potentially enjoy the rest of it. Is a Bengals fan is arrested. Didn't entirely know at the moment what the incident was, but he's down on the ground by security, and they handcuff him.
Yeah.
All right? Those are important things to know because he ain't done trying to battle back.
Did you miss him run into the beer car back there, dude? He ran on the field. Is that what happened? Oh! Oh! Oh my God! Oh my God! I just saw that.
So the guy filming is clearly very fired up. What happens is he's in his Bengals overalls because
there are some sweet looking overalls.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, not as cool as Travis Hunter's giraffe costume on social media yesterday. We have to do a battle of the outfits when he just casually is like, that's part of football. I lacerated my liver in his giraffe outfit, which is insane. But he headbutts another fan. And that fan just drops to the ground, at which point some security people are putting him in chokeholds. They're trying to pull him away. It looks like they have about 4 people on him.
Yeah. I saw this video. It was a Browns fan that got hit.
I believe that is correct.
In the face there, and
so we're going back to last week.
Yeah, and I do believe there's a moment, Kevin, where that Browns fan says something along the lines of "Have fun in jail, buddy," or something like that, and like he was antagonizing the dude in handcuffs, thinking for sure that the dude in handcuffs who had done wrong was taken care of. And dude in handcuffs just says, I got this. These cops don't know this is coming. Now he has assault on him, though, right? Like that's an assault charge in addition to running out onto the field for losing. And I just think that's a terrible decision on this guy's part. It was a classic, very good. It was textbook, Kevin.
The guy's sunglasses flew off, and then he tipped over in slow motion almost.
Because he fell into about 8 people.
And it looked like he was going to catch himself, but then he most definitely did not. So do you think this fan I think Mike's feeling okay about the Bengals. Do you feel like this fan is in more trouble than the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yes, I do. Because like that, you're not having to pay fines right now, and your owner's not having to sell the team and all this stuff yet. But like so I feel like that fan, I feel like this particular fan is in more trouble because the assault charge that he's going to have to deal with, that's on your personal record, Kevin. I don't know if you remember, but whenever we were in school, in elementary school and middle school and everything, our teachers would tell us this goes on your personal file. And you were like, this is going to haunt me forever. But that didn't. This will haunt him for a while, or it could get him some love around Bengalstown.
Sometimes if you get arrested as a juvenile, they'll wipe it off your record when you become 18.
Okay.
You did that? I don't.
Yes.
Okay.
Did you have to go sit down with the judge and then them tell you we will wipe this off your record? Or did you just get a letter that said, all right, since you haven't stolen anything recently.
Or
gotten caught stealing.
That is a good question. No, not stolen anything. If you don't know that, because listeners all the time, when I was in middle school, I got arrested for shoplifting. And I remember very distinctly, because I grew up in Garland, one of the cops was like, oh, where do you go to school? And I said, Jackson Middle School. And he goes, hell, that figures. And I wanted to like be mad about it. And I thought, he's got a good point.
I mean,
I did just get arrested. So he's got a good point.
Or caught. You got caught.
Yeah. I don't remember how that part played out. I just know I had to do a whole bunch of community service.
Okay.
So, like, I ended up picking up, not like in a jumpsuit or anything, but I ended up picking up a bunch of trash. And, like, I remember we did some stuff at a ranch at some point. We were, like, cleaning out brush and everything like that. So, once I completed my community service, they said it would be expunged off of my record when I turned 18.
I will say, oh, man, Kevin, I guess there's another fan that's in more trouble.
Is it the Patriots thing?
Yes.
Okay. What are the details on that? Because I know they said a person was found dead at the stadium, but I didn't know anything beyond that.
All right. They found a father of two died after an incident at the Patriots game. He was punched in the face and knocked unconscious by a Miami Dolphins fan, according to a witness.
No.
He was treated at the scene by EMTs and rushed to a hospital. Apparent medical event, but was pronounced dead shortly before midnight. They say he got punched and then he hit his head on the concrete.
Oh, that's true.
And Kevin, to add to this, I know I just saw a video of a lady punching a guy at the Steelers game last night, and then he hit her back, and then it hits the everybody tries to fight in this. And then I know I saw a video of Jets fans and Cowboys fans in a massive fight. I just don't understand it. What are we doing here? Why are we going to stadiums to get in fights? They're on the field. Let them take care of that part. Y'all stay out of these fights out in the stadium. This doesn't make any sense, man.
Is it the mix of alcohol and sports just creates tension or extremism?
It's the trash talk, right? Yeah, the alcohol, and then you're trash talking, and a guy's losing, his team's losing out on the field, so he thinks he gets a victory by knocking somebody out, and then you knock somebody out, and now you're probably going to be in prison for the rest of your life because you killed somebody.
Oh, man. They said that fan, his wife said that he had been a Patriots season ticket holder for 3 decades, and she jumped in pretty much what you were just saying, Corey. I just don't understand why people have to go to that extreme. Why can't it just be fun? That's all it's supposed to be, is a fun family event. I just feel like we probably departed from that a while ago. Like, I'm with you. Sports is fun. You always say sports is the dessert.
Yeah, it's the toy section, dude.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of people departed from that a long time ago. And this is like live or die. It affects your mood.
Yeah.
Clearly, it's going to affect some of these people's freedom.
Yeah, and I guess I've never let it affect me that much that I want to get into a fight about it with somebody. But I've never been in that situation. I care passionately about my team. All right, I really do. I care passionately about my team. But I'm going to let them handle that stuff out on the field. I don't need to get into an argument with somebody. Although I did have a great moment, Kevin, where I was at a Cowboys and Washington game. All right, and we're sitting there behind it. And the two dudes in front of us both had Cowboys gear on, and their girlfriends each had Washington gear on.
Oh, dear.
Early in the game, the Washingtons scored, Kevin, and they started cheering. The girls started cheering, and the husband or boyfriend looked at her and goes, "It's going to be a long walk home for you today." And I was like, oh, my God, this is great. Cowboys eventually won that game anyway, and so everybody seemed happy by the end of it.
And somebody asked this question from the 360. I can ask my mom. Did you have to pay a lawyer to get it expunged from your record? I don't think so, because I think the deal from the judge was if you do all this community service, it won't be on your record as an adult.
Okay.
At least, I mean, that was a long time ago.
Service.
My mom will probably remember. And then somebody goes, community service is great when you find someone who gives you 4 hours for every one you work. That definitely was not what I went through.
Oh, okay.
I remember that. He was like, all right, 1.2 hours. And I was like, oh, man. But it's fair. I shouldn't have done that.
That's a fact.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time. We avoided it as long as we could. It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
If the Rangers played high school games like I did at Duncanville, they're only 7 innings long. What would their record be?
Oh, man.
Next.
This is Shane Mullen with Mullen & Mullen Injury Law Firm. I don't have a funny nickname or a silly TV spot. What we do have is over 40 years experience helping injured North Texans and consistent top results year after year per topverdict.com. Call for a free consultation. 214-INJURED, mullenandmullen.com.
All right, guys, if you're struggling to peel off the visceral fat, if you're looking to put on muscle mass and you've hit a plateau, whether you're on
to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget Friday, Texas Rangers game. It's a 105.3 The Fan takeover in Section 133. If you want to be with us in 133, Rangers.com/133. If you can't get tickets there, you know where we'll be. So there'll be hosts galore. We'll be partying it up. Come see us. Come hang out. But most importantly, check first to see if you can still get tickets to be in the same section as us on Friday.
I'll be there.
Me too.
My whole family is going to be there.
My whole family will.
I've requested 64 tickets.
Do they understand what they're in for? Because it's not a normal
Not a
baseball
clue.
game in there.
My boys do. But Lucy this morning, I was like, hey, Friday we get to go to the Ranger game. And she was like, I told her this morning that we were going to talk to Bruce Bochy at 12:20. And she was like, who's Bruce Bochy? And I explained, and she goes, we went to the Ranger game. And I was like, yes, we did. And I said, and we're going Friday. And she's very excited. I don't think she has a clue. I don't think Adrian has a clue. The boys, they got to see it a little bit last night because they kept shooting out to the section to kind of get a visual of it.
It was great being there. That's the first time I've ever been at a Ranger game when Section 133, really, I think that's Section 132 next to it, because it was kind of two sections.
Yeah.
Were really alive, and it was pretty amazing. It did feel a little like in that area winter ballish, and what I mean by that is kind of more of a Latin feel to the game where you're getting a lot of cheering, or maybe not that I've ever been to a soccer game professionally, and I have no clue how it happens at FC Dallas, but
Yes.
it's like a
Very
lot
similar.
of chanting, a lot of group type of cheering. And it was really fun. In fact, driving home last night, Jared Sandler's doing the post-game show. Believe it or not, most Ranger fans weren't happy after last night's game. So obviously he's taking quite a few phone calls of frustrated Ranger fans. And one guy called in. He said, hey, I just wanted to tell you, Jared, how much I like you and all this stuff. But I was in Section 133, and it was the most fun I've ever had at a Major League Baseball game in my life. So if you want to join us on Friday night versus Seattle, and I'm going to try to be positive here. Maybe this just all comes down to the 7 games against Seattle. Maybe that's what we have to hope for. Maybe that these Boston games kind of don't mean anything. I hate saying that because we know they do. I just don't think there's any way to catch the Astros, even though the Astros petered one away last night, too.
Man, they have been spiraling.
So they came back, and then they had a 2-run lead going into the 9th, and they gave up 3 runs in the 9th inning to lose their game. So does that help out the Rangers? I guess so. It doesn't matter. If the Rangers don't win, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
You know, those teams will eventually win a few games, because when you play Seattle, you can't hope Seattle loses. You actually have to beat them. Now, that being said, the Rangers did go to the Toronto and win 4 out of 4. So I don't know how that happened.
I don't know either.
That's the weird thing about this team right now. In the biggest games, the 4 against Toronto, excluding, I guess, the ones against Houston where you lost all those, when you got to the Toronto series and you're like, hey, if you don't win 2 of these, you're probably finished. And Toronto will run away with this, and you're now just looking at Seattle. Well, then the Rangers run off 4 in a row there. Now they've run off 4 in a row the wrong way now.
Yeah.
But I think that Section 133 could be a lot of fun for one of the last Ranger games you can attend. Obviously, Friday, Saturday, Sunday against Seattle, that's it. Those games will mean so much. The Rangers need to win 2 of those games to hold the tiebreaker, but they need to win 2 of those games anyways.
Just because.
If Seattle wins the series Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, let's just say they don't sweep. Seattle wins 2 out of 3. You've probably put yourself in a position going on that road trip of you're going to need help. You can't do it yourselves now. You're going to have to hope that other teams lose. Toronto loses whoever they're playing, New York or Tampa at the end of the year. So this is a situation going to last night's game where it's just, in a weird way, I hate saying this, guys, and I'll let you take over here. You know it's about to happen. Yeah. And there's nothing you can do to stop it. There's nothing. We'll talk to Bochy here at 12:20. There's nothing Bochy can do. He's tried walking people. It doesn't work. He's tried pitching people. It doesn't work. He's tried pitching Leclerc. He's tried pitching Will Smith. He's tried pitching Chris Stratton. He's tried pitching Brock Burke. He's tried pitching Jose Hernandez or Johnny Hernandez. He's tried pitching Chapman. He's tried pitching Spees. He's tried pitching Garrett Anderson. He's tried pitching Josh Spores. He's tried name it, because I heard somebody yesterday go, why doesn't he do something different? I'm like, literally, he's tried 10 different people in this situation for a whole season. None of them have shown the ability to consistently come through in the situation. Now, you can't do this because of 40-man roster and stuff. I guess if you wanted to, all the AA guys went home. If you want to call them all up and say, tomorrow you're on the Texas Rangers and all the Texas Rangers are off the team, you could do that. But Frisco didn't win the Frisco championship, the Texas League championship, the Frisco championship. I guess they won that. They beat the Frisco.
Let's go!
Whoever plays in that Dr. Pepper Hockey Center or whatever there. But
it's the Star Center.
Yeah. But anyways, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I asked a question yesterday to you guys. You said there's only a 20% chance the Rangers win if they're up by a run with 9 outs to go and don't score anymore.
I stand firm. If you did this 4 more times, they might be able to win once.
And are you the same way, Corey?
0%.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I've given up on that. That's why I'm in acceptance that it is what it is. But hopeful that something can change, that a Jordan Montgomery can go 9. You know, like that's where my hope is or the hitters will keep us out of 1-run games.
And that's what they did in Toronto. As the games were close and they ended up winning them by quite a bit. 6-2, I think, was the closest score in Toronto, if I'm remembering that series right, is when the Rangers couldn't score more runs in the bottom of the 7th, when they couldn't score more runs, obviously they lost the lead at that point 4-2. They went down 1-2-3 in the 8th. Is you kind of can't win those games. You have to do what you did in Toronto, and you have to be leading after 6, and then you have to add another 2 to 6 runs in the game to make sure that there's not a lot of pressure in the last 9 outs of the game for the bullpen. And if you put it in that, if you give the bullpen a 4-run lead with 9 outs to go, they will do a pretty good job. They will usually hold on to that lead. In fact, they'll look really good. And then we're at the end of the year. Then we'll do things like, hey, has the bullpen turned it around? The bullpen in the last 13 innings hasn't given up any runs, right? And we do that.
I've fallen victim to that multiple times.
And we try to go, well, those innings were the exact same as up 2-1, up 4-3 in the 7th, up whatever by 1 or 2 runs in the 7th, 8th, or 9th inning. I don't know what this team's ERA is, but it can't be under 6. It just feels like, I have no clue what the real number is. If they are up by 1 run in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, and you have to pitch that inning, I wonder what the team's ERA is in that situation.
So I wanted to focus on just the 8th and 9th inning, and this feels like such a damning statistic, is when leading after 7 innings, the Rangers have lost 11 games this year. You should be able to have gotten back at least 9 of those. Let's say you lose 2 or 3 after the 7th inning. It happens. Let's say you converted 9 of those. You would be ahead of the Astros by 7.5 games, and you would be free and clear for the number 2 seed and a bye in the first round. Same thing if you want to lower it. Hell, let's say you only won 5 of those games. You would still be ahead by 3.5 games. You would feel pretty good going into it. It is astonishing since August 13th, the Rangers have had 16 save chances. They have converted 3. 3 of 16.
How in
That's
the
good,
world
man.
they're still in the playoffs right now?
It's amazing.
I have no clue, because we've done this multiple times. They're not going to save 50% of their chances. They are going to be under 50% of their save chances for the year. There's just not enough time. And we've seen that most likely they're not going to go 7 for 7 the rest of the way.
Yes.
So they are going to be the one team that didn't lose 90 games with a bullpen that has performed this way, which means think about how good, in a positive way, going back to positive, think about how positive the offense has been this year and the starting pitching has been, that you're at 82 wins right now with the possibility to still win about 88 or 89 games if you finish off strong, and you don't have a bullpen that can close out games. Like, that means you're winning. You're able to win 70 games this year by 4 runs or more. Pretty much. Like, at the end of the year, you'll look at it and go, wow, out of the, let's say, 86 to 90 wins the Rangers have, they won almost 70 of them by 4 or more runs.
Here's the thing, Mike. There is the belief that the philosophy of Chris Young is very similar to the John Daniels philosophy when it comes to relievers. Does he need to find a new formula? And what is the better formula for finding great relievers?
It'll be interesting at the end of the year when the offseason starts in November. And really, it feels like it starts in December in baseball, is if Chris Young will take the approach that John Daniels had forever, which is fine, right? Talking to Mike Adams and people like that. Like, there's really no negotiations with free agent relievers when they want 3-year contracts or more. It's like, we don't do that. We only do 1-year deals. We see what we have in our minor leagues. We throw them in the pen and see what happens. And then if we're good at baseball in June, we'll try to make adjustments in July and add some relief pitchers. I don't think that's a good philosophy. My opinion, I don't think that's a good philosophy. That's John Daniels' philosophy. I don't know if it's Chris Young's philosophy. This year it was, but I don't know if he knew he had an 85 to 95 win team on his hands when the season started. I know that that's what they were hoping, but this was not, when you looked at Vegas and stuff, this was a 500 team. Everybody was saying, I think the Rangers can play about 500 baseball. A hair over would be a really good season for them. So going 40-20 to start the year, I don't think the Rangers thought they had that team in spring trainings, but they did. And then there needed to be a major adjustment to the pen, which they added Chapman, they added Stratton. We see now today that was not enough. But I wonder in the offseason if he's going to start trading more pieces for more reliable pen pieces, because I don't think the Rangers have anybody developed to help them next year. That's the tough part, is we saw all of them. Now, you can take a chance on Spees. You can take a chance on Grant Anderson. You can take a chance on some of these younger guys and say, I know they didn't perform well in 23. I hope they perform well in 24.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, Monday Night Football, not Thursday Night Football. Plus, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 through the Fan.
Thanks to our Tolos. Those are our listeners. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I don't know if that went over the air, but A&M is the greatest school ever at creating top-level punters for the NFL. There's a lot of other struggles outside of that. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's it go?
You know, it's kind of humbling to hear about how my favorite college and my college football team is best at producing punters, and we struggle at creating other super viable NFL
Mickey
players.
who they are.
I was laughing because Corey just brought up a random question. So I looked up at two different websites, and they ranked the 10 greatest Texas A&M football players of all time. And one list had Shane Leckler, number one.
Excellent.
And the other list had a dude named Yale Larry, number one, who was a Detroit Lion, who I believe was a defensive back but was also considered the greatest punter in NFL history when he retired and went into the Hall of Fame in 1979.
Can I admit I remember seeing him play?
Okay, was he do you remember his punting skills?
I don't remember the punting skills.
Well, he made the Hall of Fame, so.
Well, a lot of guys, back then they had to double up. You had to play a position and punt.
Yeah. So yell Larry.
I almost already forgot
And
that.
Shane Leckler, take that.
Remember, that's what Danny White did when he first got to the Cowboys. He was the punter.
That is very true. Do you ever feel like
yes, we should get Cooper Rush to punt?
I know. That's actually not what I was going to say. By the way, Shane Leckler, 6-time first-team All-Pro.
There you go.
He was on 2 different All-Decade teams. He needs to be in the Hall of Fame. All right. Do you feel like Danny White is underrated as a Cowboy? Sorry, since we brought him up, I was just curious about
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I hear people disparage the 80s. And my response is, do you think right now the Cowboys would like to go to 3 straight NFC title games?
Oh, yes. My God, yes.
Even if you lost them, they went to 3 straight title games. And they were on their way in 1986 at 6-2, tied with the Giants, going into that Game 9 against the Giants. Until Danny White, and they had the number 1 offense in the league until Danny White broke his wrist, tore a ligament, out for the season, and they only won 1 more game after that. And the Giants never lost another game.
In terms of contemporary football, I found the timing of something to be interesting yesterday.
What's that?
I realize, and I'm sure you're aware of this, sometimes people in higher up positions don't totally tell the truth. Is yesterday, and this is not just about sports, it's about all walks of life. But yesterday, at 2:51 in his presser, Mike McCarthy said they hadn't discussed Ronald Jones yet, what they were going to do with him. 25 minutes later, not only had he been released, he had been released long enough ago that there was a story up about it.
Well, let me put it this way. He was, in their mind, released before he got suspended.
Okay.
He wasn't making this team. Once they saw what Deuce Vaughn was doing, he was out.
Yeah.
And remember, when they signed him, it was 1 year, $1.23 million. But it was the veteran exception, so not all that counted against the salary cap. And he got a $152,000 signing bonus with $300,000 of his base salary guaranteed. So if you follow the money, they kind of signed him as a contingency until they could see what else was going to happen in the draft and then, in training camp. So that he got suspended 2 games saved him from getting cut on the last cut down to 53.
So, yeah, just like I told you, Kevin.
That actually is pretty much what Corey
that was a great layout there. I like that, Mickey. Very good stuff there. Dan Quinn said yesterday, you haven't seen, what was the quote here? You haven't seen it all from Parsons yet. And, Mickey, I just don't know
what else, right?
What more there is that he envisions can be seen from this guy. Do you have any thoughts on what more there is?
Maybe... Well, he's dying to intercept a pass and return it for a touchdown, right? He wants the ball in his hands.
Mm-hmm.
I'll guarantee you that. You remember when he returned to one last year, and McCarthy, when somebody asked him about it the next day, and he goes, yeah, great. Now he's going to be at my door every morning wanting to return kicks. Have you seen his, high school highlight video?
Yes. I did because of Mike and Corey, and now I'm convinced that's your short yardage pass.
Yes, Mickey, I suggested if you do struggle from the 1 yard line,
right,
maybe putting Micah Parsons at running back for those situations and those situations only is not a bad idea.
They might be scared to tackle him. I mean, that stuff from high school, the way he reversed, you wouldn't do that at the 1, right? I don't know, he might. Reverse field, go the other way, dodge this guy and that guy. It was like a grown man playing against 15-year-olds. It was unbelievable when I saw that on, I think it was his Football Life.
NFL Network or something.
Yeah. My goodness, yeah, the ball in his hands.
I just want it said that KNC supports him being the short yardage running back. If we can hand the ball off to a tight end who can cut in the wrong spot at the goal line, we can do that. On the offensive line.
Yes.
I know that Zach Martin's kind of tough because I feel like, and I know Mike McCarthy's like, no, he's not going to practice, but, he can play.
He'll be in there.
Yeah, and that's what Stephen Jones said. So should I just assume that Zach Martin should be good to go?
Yeah, you should.
Okay. Tyler Smith.
Getting close.
And then does Chuma Edoga sound a little dicier? I realize if Tyler Smith came back, that changes some things, but
right.
Does it feel like Edoga's maybe a little further away?
Well, I think with that one you got to wait on to see what happens later in the week. I think for sure probably neither one of those guys practice on Wednesday. Heck, Zach Martin didn't practice all training camp, right?
True.
And you see how he's playing.
Fine.
Right.
Yeah.
He doesn't need practice. Let's go let him sit over there. We'll see on Chuma. And, if you think about it, did you notice that T.J. Bass was in there in the second half?
I mean, on that one play I did because they spotlighted him getting blown up.
So, I saw two plays because one, they were like, great block, and then the next, they were like, poor block.
Right. And had they not done that, you might not have realized he was in there, right? So it wasn't all that bad, considering he's basically, during training camp, was at right guard. I don't remember seeing him at left guard. The fact that those guys got snaps in a kind of a low leverage situation, I think it bodes well going forward, because otherwise those guys are just sitting on the bench, right? They're not playing. So they got away with 2 wins with 3 backup guards playing.
Well, and that was going to be my question. I know nobody in the Cowboys will come out and say this, so I'm just curious your philosophy. When you look at them or Donovan Wilson or Brandon Cooks or whoever, do you look at your opponent and you're like,
no.
Okay.
No, I don't take anything for granted. When they're ready to play, I play them. This is the NFL. Although I don't know, last night was the NFL.
Man.
Oh, my God.
Those might be the 2 worst games I think I've ever watched simultaneously.
And yes, it made it miserable because then the Rangers were doing what they were doing.
You could have watched the Rangers.
Oh, that was worse.
No, because I'm scared to listen at the end because I just don't want to get stabbed in the heart,
Even Nikki knows.
Yeah, he knows.
I'm scared to watch at the end.
He knows.
But last night, so does anybody in this league have offensive linemen?
Mm-mm.
I mean, the Cowboys.
That was the most noticeable. We sit here worrying about one spot. These teams got 5 spots.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just ridiculous last night.
Yeah. No, you're right. Those games were.
And you think Cleveland wants to rethink the deal they gave to Deshaun Watson?
My God, do they ever?
I think they want to rethink whatever, deal with a voodoo or whatever they signed a long time ago. They're just y'all are gonna be bad forever.
I mean, there's one thing to throw an incompletion, right? He was missing by 10 yards. Some of that stuff he threw out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
We sit here and kind of pick every throw Dak makes, but I haven't seen him miss by 10 yards like that. I mean, 10 yards out of bounds. That whole game, both of those games. At one point it was 11-10 and maybe 13-9 or 13-10.
That's a dumb number. Thank you very much, Mickey.
I didn't give you much on the Cowboys, did I?
No, but I think you're right to talk smack about the Thursday Night Football. We actually might continue that conversation. We'll gear up more into the Cowboys tomorrow.
And there's 2 games next Monday night too, huh?
That's right. And you're going to see them on ABC now because of the Hollywood strike. And so now even more people can watch subpar football.
Ooh, boy, that was rough.
Thank you very much.
All right,
sir.
see ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola. Do you just want to get into?
No. I want to get into you.
Whoa.
Please, God, don't worry.
Well,
did I say Thursday Night Football again?
You sure did, buddy.
So I'm wondering, on our run sheet, it says 2 Thursday night football games. And I'm like, oh, gosh, there's 2 Thursday night football games this week? And then I look, I'm like, oh, he must have meant Monday night because there's only one game. New York.
Why did
San
none of y'all
Francisco.
say anything
And
to
then
me,
right
man?
there,
we are right now.
You're like, talking to Mickey, like, yeah, those 2 Thursday night football games. I'm like,
worst.
what week are you in? Or day, I guess.
It's Tuesday. I don't know why I wrote Thursday Night Football, and my brain has just decided it was Thursday Night Football. On Monday Night Football, let's go ahead and fire off.
Maybe you are really good at, what is it called, multitasking? You're watching Thursday Night Football on Monday night.
I can already tell you what's going to happen ahead of time. Let's go to cut number 6, if we can, please, because these Monday Night Football games happened.
Watson under center. Steelers showing blitz. Long count. Play action fake. He's back. There's and the ball is out, and the Steelers pick it up. And that's T.J. Watt running for the end zone. Steelers with the touchdown.
Good for them, but that won't be what people take away from this game, right?
No, but
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
I do have a question for you guys. So I'm about to ask all the football questions, and I just thought of this. I did not get to watch that game. Obviously, I was concentrating on the Ranger game and knocking out a post-game show on television.
That's my dude right there.
When you guys watch Pittsburgh, and I don't know how much of that game you guys watched. I'm going to assume you watched quite a bit. The highlight is T.J. Watt. Where do you think the gap is, or is there any gap between T.J. Watt and Micah Parsons?
I think a little bit. I think I'd give a slight edge to Micah, but obviously TJ Watt is incredible.
I still think Micah has a little more to do
yeah.
Like they're in the same category. If you're going to make tiers, they're on the same tier. But I think I would probably give the edge to TJ Watt still right now. Micah doing a full season, I'm really interested to see, him finish a season, what those numbers could look like. But I did see something interesting this morning from Broadus, because somebody was like, hey, man, if we had gotten TJ Watt instead of Taco, then maybe we wouldn't have Micah. And then Broadus is like, I don't know. I think if you have this coaching staff, maybe you have both of them, because that's a coach that can see how both of those guys fit. And then my mind just went to this world where TJ Watt and Micah Parsons were lined up opposite each other, destroying the souls of quarterbacks everywhere across the planet. So that's where my mind is right now.
TJ Watt, Defensive Player of the Year in 2021, runner-up Micah Parsons. Last year, Micah Parsons was the runner-up. And, those are two of clearly the leading candidates to win again. That would be astonishing. Although what everyone, I assume, will take away from this game was the injury to Nick Chubb. Now, I want to play cut number 8 because ESPN, they got a lot of thumbs up for saying they're not going to replay it. This is the replay in the stadium, and you can hear the fans.
I am told that the replay of Nick Chubb getting injured is not to be seen.
Yeah, we're not going to show it. It's as bad as you can imagine.
You heard all those people, right, though?
I was nauseous, dude. So, I've tried to explain my knee injury to you. That's kind of what it was like. And I was, luckily enough, it was from the side, so my kneecap just popped out, but it was bent that way. Like, it was bent all the way up to my hip. My foot was up at my hip. And that's kind of like that. When I saw that, I got nauseous, dude. Especially since I have Barkley and Chubb in my fantasy team.
Oh, no.
Here at the station.
Are you making this about you right now?
This is not about me, but it was. I do appreciate Troy Aikman and Joe Buck going, hey, that's, or whoever in the truck, whatever.
Yeah.
That was nauseating, dude.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike asks all the football questions.
Like your thoughts on the Cleveland Browns. I might want to mark that one off the list.
I got more to say.
But how about QBR next?
Nighttime on the Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and Reggie Adatula. Live and local.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and it's brought to you by Franklin & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Franklin & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Franklin & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And it is a Tuesday, so it is Mike's time to ask all of the football questions.
You know what's been funny so far? We haven't had much of a show yet. We're an hour and 20 minutes into our show. We still have more time to go. I feel like every time we talk football so far on this show, I'm like, oh, man, you guys are talking about one of my questions.
I'm sorry.
So, no,
we can expand.
No. And that's what you're going to have to do. So deal with it. So my first question is based off of last night, which Mickey kind of got into. You guys got into a little bit. The Cleveland Browns, Derek Holland's team, they have a great start to the year. They win 24-3. And then last night they lose to Pittsburgh. Biggest rivalry for Cleveland and Pittsburgh is that rivalry. Usually the home team wins that game. But I'm just looking at Cleveland now, and I know that, obviously that game was in Cleveland.
Yep.
But I look at that game now, and I didn't get to see it, but I want y'all's thoughts on the Cleveland Browns, because I kind of bought into a little bit of their week one and Deshaun Watson and their complete team with a really good defense, and now I don't know what to think.
I think I think they're in a lot of trouble. I just assumed that Deshaun Watson would, obviously he was coming back from a long layoff and he would just bounce back, and maybe 2 games is too early to make those type of determinations. But when Mickey was talking about, it's some of the specific throws. It's not just the overall stat package. It's some of the throws that you're like, the hell was that?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not even close to what I remember. And so it could be the physical toll. It could be the mental toll that all of that time off took, and all the accusations against him took. He does not look good. And if he's not going to be like excellent, not just good, if he's not going to be excellent, that contract is going to smoke them.
Corey, before you answer the question, just to give you a little bit more information on Deshaun Watson, right now completion percentage, it's only 2 games. Zach Wilson, out of kind of the 32 guys that have thrown the ball the most, he's 32nd at 54.2% completion percentage. Deshaun Watson is second to last at 55.1%.
Jeez.
Wow.
And I think I was looking yesterday, his numbers are still the same, 50% on third down. And like just the numbers overall across, it doesn't matter the down. That dude is not producing the way that he should. And I mean, he has a talented wide receiver in Amari Cooper. He has that. He has other talented players.
He had arguably the best running back in the NFL.
And last night, Jerome Ford did a good job. Jerome Ford had some numbers last night. They just don't look. It looks. I don't know, man. Is sloppy the right word? Sloppy is the word that I'm feeling for that. And I basically, Mike, for me, they look like the Cleveland Browns I always see. So I don't see any difference in that team.
Right around 500, you think?
Now, I do wonder how much last night's injury to Nick Chubb changed, because he had 64 yards early in the game.
On 10 carries.
Yeah, and it was very early. I was looking at it because, obviously, again, he was my running back. I was thinking this dude might get 200 yards tonight. The way he was running, he was powering. He had great holes to get through. So I was thinking that they were going to be fine. And whenever they have Nick Chubb like that, that's something that they know they can rely on. I think they did kind of have to mentally scramble a little bit. But Pittsburgh's defense, I got to give them credit for showing up last night tough.
They're in trouble too, because the way that Deshaun's contract is structured, there's not an easy out, right? If you I'm not saying they would have just cut him. Like, clearly that's not going to happen. But if you wanted to get rid of him before next year, $200 million dead cap. The year after, $137 million. The year after, $73 million. So this is your guy.
So I know that it's only 2 games. Do you guys like the QBR stat?
Yeah.
There's obviously different, ones. So QBR is the one where if you're in the 70s or higher, you're having a great year. Where the other one, if your QBR rating is over 100, you're having a great
that's
year.
the quarterback rating. QBR is what I believe
And
ESPN
created?
came up with.
So ESPN created that. We're not going to really talk about this, but last night when you talk about you're watching a bad game, it's only 2 games. Kenny Pickett, worst QBR in the NFL. Deshaun Watson, second worst QBR in the NFL.
As soon as he walked in, Corey's like, those games were terrible.
That was miserable last night, dude.
Who's the 31st guy in QBR this year? Kevin Hagelin's own.
Oh, no. Is it Fields?
Justin Fields. My question is, real quick, I just want to give you some of his stats right now. In 2 games, he has a QBR of 22.2. He's played at Tampa. He's played home against Green Bay. We thought going into the year that those 2 teams wouldn't be playoff teams. You know, maybe we get into more questions about them later. But I'm wondering, with his rough start, he is averaging 213.5 passing yards per game right now. Do you think Justin Fields is going to snap out of this and have a good year? What's your thoughts on Justin Fields' rough start?
I'm really concerned, and I know other people, I'm sure other people have pointed to this, but I think one of the things that it boils down to is field vision. And the one particular play where you had a wide open route. I'm not guaranteeing it would have been a touchdown.
10 seconds?
Yeah, it looked like it would have been, and he took a sack on that play. And it's just, I know it's hindsight video or still pictures that you're like, what the hell? But it was pretty darn glaring, and he hasn't started off running the ball as much as I thought. Again, 2 games, but I thought he would be more efficient at running the ball. It's been a rough start for him.
Can I just do what a lot of the texters do? Ohio State quarterbacks are always the worst.
Yeah.
I loved everything I saw from him out of college, but I'm not. I see moments where he connects with DJ Moore, and I'm like, that's awesome. That is great for him. And the rest of it, I'm just like, man, they can't figure it out. And I just don't know. When you have a dude, I think he has a fantastic arm.
I might have to carry over, by the way. I have so many football questions here that it's okay because I can get to more of them during Mike Likes It.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go now to the top of the QBR class, and I want you guys to tell me if you believe that these 3 guys will stay in the top 5. So I'll let them drop 2 spots. But the top 3 QBR guys in the NFL through 2 games. Number 1, Brock Purdy.
Oh, I thought Dak was 1.
Number 2, Dak Prescott. And number 3, Tua T. So right now it's just Jordan Love.
Oh, really?
Which is really weird. I don't know how they do all of it, but obviously you just look at, he's completing 55.8% of his passes, Jordan Love, but he does have 6 touchdown passes to no interception. So I'm sure that helps out tremendously.
Yeah, that'll work.
But Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Tua T. Obviously, nobody considers those 3 guys, I don't think, top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL. They're all outside of that list for the most part going into this season. Do you guys think that they can stay really high QBR? Do you think one of those 3 guys will break into the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL list?
Go ahead.
I think they all can. Dak, because if the defense is playing this way, he doesn't have to put himself in much risk moments. Now, on those moments where it's time for Dak to step up and do it, does he? That's what we want to see at some point. I think Brock Purdy can because his coach is going to keep it very simple for him to do the very similar things to what Dak is, where you don't have to be too risky because our defense can do a lot of things. I also think Tua, his head coach, is just like, yes, we know how to get the ball in our great players' hands. Keep throwing that sucker. So I think that all 3 of them can stay in that category. I think Mahomes can work himself back into that category at some point too. But I think all 3 of them can be there in the top 5 by the end of the season.
I think Tua can not only stay in the QBR, I think he can be considered a top 5 quarterback by the end of this season.
Okay.
Like last year, he was, I mean, we've talked about
You got to stay healthy.
Exactly. And because he was looking like, and I don't mean like, oh, he looked like he could be MVP. Like he was the leader for MVP about halfway through the year. At least that's what I thought. I think he could get up there.
And I think real quick, QBR is interesting because obviously Brock Purdy and Dak are not throwing for a lot of yards.
Sure.
So it just goes to show that in their games,
efficiency is huge.
That their efficiency and doing different things is great. Now, I want to get away from quarterbacks for a second. I have more quarterback questions, but this might be our last question, and then I'll carry it over to 1240 if I need to. Puka Nacua, 5th round pick for the LA Rams. First player in NFL history in his first 2 games to have 25 catches. Never happened in NFL history. He has 266 yards in his first 2 games in the NFL. I'm wondering this. This is a little bit of a shot at Cooper Kupp. I'm not meaning to, but it has to be when you listen to this. Is this just Sean McVay knowing how to use a number 1 receiver and kind of slot a guy? And what I mean by that is kind of put him in the slot, put him in mismatches. He likes this guy for mismatches. Now, Puka Nacua is 6'2". He's not a small guy or a short guy. But I'm just wondering, what's y'all's thoughts on Puka Nacua? Because it was a 5th round pick. It wasn't a top 2 round pick or the number 1 receiver in college. Is this just Sean McVay is a genius, or they knew how great he was and wanted to wait till the 5th round to take him?
I just want to throw this out there real quick because after 2 games, projections are super fun. Nacua is on pace for 213 catches for 2,261 yards this season. Honestly, both of which would shatter the records. I hate doing this, but can I say I think it's a little bit of both? Because Cooper Kupp did still win the receiving Triple Crown, and that's pretty damn rare and impressive. So I think it has something to do with McVay and how he uses those players. But Cooper Kupp, I still think is really good.
Kupp's rookie season, he was never targeted more than 11 times. And you said 20 for
well, he's caught 25 balls.
But he was targeted
35.
20 times on Sunday. 20!
35
insane.
Targets so far this year.
In 2 games. So in Kupp, again, never targeted more than 11 times. So I think he sees, look, I know how to find mismatches with this guy. Can he go both directions really quickly? Does he have the right speed? And can he catch the football? Those are things that he saw, and he was like, I can use that perfectly. I know exactly how to do this. So I think that McVay understands how to find mismatches for this guy, and that's what he's hunting that. And it's really good, and it's beneficial that the guy can execute and take advantage of the opportunity.
We're out of time real quick. Do you think when Cooper Kupp comes back, he's the number 1 receiver?
Yes. Or he's probably not going to come back and be the same dude.
Oh, well, I mean, obviously that would change it.
But I think that he'll come back and they'll find ways to get him the same mismatches.
Excellent.
I'll
Mike
tease
asked all the football questions, and we get more of it in a little bit.
Baker Mayfield, C.J. Stroud, and the Denver Broncos.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where I was going to talk about one thing, but then Corey sent me a tweet with lots of details that make me want to talk about something totally different. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hi there, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If you're being pitched that you need to buy a new air conditioner, pump the brakes and call the On-Time Experts for a free second opinion. Their technicians aren't allowed to sell, and that means they're focused on making your system work. So don't buy that new AC system before you have to. Call the On-Time Experts, 214-267-2007, 214-267-2007, theontimeexperts.com, theontimeexperts.com.
All right, Tolos, if you're an adventure seeker, this month is for you. It's Jeep Adventure Days at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Located minutes from the Metroplex, it's worth the short drive to Cleburne to save a lot more if you're looking for a brand new Chrysler Dodge Jeep or Ram. But during these Jeep Adventure Days, there's so many trim levels to choose from on a brand new Jeep, like the Gladiator, Wrangler, Grand Cherokee, and more. My guy, General Manager Mike Brown, and his team are ready to serve you the best auto buying experience you've ever had. Get incredible savings that I promise you won't be disappointed when you drive the difference. You've heard from so many of us up here talk about the Gilchrist Automotive family and the great things they're doing. I'm telling you, you got to go see my guy Mike Brown at his complex, Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. You can always go online to purchase. All the inventory is updated daily at southwestcdjrtexas.com. Sometimes I always forget to put the Texas in when I'm online, so remember, it's southwestcdjrtexas.com. You can buy there. All the inventory is updated daily. Virtual test drives. If you need home delivery, pickup options when you need that service, they do that. Drive a little further, save a lot more at Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Cleburne.
When it comes to football, there's no better place to raise your
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced, Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
At the 2, brings Foster Morrow in motion. Tony Jones has it, cuts back, and Tony Jones scores his second touchdown of the game as the cutback works. He cuts it back, takes it in for the touchdown, and that is huge.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. The other Monday night football game, which featured Chris Olave's just unbelievable catch, was the Saints victorious 20-17 over the Panthers. We'll talk about that just a little bit more as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And let's start with, Corey, you sent me this tweet, and I was glad because I hadn't seen the update, is former NFL player Sergio Brown. I heard he was missing yesterday, maybe, after his mom had died. And I thought, I could see that. I don't know how many people I would want to interact with and everything like that after my mom passed away. However, his neighbor has a Ring camera, and his neighbor says that in the video, which I'm assuming he's turned over to the police, you can see Sergio, quote, taking out the trash, and then they have a bonfire where he burned all of his mom's clothes. And then family members of Sergio Brown said that he hasn't been acting like himself the past few months. This investigation is now, in fact, being investigated as a homicide. Whoa. So, clearly he's going to be a suspect in this.
He hadn't been himself.
Yeah.
That's the part that's going to be kind of like, there's going to be a lot of study done there, right?
You think that's a CTE deal?
For sure. I mean, that's the first thing that comes to mind is when I hear, just think about how many players that we find out that later on down the road.
Yeah.
We always hear very similar things about them not being themselves. They were acting in a certain way that was not what they. Now, Mike talks about this all the time. When you're competitive and you're playing the sports, you have a certain, your body, your levels of testosterone are very high. There's a lot of adrenaline going on all the time. You got to figure out ways to reduce that and calm it and stay ahead of it. But I think CTE definitely is in the conversation for that. The other thing too, man, is the amount of cameras that exist everywhere now. That is,
go commit a crime.
You can't get away with anything, dude.
Yeah.
Might as well just go ahead and say, I'm just going to stay away from stuff like that. Because there's probably a camera watching me.
I knew somebody that got just kicked out of a Broadway show for doing some shady things.
What kind of shady things?
Supposedly she was vaping, and definitely she fondled somebody. I don't know if you saw that. This is a pretty big story.
A friend, you say?
Colorado.
No, I said somebody I know. I did not. I said somebody I know. All right, for the record. All right, let's go from that.
Like a congresswoman.
Yo!
That's
awesome. Whoa, I didn't know you knew her. I just said
Was it her husband?
No, she's getting a divorce, I'm pretty sure. But then
congratulations.
She said she's breaking up with that person because he's a Democrat. Anyways,
what?
Politics.
So weird.
Let's talk about Patrick Mahomes because he got all of the money. The restructure for his contract for this season through 2026, he'll get $210.6 million in the restructure. So that's the highest total in the history of the NFL over a 4-season period, because obviously I know Herbert and Burrow, I believe their contracts were 5 years. But then the other cool thing that his agent told Adam Schefter was not only are those years guaranteed, the Chiefs plan on revisiting his deal again in 2026.
Yeah.
And I know this is a big deal for you, Corey, is you have the best player in football.
Yes.
Or at least the best offensive player
He's keeping up his end of the bargain.
It is cool to see that loyalty when they're like, hey, we're going to get you taken care of. And I remember in the offseason, he's like, I don't care about the money as much as the legacy and the championships. And they're like, we'll take care of it.
Yeah, and he's like, because I also have the money. You know, the money's going to make itself. And I think this is Lee Steinberg still his agent?
It didn't sound like that from the story, because in the story, it says Equity Sports CEO Chris Cabot, who negotiated the deal on behalf of Mahomes. So, I mean, like, that would make it sound like no.
All right, then. But what I wanted to go on with this part of the conversation, though, is that's an ownership group that's like, we got to keep these lines of communication open because you want to build a champion. Well, you make a lot of the pie. And so how are we going to figure out how to continue to make these things happen over time? How are we going to be able to put a good team together for you? Let's have this open communication where we can revisit these things, not just whenever it's time for this contract to be up, but very quickly in the process to make sure. Now, again, he's keeping up his end of the bargain by winning championships.
Yeah,
so
I'm with
that's
you
a huge factor. When you know you have the dude, you never hesitate to pay the dude.
Something to take note. That is a great point, and that hits very close to home right there, does it not?
Yes.
Intentionally. Yes, I figured.
That was an intentional pitch.
The Cardinals are going to be without Budda Baker. He got put on injured reserve with his hamstring injury. I don't know how concerned Cowboys fans are about.
No, I'm going to give just an update real quick. Since we know Lee Steinberg, I was looking this up, and it says February 15th, 2023. Patrick Mahomes was represented by two of the biggest agents in the business, Lee Steinberg and Chris Cabot. Unfortunately, those two agents are going to separate ways now.
Okay.
And so it sounds
he went with Cabot then.
Yes.
Okay.
So I guess he was represented by both.
Yeah. Okay.
Until February.
What an excellent update. Thank you.
So after the Super Bowl, I guess, is when he had to choose between the two.
Let's go to the Mike News desk.
Man, that was excellent, Mike News desk. So Baker's on injured reserve, so he will be unavailable for the Cardinals this weekend against the Cowboys, and I felt like you needed to know that. Also, you need to know this. The NFL has filed a grievance against the Players Association claiming it advised players to fake an injury for contract leverage. I mean, that's definitely what happened with J.C. Treader. We talked about that. He was pretty open about it. He was like, hey, maybe you're slow to come back from an injury. Or
They need to shut their mouth on that, because Jerry Jones and the owners, there is so much collusion in the NFL because they have such a weak players association. Sure. So, I mean, there's collusion left and right in the NFL with the owners. So I don't mind the players doing this. They just need to be more quiet about when they're doing it.
Yes, and I am totally with you. That's why I was pretty shocked when he came in, and when he came out, Treader, that is. He was like, hey, maybe you're still hurt, or maybe you need more time in the training room. And I thought, that is probably not something that you want on record. Corey, I got an update for you.
Update.
On that bar story. You want to update on the Aaron Rodgers bar story?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
How's that bar doing right now?
They did great with that one promotion because, the Jets.
Yeah, the Jets ended up doing it, man.
So now they're switching it, because remember, it used to be free drinks for every game that the Jets lose when Aaron Rodgers starts.
Right.
They got huge feedback, and maybe more importantly, they got a lot of publicity for that. So they're like, we don't want to give up this promotion. Now they switched it to free drinks for every Jets win, now that Aaron Rodgers will not be playing in the games.
Oh, man.
Is this a genius idea?
Mike, how many Jets wins this year?
6?
Okay.
Maybe 7?
That's a lot of free drinks. I mean, that is still a lot of free drinks. They win 6 or 7 games.
That is true. But remember, you have to be there before the game starts. You have to stay the entire time.
What did they win last year? They won 6 or 7, and
I think they won 7.
Yeah.
Was that the Mike White life? No, I don't know.
He didn't win all 7, but I think that they're defensively, in a weird way, we just watched them, but I think defensively they're good enough to win 6 or 7 games.
So Jack's American Pub in Milwaukee is going to keep it going. Now,
so you're saying we need to travel to Milwaukee?
Y'all should, yeah. I don't know how advantageous that will be for me.
You can drive.
It's a great place to live in the summertime.
Yeah, we talked about that last week.
That is on the list. I don't know if you guys found the phrasing of this to be hilarious. I know you probably didn't because he's on your fantasy team, Corey, but did you see all the reports that Saquon Barkley suffered a, quote, ordinary ankle sprain that is expected to keep him sidelined for 2 to 3 weeks? Because, you get so used to the high ankle sprain, so they said ordinary ankle sprain. It's like, probably still hurts.
I remember Bill Parcells. I can't remember who the player was. Maybe it was Julius Jones or something. He was like, look, I don't know what a high ankle sprain is. It's like up here. He kept telling, he's like, I guess higher in the ankle.
Yeah.
I don't know. And everybody was like, yeah, what is it? They were like, yeah, it's just different. So I like that they have separated that. So now, or we could just do lower body injury and just
like
deal
hockey.
with that. Yeah, maybe the NFL can do that, and we can leave all the speculation out there.
Minka Fitzpatrick has been released from the hospital. He obviously went with a chest injury. They believe there's optimism, at least, that he'll be okay going forward. Less optimism for the Lions with C.J. Gardner-Johnson. They believe he has suffered a torn pec and would most likely then need surgery, which would very likely keep him out for the rest of the year. So I know, tough break for your team right there, Corey.
Yeah, that is tough, man.
Sorry. Fantasy's against you, the Lions against
Everything's going to work out, though, I'm betting.
You think
as long
so?
as the Rangers, pick it up from here on.
Well, we'll be at the
We know that they
ballpark tomorrow
can.
to help. Yeah, they
just
can
have
definitely
to
do
score
it.
enough runs to be up by 4 in the 6th or 7th inning.
Pretty much. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which one of these Cowboys statements do you most buy into? 877-881-1053. Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
We have your latest Dallas Stars offseason news on Spits and Suds. Available on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and AutoFlex Leasing.
Cowboys, I want to know which one of these two statements you most buy into, but Corey brought up a good point. I skipped over the biggest story in all of football.
No, you didn't.
Corey, the XFL and the USFL are merging. Oh my gosh, how do you feel?
The same. I neither care nor do not. Actually, I still don't care. I won't watch any of it, and I'm not looking for any of those guys to ever play in the NFL and be huge factors.
Wait, they're merging because of how successful and viable their business.
They're both doing great, just like the Jonas brother was getting a divorce because his marriage was great. It's like the mega power.
I'm happy for Carter, but because Carter's a huge fan of both, and I'm very excited for him and the people who enjoy that version and that model of football. I am very happy for them.
You don't give a crap.
Not at all. No, I won't watch a single minute.
Fine. Me neither. All right. So let's get to I won't. Let's get to the football stuff you really care about, specifically the Cowboys. So I have two different options, both of which I think are super viable. Which one of these statements do you most believe in? Let's start with CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb, I know what I'm capable of doing and the things that I'm pretty good at. The show ain't over. I'm still going. I'm proving it to myself and proving to my guys that I'm one of the ones.
Ooh.
All right? So that's statement number one.
One of the ones.
Statement number two, Micah Parsons talking about the run defense. We're going to force them to let us rush. When we come down and set the tone and say, we're not going to let you run on us and then go get our sacks, that's what changes everything. To all of the teams with those game plans, come, run at me, run at whoever, we coming.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so your two options are CeeDee Lamb not only emerging, but emerging as one of the ones and being in the elite category of wide receivers in the NFL. Or Micah saying, our run defense is ready to shut your ass down.
Yeah.
I think both are viable statements. Which one do you believe in more?
I think the dependency of the defense or of CeeDee Lamb is a lot on the quarterback. And I'm not I'm not it's so difficult to try and explain the quarterback in Dallas without somebody going, you're a hater, or you're just a homer. There are moments where he flashes the best, and there are moments where you're like, he almost got that receiver murdered. And so like that's where CeeDee Lamb can be as great as he wants to be. But Dak Prescott has to be able to deliver to him also, and they have to be in that mindset together. So I will say the defense is more possible. Because once they make the decision to do it, you heard Mike McCarthy yesterday during his presser talking about the mindset of it, committing to it. once you have said this is what you want to do and you've established it, then people are going to try and come at you, right? And then you get the opportunity to show them they can't. And that's kind of what the Cowboys did. They were like, look, we're going to be a better run defense next week. And then they were. So it's just the full-on commitment from that group, which I think they're in that carpe omnium mindset of take everything. You hear J-Ron Curse talking this way. They're all very into making sure people don't want to do things like that. So I think it's more viable. And then to add to that, did you see Jahan Dotson posted the 2-0 yawn emoji? And Micah, I don't even, when do they play Washington?
Ooh, not I think until after the bye.
But Micah posted back to him and said, I'm coming. So like, hey, I know you're like you're thinking this, but don't worry, I'm in the mix somewhere for you.
You've been super high on the defense. Where do you fall on this?
I lean to defense, but I can see both of them being a yes. I'm going to ask this question back to you, Kevin, to CeeDee Lamb, because I do think there's a possibility. But I think most people would say the two best receivers in the NFL are Justin Jefferson and Tyreek Hill. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Then the other guys that would kind of maybe round out your top five would be Devontae Adams. He gets a lot of love.
Yep.
So I would say
He's
Devontae Adams is still top five. And then I do think after that, I do think Lamb can enter the conversation. Now, Jamar Chase, I do think is a top five guy, but he's off to a really bad start based off his quarterback play. But heck, if your quarterback's really bad and you're not getting production, you drop in the receiver rankings. So then I look at guys like maybe Stephon Diggs, maybe Mike Evans. Maybe it's just because he's off to a really good start and had a great game on Sunday that I'm elevating him into possible top five. So I just think there's this category.
Puka Nacua.
Yeah, like I don't think I want to put him there yet. Just like Cooper Kupp won't immediately go back into the top five when he supposedly week 5 or week 6 gets healthy again. So I don't know. I think that Lamb can, but I feel like as a unit, as a team, we might be talking about the best defense in 2023 in the NFL, and then maybe one of the best defenses we've seen in the last 20 years if they can continue it.
Like I will say, the numbers of consistency for CeeDee Lamb are going to be in that area for a while.
Yep.
Like I think by the end of the year, each year, you're going to look up and go, man, those numbers put him in the top 10 every single time. Like A.J. Brown, in 2 weeks, A.J. Brown was talking a lot of noise about how he's the dude, right? And he's, as far as yards are concerned, Kevin, 36th. So, like, CeeDee Lamb's week in, week out kind of consistency is the thing that I look at. Now, again, Mike has a good point, too. Young Shoddy told us it could be this week and this next week. You never really know with this group. But they made a concerted effort to get the ball to CeeDee Lamb early and often in the game last week, and it worked out. It was very beneficial to them.
And then I feel like this usually trickles in at least once or twice when we have a conversation about CeeDee Lamb from the 214. CeeDee Lamb is the best number 2 wide receiver in football.
It happens every time. Yeah.
I think that's a crazy take. Like, if you don't think he's top 5 in the NFL, nope. I don't feel like most people would probably have a problem with that. But to say he's not a number 1 wide receiver kind of boggles my mind just a little bit. Was it just last year that he was second team All-Pro?
Yeah.
And I realize there were injuries and stuff, but that means recognized as one of the top 6 receivers.
I think they concentrate too much on just their team and don't go around the NFL.
Look at the rest of
it's
it.
kind of like when I know I'm going back to my thing, but baseball is like I look at the Rangers starting rotation. It's hurt tremendously through injury, through at times lack of production from a few guys. But then if you go to the Orioles and you go to Tampa and you go to kind of your competition, you go, oh, wait a second. They're not loaded right now either going into the playoffs. And so when you say that about CeeDee Lamb, sure, if you want to compare him to the Hall of Famers in the NFL, I'm not sure if CeeDee Lamb's going to make the Hall of Fame. That's definitely not something that he's qualified for yet. Where Micah Parsons in his third year, you're like, that dude's a Hall of Famer. So if you want to do that, if you want to say, look, I don't think CeeDee Lamb's going to make the Hall of Fame, that's fine. Like, you're right. Like, right now, CeeDee Lamb keeps having the career he's having, probably will not make the Hall of Fame. But that's really stupid, and you're just not really following the sport when you want to say CeeDee Lamb is not one of the 20 best receivers in the NFL.
And the other thing to add to that, Kevin, is that's assuming that every team has a number 1.
Exactly.
Like a lot of teams out there don't have a number 1 even close to CeeDee Lamb. And so whenever you're looking at, like, if you're going to say he's the best number 2, that's like next to Tyreek Hill or next to Justin Jefferson. Of course, you would want CeeDee Lamb opposite that guy. But if you're saying that he's going to be, you're going to say, okay, Michael Pittman versus CeeDee Lamb. I'll take CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
If you're going to say Calvin Ridley, I'll still take CeeDee Lamb in this instance. There are a lot of good receivers in the league, but not everybody has elite receivers.
CeeDee Lamb, again, 2 games, which makes these paces even more fun. He's on pace to catch 88% of his targets, which that would obviously be absurd. He's on pace for 127 catches, 1,870 yards with 14.7 yards per catch. Last year, 107 receptions, 1,359 yards, and 9 touchdowns. I'm not saying those numbers put you in the top 5, but they damn sure have you in the top 15. Like, I think top 15 is the cutoff for CeeDee Lamb as a wide receiver. I think he can go higher than that, but I think if you have him outside of the top 15, I think that's too low. And so he is saying he is going to become one of the ones.
Mm-hmm. The other thing too, Kevin, is does his body type not look like a lot different this year? His composition looks different to me. When he came into the league, he was wiry. And like I was like, man, he's a thin receiver, but he's got all these great abilities, these great assets. And now I look at him, I'm like, man, he thickened up. He's gotten thicker in the legs. His arms he looks like he put on damn near 25 pounds. And so when I watched that, I'm like, that's a benefit he needed going up against cornerbacks that are going to be physical to him. So far, there's been a lot of cornerbacks going, crap, where did he go? And that's one of the great skills that he has is his route running at the beginning of a route is phenomenal. And then he gets into his space really quickly. And that allows Dak Prescott to find an open CeeDee Lamb. But his body type over the years has changed. I think this is the benefit for him.
I think I lean towards the CeeDee Lamb statement as opposed to the run defense statement, but it is really close. Is one of the things, and I know this is harder to look at tangibly, is it feels like the Cowboys defense has gotten tougher. I know you can't just like, here's my tough chart. And well, actually that probably does exist, but it feels like they're tougher, which will serve them obviously exceedingly well on run defense. But when Micah says you can run at me, run at anybody on this defense, we're ready for it and we're going to shut you down. If that's the case, if they're above average in run defense, this defense is going to be insane for the season.
Yeah, try to get yards. And that's frustrating. As an offense walking in and you're like, okay, I can't run against them. And I also can't throw against them because whenever I try to throw, their coverage is very good, but their pass rush is so good that my quarterback is fearing for his life. Listen, you have played 2 bad quarterbacks so far. That's a fact.
I don't know. I got it.
What is average? Let's be honest. Daniel Jones is an average NFL starting quarterback.
Tiki Barber told me 100 people out of 100 would take him over Dak.
Okay, I wouldn't. And Mike, I think he's below average. But that's if you want to say average, that's fine. I still think it's not the Patrick Mahomes eye. You know, it's not like that level of quarterback. Those are the 2 quarterbacks that have been on your schedule so far, and you've made them look very bad.
This week will be no different. And next week will be no different.
Quick question. Do you think Mac Jones is better than Daniel Jones?
No. Do you want to go through a list?
No. I'm just wondering, like, when we play, we get to play a JV team this Sunday. Waste of time, easy win.
It's going to be a while before you play.
But the next game, you play Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Like, I would say Mac Jones is maybe average. He's on that, like, borderline average category. So, I mean, those are your first 4 quarterbacks. So, Daniel Jones might be the best quarterback you play in the first month of the season.
Yeah, probably so. And that again, that makes your defense look good, but I don't think it's a fool's gold look good. Like, this isn't one of those where you're looking at it going, oh, man, you just spruced it up by beating bad quarterbacks. No, you're a really good defense that has this benefit early on. Can I announce something for Mike?
Oh, sure.
I did. This is off topic. This is off football topic.
Okay, then just real quick, I want to say how cool is it that both of these statements feel super
They
viable?
both feel good, yes.
That, like, their run defense could be really good and CeeDee Lamb could move into that next tier.
Yes.
Calling up Jack Leiter?
Huge positive. No, I just saw our friend Jason posted this, and I really appreciate that. HEB has announced 3 new stores that they are opening.
I guarantee
in 2025,
I
Mike.
guarantee you none of them will be close to the Trinity River where it would be south of.
I don't know.
Let's see.
How far does the Trinity River go, Mike?
They're already in Waxahachie. That's the closest they'll get to the Trinity south of it.
HEB is announced. Store number 1,
All right.
Rockwall.
Super far away.
That's not close. That's close to me.
I might as well drive to Oklahoma. By the way, I went to HEB in Austin. They're great. HEB, this is why I beg of you.
HEB is awesome.
Okay.
Store number 2. Where did you say Oklahoma? Store number 2, Prosper.
F you, HEB.
Store number 3, Mike.
Come on.
Cross your fingers. Melissa.
I quit. HEB.
You love HEB too.
That's a big one.
It's interesting in terms of a potential sponsorship for you in HEB because you're about to tell them to go F off because you love them so much, but they won't come to where you're at.
Just build one right next to his house and he'll be happy.
Honestly, HEB, why do you think we're so poor if we live close to the Trinity River?
And I don't feel like HEB is necessarily a super expensive upscale grocery store.
It's just awesome.
It's like a regular grocery
just
store
great,
that's
yeah.
super
A lot
cool.
of local products.
What a joke.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Whatever happens from here is your fault,
Okay.
Corey. Coming up next, we'll talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Plus, Mike likes it. Will it be a 14-minute diatribe against the HEB Corporation? I don't know.
Trader Joe's is like, those are great places.
Let's do it next, right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends, Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable.
Yes.
Trust me. Rangers are going to be when I convince them to call up Jack Leiter and Wyatt Langford, and the hell with how minor league progression usually works with Wyatt Langford.
Bring Kumar Rocker. Just say, hey, go ahead and throw, dude. Let's see what's going on.
I think maybe he's hurt, so
play through the pain.
I do want. I mean, there's a question asked to Sandler about a month ago, but I do think it would be a strong suggestion if Rocker wouldn't have got hurt if he could have helped your bullpen.
Right now, Brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. It is Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How we doing?
We're doing probably about the same as you, I feel like. And I'm just going to throw out my ridiculous question to start. A couple weeks ago, we asked you about looking at Evan Carter, and you said all prospects are on the table, and you've had discussions, and here he is. I know this is not the way minor league progression usually works, but is there any kind of discussion about Jack Leiter, hell, even Wyatt Langford, if they could play on this team?
Oh, man, there's been everything discussed. Trust me, those guys are doing a great job down there, and, we're not ruling out anything that could happen as far as I'm not talking about just those guys, any moves, things that we look at that could make us a better team, a better club, just to, help us out in different areas, whether it's on the offensive side or the pitching side. So, yeah, I mean, you're always talking about the players in your system, especially you mentioned two that are doing really well. But, you just try to keep trying to be creative and find ways to improve the club. We did that with Carter. He was rushed up there, and he's been a big help.
This late in the season, do you more frequently talk about the standings, or is it more like just win and that'll take care of the rest?
It's just win. There's nothing else but just win. I mean, this. This is a time where you got to look at how many games you have left, 12, whatever, and you just got to win games. There's no point in looking at anything else. Other teams are struggling, thank goodness for us. But it's all about finding ways to win games. And as bad as that series in Cleveland looked, we won the game we should have won, or you're supposed to win. And that's a good road trip. Then last night, we're just we're going to try to make adjustments, see if we can do things a little bit different late in the game now. See if that helps. But that's what Mike and I were just sitting here talking about before I got on with you guys. We're trust me, we're working at this. We're trying to get this figured out because there's not a lot of games left.
Well, we do trust you, Boach, and we know you want to do the same thing that we all want as fans, and that's try and get this thing running into the playoffs, going hot. The one thing that I last night was a little weird because I've seen you happy, I've seen you excited for this team, I've seen you kind of exasperated a little bit, but I've never seen you what looked and appeared to be ticked off. And I was kind of curious if you wouldn't mind kind of explaining or telling me, do you know what you were ticked off at last night?
Well, I do. It's funny you said that. I got two texts going, "Are you okay?" We've seen you, and I tell people, don't let sometimes I look like I'm just being calm and everything. Don't let that belie what's going on. But it's just losing these type games or letting these leads get away. That's there was something in there. Yeah, I was really ticked off about it, and I talked to the player about it. But anyway, it's just we're competitive too, and we're human. So sometimes those emotions are going to come out, and so now we got to focus forward, move forward on this. But just there was something last night that went against what we were trying to do, and so I think we got it straight now.
When it comes to moving forward, Evaldi's pitching tonight. He threw 70-plus pitches his last game. So is he somewhat limitless tonight, that he is a guy that can throw 6+ innings if you need it?
I think so, yeah. And we'll keep an eye on him, but that's the plan. So we'll see how it goes in early go. And of course, as I always say, the type of innings that he has. So be nice to get 5 or 6 from Nate, and be nice to get some runs on the board. We got to get these bats going again. to give us a little margin of error. That's what we're missing here now. Lately, the series in Cleveland got shut down. We got shut down yesterday, and so as we finish this thing up, it's going to be critical that these bats wake up and we start creating a lot of opportunities out there, and that's something we're not really doing. We got the triple by Carter, but and the homer by Marcus, but really other than that, we only had 5 hits, and so that's not a lot of room for error there, and you saw what happened.
It's Bochy, you're making a great point. For a month, your offense has been struggling, but for 5 days, the last game against Oakland and the 4 in Toronto, your offense went back to a great offense. What happened in those 5 days where we saw the old Rangers offense?
Great question. I wish I could give you a good answer because you don't know what happens with this. When it happens, it's baseball. And I'll say this, Cleveland's got a good staff. They did attack us with quality strikes, off-speed pitches, and we just had a hard time adjusting there. And, they have a good bullpen. I'll be honest, I expected to play close games there. 2 of those games, got away from us. But like last night, you're getting home, you're in front of your crowd, your fans, and so, you're hoping you break out of it. And here we get a leadoff homer, then kind of went dry there for a while until Carter's tripled. So I can tell you the hitting guys, and they work hard to have these guys prepared. They're on the field. We're doing all the work that needs to be done, I think, or I know. We'll get 2 guys back. I thought Josh Young looked really good last night for missing so much time, and Dolly, he looked a little rusty, but that's going to get better.
I wanted to kind of hone in on Adolis a little bit last night. It seemed like immediately everybody was trying to hit it to right field and test him a little bit. And as he was running all over the place out there, how did he look in the outfield? But at the plate, what was your expectation there too?
Well, I said the same thing. I said, shoot, they are aiming at him. But he made a nice play going to the right field line and covered a lot of ground. The sprint speed was normal, so he got tested. And so I'll see how he's doing when he comes in today. At the plate, he did draw a walk, but he didn't get a hit or anything. But I thought swings were okay, not quite Dolly, and that's to be expected, I guess, a little bit when you have missed some time like he has. And he got to face live pitching yesterday. He'll see it again today and see if we can ramp up his so-called, even though he's playing this rehab thing, to get his timing down.
I know you said getting back to how Adolis has been, and he was an all-star this year. I understand all of that. I am curious, is this kind of what he has been for the last month and a half, though? Because you've been looking at a real uptick in strikeouts, especially versus hits and getting on base. Like, how do you talk to him about getting out of that funk? Or do you think I am correct?
Yeah, well, I mean, you're right. It just has not been the Dolly we had in the first half. There's no getting around that. His timing's been off. He's expanded, and I think he's been pressing. He is one guy that I think in the lineup that has pressed. I think sometimes he thinks he's got to carry the day or hit home runs. So what we're working, it's like last night I was asked the question, what can a manager do? Well, really, you have no choice but to, keep sticking behind them and support them and find ways to help them. If it's, in BP today, hey, just line drives to second base, shorten things up, just get him to make a little bit more contact, shrink the zone. The shorter you get, and I think the better you're able not to expand and shrink the zone, as we say, and make them throw strikes to you. So that's what we're doing with Dolly, our hitting guys, and they're getting cage work. We're getting live pitchers up here, trying to help these guys, and that's what we have to do as coaches and managers, and that's our job.
So, Boach, last night I was at the game, and Section 133 was added again behind the Rangers bullpen. We're going to be out there Friday night trying to do all the chants and standing up and cheering as much as we can for the Texas Rangers. Have you noticed Section 133 when they've showed up, and how much have you appreciated it?
Oh, how can you not notice? They're loud. They're into it. You love it. The guys love it. Their enthusiasm, they're chanting, the MVP for Corey. It just brings a lot of life, and the guys really are having fun with it, listening to them. And so, no, it's great that they're doing that, and we do appreciate it. Trust me. And that's, again, getting back where I was talking about. We get home, we have our home crowd, have, that great group, and 133. I just thought we would break out last night a little bit more than what we did.
And as I'm sure you know, Rangers.com/133 if you want to get tickets in that section, especially on Friday, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just wanted to.
I'd like to send. I'd like for our offense to send a few baseballs out to them.
That would be phenomenal. Now speaking of your offense, and you just brought it up, I know the concern is about making it to the playoffs and everything, but what do you think about an MVP candidacy of Corey Seager, or is it just impossible because of the baseball amazingness that was Shohei Ohtani?
Oh, I think without question, he's right there. I think it's so much closer than what people think. I think you got to look at what he's done for us, the club, the numbers. He's playing shortstop, so he's saving runs there. Yeah, he's not pitching, but he's out there, every day playing defense. His numbers are. It's historic on some things he's done, and but I can tell you this: he's not thinking about it. We're not really thinking about it right now. Or only thing we're really thinking about is winning ball games and trying to get to where we want to go. That'll take care of itself.
Appreciate the insight as always, good sir, and best of luck this evening.
All right, guys. Thanks. We'll talk to you later.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Interesting note about the AL MVP. It's still staggering favorite for Shohei Ohtani, but in some places that is back on the board. Like they just took that race off the board and they're like, there's nothing you can do. Corey Seager is still about 22-1. So this is a really long odd, but that is back on the board.
Well, him being, the story over the weekend that kind of gets swept under the rug is that his locker was cleared out and like the expectation.
Shohei's in Japan.
Yeah, the expectation.
He's like, I'm not part of this organization anymore.
Yeah, for the Angels is like they're done with him. They look at it and they're like, look, he's not coming back here. Let's go ahead and clear that out. And he's not playing. So if he's gone, I mean, he doesn't have any other opportunity to add anything. If Corey Seager was to go out and just tear it up for the last, 10 games here.
And get them in the playoffs.
Yeah, like that could be a huge thing there. I don't know how much of a difference it could make, but man, if like we've been looking at it all, we've been charting it. If he just keeps doing that, maybe the voters would look back at it and go, there was 5 weeks missed here and 5 weeks missed here. Was it enough? Especially for a team that his team didn't do anything.
Sure.
I know we talk when all the other sports, we talk about how much it matters to be on a winning team.
But baseball, that didn't seem
and in
to
baseball,
be as important.
It doesn't matter.
I still think Shohei is going to win. I just thought it was interesting what Boach said because he was like, I think it's a lot closer than people think, which means not only does he have thoughts about it, he's aware of other people's thoughts about the AL MVP race. I still think Shohei will win.
I don't think it's close.
Okay.
I think Shohei will get 100% of the first place votes. Now, what's up for grabs? And I do think he has an advantage is second place. Now, nobody really cares. I mean, I can't tell you who finished in second place in MVP voting the last 20 years.
Yeah.
But I do think it'll be between him and Julio Rodriguez. So I do think those last 7 games and making the playoffs, if Seattle makes the playoffs and Texas doesn't, I could see where Seager falls to third in MVP voting. I don't think that would be right. But I could see where Julio could overtake him if Julio does better in these 7 games versus Texas than Seager does versus Seattle, and Seattle makes the playoffs over Texas. But I think it's 100%. I don't think Corey Seager is going to get one vote for first place, and it's nothing against Corey Seager. It's just the Shohei Ohtani situation.
We should go take out all the voters. All right,
oh my god,
the one thing I took from Bochy just now, there's a lot of stuff. He's as depressed about it as we all are, but he has the opportunity he has the ability to be there to try to make something. Like, we're fans and we get to cheer. That's about it. He has the ability to make decisions. But the one thing I really took out of all that, Mike, is everything that you've been saying feels like since the middle of the season. We got to get more runs on the board so I don't have to deal with this crap of the bullpen having to win one-run games. That's what I heard. He said multiple times, we have to get our offense back. And Mike asked about the Toronto. How did you do this in Toronto? But you're not doing it right now. And he's like, it doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah, because they were not a good offense. If you go look at their schedule, they were not a good offense for a month straight leading into the Toronto series. Now, there were days that they had a good day randomly, but it was a pretty below average offense for a while. And then in Toronto, they just went back to being this great offensive team that couldn't be stopped. And then it ended. And now for 4 days, they've gone back to what they were before the Toronto series.
But it sounds like I can't fix this bullpen. The bullpen, like, we could go try and find Jack Leiter. And I don't know. But more importantly, I have to get the hitters.
Can I just say for half a second, I'm not saying it's likely, but we pointed out the Evan Carter thing. Now, Evan Carter was in a much different position to be ready to be called up. But he said, well, yeah, we're looking at everything. I just thought his answer was interesting, and I appreciated it because he didn't go, well, I don't think that would happen with Langford, but we're looking at things. He was like, look, we're talking about and looking at everything. That would be freaking wild, but I'm here for it.
I will be surprised, but at this point, I do think the Rangers, it's a small percentage, are looking at adding Wyatt Langford to the major league team right now. I'm not saying tonight because he's on fire, and they're like, we've been below average offensively pretty much since August 1st. Now, they went on an 8-game winning streak to start August, but since that point, their offense has been below average, and I think that they're going, what the hell? What if we added Wyatt Langford? The dude's batting like 400 with a home run every game. And then I think for Jack Leiter, I don't think he's ready for this, but they might go, screw it. Let's just throw him in an inning in the 6th or 7th inning and see if it works out.
There is kind of like with Evan Carter too. You do have to have the mindset of, look, we're not asking you to be the savior of the team, right? Like, we're just asking you to come in here and do what you do well. And with Jack Leiter. Right. We're not asking you to come in here and be the savior. Go out there and pitch. Good luck, man. If something good happens, you get to pitch again.
But let me ask you this. You're a human being, I think. If they added you to a team with 10 games left in the season and you are out of the playoffs by 1 game.
Oh, I would think they were looking at me to try and save this thing.
So you can say all you want to say to that kid, that young man. Yeah. But if you were in that situation and they added you to the Texas Rangers with 10 games left and said, hey, just go out there and pitch, no big deal, but we're in desperate need of trying to make the playoffs. Like, everything that's in that situation. And that's why the Rangers are struggling so much offensively and bullpen-wise, and at times starting pitching-wise, this is a real deal. We're seeing the real pressure of September, and unfortunately, the Rangers have not handled it the best. Bochy did point this out without mentioning it. In a weird way, Seattle's not handling it well, and neither is Houston. Right. Because Houston should be running away with this division right now, and Seattle should have ran away with the wild card situation at this point, but they haven't. So the Rangers, even though they're losing more than they should, or they're just losing, maybe they should be losing. Maybe I'm putting too much into what they did earlier in the year. They're still in a position to make the playoffs because Houston and Seattle have crapped in their bed too.
Kevin, by the way, Matt Moore has been claimed off waivers by the Marlins from the Guardians. So,
are you kidding me?
He won't be postseason eligible, but yes, that is a reality.
Well, he didn't make it to the Rangers because the Marlins have a worse record. That's amazing, though. I saw Matt Moore just pitch against us. I was like, dang it. Wish we still had him.
We could have used him. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be doing the show live at the ballpark. But right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Mike Likes It goes back to Mike Ask All the Football Questions. Ooh. I have a couple that I didn't get to, and I just find this interesting. As Baker Mayfield found his new home, is he the Tampa Bay quarterback for years to come?
It's a valid question. I think I have a hard time making that leap just yet.
I mean, if he keeps winning, has good games, I look at him, I think Golick said this. I look at him kind of the same way. He's like Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Really?
He's kind of the guy that you're like, man, he'll have some good games, and then he'll have a stinker, and you'll be like, is he really even that good? And so I kind of like that comparison there.
Okay. I mean, they eked past the Vikings, and now the Bears look like they have regressed all the way back. So I don't know.
Baker Love.
I'm not prepared for that Baker Love just yet.
Okay. All right.
I wish I hadn't said it.
Atlanta, Tampa Bay, obviously Baker Mayfield, and New Orleans are all 2-0. I do find that shocking. I know that I didn't, look at all of their schedules before the season started, but we looked at the NFC South and threw up in our mouths and then let it out of our mouths going, this is pathetic.
Right.
But 3 teams are 2-0 in that division. Does that change your mind at all about that division? And if it doesn't, who do you guys like in that division after each team has played 2 games? And don't say Carolina.
So, and I will just point out that both Atlanta and New Orleans, I think, did beat Carolina. So at least 2 of those wins are in the division. I think I'm more impressed by Atlanta, but I'm surprised across the board. I know the Saints have survived and advanced in both of these games. Their defense has been playing exceedingly well going back into last year as well.
I picked Atlanta out of this division, so I'm not surprised by them, but I am excited that they're doing what I said. And Bijan Robinson's been a blast to watch. I'm glad.
He had 180 total yards.
Yeah.
I can't remember the exact total, but it was nice.
He good.
That's why I picked him. Kevin, in one of my other fantasy leagues, I picked him number 4 overall, and you were like, I don't know if I like him that much. But I felt like he was a dude that was going to get the ball a lot. They're just going to be like, look, we're going to get it to you in the air. We're going to get it to you on the ground. They just keep not giving it to him near the goal line, and that's irritating to me. But I like that team. The Saints, I'm very interested to see how their offense grows, because Derek Carr didn't look great last night. But
in week 1.
Yeah, or in week
16 to 15, their first win of the year, something like that.
That is exactly what it was.
But Alvin Kamara isn't there yet.
Yeah, and I'm interested. Their defense is really good. Their defense can be one of the top defenses in the league. They just got to get their offense on the same page.
Agreed.
Okay, my next football question, and this is going to be more of a statement than working off of it. Sean Payton has come out and he said Russell Wilson will probably be wearing a play call sheet on his wrist now.
Okay.
Because they are struggling with communication. He's struggling to break the huddle on time. And so he said it just might be something, or it seems like something he's now going to give Russell Wilson is you're going to have to work off a wristband because it's just not working out, me giving you the play call and you getting the guys in the right formations and out of the huddle. So I guess my question is, do you think Sean Payton is an issue, or do you think Russell Wilson maybe isn't as smart as we might have given him credit for years ago? This whole Denver Sean Payton thing I thought was a bad situation, and it looks like it's playing out bad. And now we have Sean Payton saying, hey, this Russell Wilson, veteran quarterback, possible Hall of Famer, can't understand my plays.
I think in this instance, Russell Wilson can easily be a fall guy for Sean Payton. Very easily. And he can, and wouldn't it be best for him this year for the season to just go bad and for them to have a potential opportunity to go get a number 1 pick? He's like, hey, let's get this Caleb Williams kid and let's ride our future. For him specifically, because you tie yourself to the quarterback for however long, right? Especially if you can be successful with him. And he's like, Russ was never my guy, but I want the Denver Broncos to be great. But I think that it's a combination of the two aren't on the same page right now, and that team is still trying to figure out how to be trust. They don't have any trust. None of them do, and I don't know if Russell Wilson's the guy they can trust.
Yeah, I think it's going to reflect on Russell Wilson too, more than Sean Payton. It's weird to me. It seems like Sean Payton just gets a pass on some things. And maybe Russell Wilson does not get the same pass, and they'll be like, hey, your team was no good last year before Sean Payton, and now it's no good this year with Sean Payton. What's the comment? It's Russell Wilson, and that trade's going to look really bad. But I think they both should come out of this situation looking bad.
But it's 2 years of bad for one guy as opposed to 1 year and promise of the future.
But that's the thing to me why I think Sean Payton should maybe take a little bit more heat is because it wasn't just promised of, we'll right the ship. It was like, look out. The Broncos got Russell Wilson and Sean Payton. What could happen next? Like, it felt like people thought they were live contenders on this thing.
And then Pete Carroll's got to be sitting back going, what am I next to Sean Payton? Chopped liver?
This might not be
I don't
a
know
fair
that he talks
question.
like that, but
like the old man that played golf on, was that
Rodney Dangerfield?
Rodney Dangerfield. See, you know,
I don't get no respect around here.
No respect, no regard.
What am I, chopped liver? Okay,
who knew?
CJ Stroud, 626 yards, 313 yards per game passing. I know the Houston Texans are off to an 0-2 start. This is a tough question because I don't know how much Houston Texans football that you guys have watched. But are you impressed with CJ Stroud? Should Houston Texans fans feel like they made the right choice?
Look, I think so through just 2 games. Obviously, you go back to that first game and wish more had been translated into points. But I thought he took a huge step forward in that second game. And look, the thing I like about Houston and the problem that Carolina runs into is you're like, oh man, this division sucks. Maybe we could have won it. For Houston, I think they're just like, hey, we're just building up. Like, let's win some games if we can, but let's just build up.
I have a buddy who's a Texans fan.
He's pumped.
He has accepted that their season is what it is, and they should add more talent around him. But he likes it. He's waiting to see the moment where he goes, "That's my guy."
Okay,
because Mike likes it.
I'm wondering this in that I always forget the name of the test. But
the Wonderlick
G-Bag Nation talks about
test,
that I think CJ Stroud did miserable on.
S2, yeah.
And so it's kind of maybe it's been a stronger indicator over the Wonderlick on quarterback and how successful they could possibly be. It's not the end-all be-all, but that he struggled with that. So it was kind of like, watch out. So he could like struggle with decision making with how fast the NFL works. My last Mike likes it. And since we were talking about MVP in the American League, and I do think it'll be 100% Shohei Ohtani with first place votes. It'll just be, I think Seager will win second place votes. Here's the most amazing thing about the Rangers season. And as I'm scared about their playoff hopes, I'd like to text back Greg Ostertag and say I might have been too positive on Saturday. Marcus Semien and Corey Seager in war when it comes to position player war. So not adding Shohei Ohtani's war to pitching. Shohei Ohtani's war is 6.0. That is tied for third in the American League with Rookie of the Year Gunnar Henderson. If you didn't know, like if you're wondering, hey, Josh Young coming back, he has 10 games for stats. Gunnar Henderson is literally tied with Shohei Ohtani in third place in war in the American League. So he is wrapped up Rookie of the Year. First and second war in the American League, batting wise, fielding wise, taking out pitching. Marcus Semien 6.7, Corey Seager 6.6.
Wow.
You have the top 2 guys in war. You have so many positive things that have happened in 2023. And I know
you can't let it slip away.
We'll try to do what we can if on October 2nd we're talking about the season being over and the Rangers not making the playoffs. But I just can't look at this season more than a disappointment if they can't figure out a way how to be better than Seattle or Toronto. At this point, just figure out how to be better than one of those 2 teams, and at least you make the 3-game wildcard situation. And to me, that will be a successful season. I can't say a successful season if they don't make the playoffs.
I'm with you, and I will not change that opinion in 2 weeks because of how hot this thing started. If you don't make the playoffs now, it's a disappointment.
I do think, and this will be for another topic and another day, if the Rangers don't make the playoffs, I think you're going to see a major change with this team.
Oh, interesting. For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
2 things here. What Jimmy and Jerry differ on, other than a couple things, but also the definitive top 6 Phil Collins songs, not including In the Air Tonight. Next on The Fan.
Kevin Hagelin from the KNC Masterpiece, and we've talked a lot about mental health on our show. Odyssey knows the importance of this topic too, and that's why they're broadcasting I'm Listening from 8 to 10 p.m. tomorrow. This special, hosted by Carson Daly, will feature some of the biggest names in music, news, and sports like Selena Gomez, Kelly Clarkson, and Richard Sherman, as well as some of the most respected mental health professionals to spread awareness about mental health. Look, it's okay to not be okay, and I'm proof of that. I'm Listening, September 20th at 8 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. For more information, visit imlistening.org.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bosch Power Tools and Autoflex Leasing.
This is Andrew Bogish with your Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL certainly knows what it's doing with scheduling and promotion, but I don't understand playing games side by side on a Monday night. Last night just didn't feel right, even though I had 3 screens going Sunday and loved every moment of it. I guess this is better than the previous setup with a late-night West Coast kickoff, but maybe we only need 1 game on Mondays. I'm Andrew Bogish.
For the ones who work hard to ensure their crew can always go the extra mile, and the ones who get in early so everyone can go home on time, there's Grainger, offering professional-grade supplies backed by product experts so you can quickly and easily find what you need. Plus, you can count on access to a committed team ready to go the extra mile for you. Call,
Secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, I got a lot to get to because Choppy's the reason the second half of this segment is going to be what it is. I can't believe he called this out the way that he did, but he did. And so I put it to the test with Lucy this morning, and we'll see how that goes. But I wanted to start with
Can I give a shout out?
Mike, give a shout out on Shout Out Wednesday.
Thanks. It's Tuesday. We're really struggling with our days this week.
Yes, I'm aware.
You're the only one that knows what day it is.
It's Thursday, and
You
I'm the
Reggie.
most tired. Okay, so Danny, who's a big Tolo, also a huge OU/Baker Mayfield fan. Shout out to you. He was pumped that I tried to give Baker Mayfield as much love as possible, and you guys just squatted on him. Thanks, Corey. C Block.
Thank you very much, Mike. I really appreciate that on Shout Out Tuesday.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be out at Globe Life trying to bring some good vibes to the stadium, trying to get everybody ready to walk into that place and get a dub, and hopefully all the dubs for the rest of the season. Like, hopefully, like maybe tonight could be it.
G-Bag was there. They hurtadoed it up.
Yeah.
They had the tacos.
Oh, man, I want some tacos. And then also Thursday will be at My Possibilities for North Texas Giving Day. So I want to make sure everybody, I've been told you are welcome to come visit the campus.
Really?
So it's off George Bush. If you would like to come visit the campus and take a tour while we're there, come say hi. And you can that's what we do every year for Peace-a-thon. If you want to see where you have donated to, if you want to come visit the campus, we'll be there on Thursday. And then on Friday, we will
Wild Wings.
Yeah. We will be at Buffalo Wild Wings in Carrollton. Looking forward to that. And also, don't forget this Sunday, Cowboys away game is on slate. Correct? Am I correct in that? So that means Old 75 with me, and I want to see you there. They got some sweet deals. I think it was $2.75 Miller Lights. So come on out and hang out with me. I think they gave away, Kevin, 5 pairs of Cowboys tickets at the last game. So I'm interested to see. I know there's a Micah Parsons jersey available. There's some other stuff going on, so let's keep an eye out. But yeah, this Sunday, make sure you get to the Old 75 in Richardson right off of 75 and hang out with me. It's an awesome place. My wife loves it. So, all right, man. Jimmy Johnson was on the Herd, and while the Herd doesn't do a great job of knowing who AC/DC is, Jimmy Johnson, Kevin, you trust him? Do you trust Jimmy Johnson?
Yeah.
His understanding of football, his ability to win championships.
I do.
This is what he thinks about a coordinator's mindset.
You know, I actually talked to Dan Quinn after Atlanta lost that Super Bowl, and I said, Dan, I said, you know, I understand that you don't want to get on to your coordinators, you know, but the head coach's job is to win the game. You know, when you look at the coordinators, the offensive coordinator, the defensive coordinator, they've got their mind in just a tunnel. The offensive coordinator's trying to score at all times.
Yeah.
You know, the defensive guy's trying to stop them, you know, regardless, blitz them, do whatever. You know, at times throughout the game, you've got to tell your offensive coordinator, hey, slow it down just a little bit. You know, I don't want to give them any time on the clock before the half. Let's run the football, even if we have to take a field goal.
Yeah.
You know, or you tell your defensive coach, hey, I don't want to blitz them now. You know, hey, let them work it down the field. We'll blitz them when they get close to the goal line. And so you've got to control the momentum of the game. And I think that's what McCarthy's doing right now. He understands how good that defense is.
So, Kevin, I know when we were having that conversation, Jimmy Johnson just said, even if we have to take a field goal, let's try and take some time off of this thing first. And so I do wonder. I mean, I'm just trusting Jimmy Johnson on that. I'm just trusting a guy that won Super Bowls for the Cowboys. Should have been 4 in a row at least.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman still wonders if it could have been like 15 in a row, but even still, everybody understands Jimmy Johnson was a hard coach for everybody. But then Jerry Jones was on this morning. Let's go cut 8 real quick. And they did ask, Choppy asked, was that by design late in the game?
No, I don't think we're satisfied at all with what we did in the red zone. If you want to look at anything about the game Sunday, that's where we need to get better. On the other hand, to be able to step back and put those kind of points up there kicking field goals, man alive, think of what that does to the opponent. That just go out there and rack up those kind of points kicking 5 or 6, 7 field goals. shoot. And so, but we can't be satisfied with being in short yardage situations there as we have scoring opportunities, not come out with touchdowns. We've got to, that really is the one thing in our meetings that we had yesterday. The one thing that was really emphasized is that we've got to get in there and get scores, get in that end zone.
And that was Jerry Jones shoot on with Sean and RJ and Bobby this morning. Which
man
one?
Alive.
Yeah, man alive. So, and that is kind of the difference of philosophy. Like, hey, maybe you were kind of saying, even if we have to take a field goal, we'll get points. I know we discussed this yesterday. I thought Jimmy Johnson put it very well there, but at the same time, Jerry Jones is sitting up there going, hey, let's make sure we're efficient in the red zone.
Yeah.
But I think when you want to be most efficient in the red zone is absolutely against the teams that you have to play those close games against, right? Like the Niners.
I definitely agree. I just also appreciate him being like, yeah, no, that wasn't the plan at all.
So,
I appreciate that because people are like, no, this is the plan. And I was like, that wasn't totally the plan.
And you know what? The only person that really knows whether or not it was the plan, because you got to imagine Mike McCarthy wasn't sitting there calling a play going, this will never work.
Yeah.
Right? Like he wasn't just sitting there saying, oh, man. But I can see where he was like, well, I could have passed it here, but I'm going to run it instead and keep the clock going.
Yeah, that I could live with. But I imagine he wasn't like, can't believe that idiot scored a touchdown. I'm glad we got a penalty on that play. Like that, there's no way.
I didn't need those 4 extra points. Yeah. God, what are we doing here? All right. And now for the main event, ladies and gentlemen. Last night, there was an unveiling of the new Monday Night Football theme song, which featured Chris Stapleton, Snoop Dogg, and Cindy Blackman on the drums. Now, I know her most from like Lenny Kravitz videos and stuff, but she's a phenomenal drummer. But yeah, that was last night's new Phil Collins inspired theme song for Monday Night Football. And whenever I was playing that as we were walking in yesterday, Choppy looks at me and says, that's not even one of his top 5 songs of all time. And I gasped and clutched my pearls and all that stuff because I love Phil Collins, man. That's something that I grew up. My mom was jamming to it in her Camaro. What's that?
Who doesn't?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and again, that song, I'm very interested in this thing. Bohemian Rhapsody has been the number 1 hit or the number 1 song in 3 different decades, I believe.
That's amazing.
Because in its own decade, when it came out, it was number 1. When it was on Wayne's World, and then whenever it was in the movie,
Bohemian Rhapsody movie. Yeah.
So it's been 3 different times.
Makes sense.
I do wonder where the Phil Collins "In the Air Tonight" song has, because it hit again right whenever Mike Tyson punches out Ed Helms.
Yeah, in The Hangover.
Yeah, so like I do wonder, but that song's always consistently good. And then when Eminem brought it up, everybody was like, "Hold on, what's that about?" So anyway,
I did wonder if that was what that song was about.
So I said, you know what, Choppy, I'm going to put a list together. I'm going to go home and I'm going to look at this. I'm going to look at all the songs. I'm going to come up with my definitive top 6 list, not including In the Air Tonight. All right, this is my definitive top 6 list. Number 6, That's All.
Just as I thought it was going on, this is good. I found out I'm wrong when I thought it was right.
Now this is with Genesis. Keep that going, man.
He's gonna turn it up.
Yeah, he does hit that in just a minute. But this is with Genesis. This is his own Phil Collins solo career.
And he loves the Alamo.
I have no clue what that means, Mike. I really don't.
You should.
Okay, I'll go look it up. I'll go look that up.
Always seem to be looking at you, you were looking at me. It's always the same. It's just a shame.
Yeah, I like this song.
Dude, this is the most energy we've gotten out of Mike today. I love it. This is great because remember Peace-a-thon? It was Hall & Oates that got him going.
Oh my God. And then he sang like 18 variations of that song.
Go back on concert.
All right.
Go back on
tour.
That's the word.
That's All with Genesis was number 6. Number 5 for me is it's kind of a love ballad. It's groovy kind of love. Oh, sorry.
I like the first one better.
It's fine. You can like the first one better.
I was.
But But that was also with Genesis, not solo Phil Collins. So I did have to take that into consideration. And that is a slow song. I get it. Number 5 is another slow song. Take a look at me now.
This song rules.
So he has the largest private collection of Alamo memorabilia out there? That's real?
I had no idea.
So you didn't know either.
I had no idea.
Know this,
I
Mike?
just thought it was a weird thing
I just
that he was
remember this
saying.
story on like Phil Collins has collected like as much Alamo memorabilia as you possibly can.
Wow, that's amazing. I wonder what I need to know what his interest in the Alamo
I
is.
just thought it was a weird deal where he said something like "all my love" and he's like "Alamo, my love," and I thought that's what we were doing.
Number 3 on this list, I think, is with Genesis again. It is Invisible Touch.
You like Genesis more than Phil Collins solo.
Not really. I love this song though.
What is this song called?
Invisible Touch.
I would have sworn it was like.
From the 469, shouldn't y'all be talking about the 4-string left tackle right now?
Boring.
This is regarding
Shlomo Glickstein.
Monday Night Football's new.
I only talk about starters.
New song.
That's true.
The number 3 is
That was number 3.
Oh, number 2, Take Me Home. I love this song.
I have a terrible feeling of what's going to be.
It's interesting. I have Spotify pulled up Phil Collins.
Take Me Home's very low down the list.
You have not mentioned one of his top 5 most popular songs.
All right. Don't worry about it. We're getting there. Number 2, actually number 1 on this list. My number 1
By the way,
favorite.
before you get there, the drum line on Take Me Home is crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Love it.
And by the way, let's also add that this is a dude that's the front man for a band as the drummer. All right, like this dude's singing all the songs.
That's amazing.
And I know. Like Don Henley did that too.
This is making me want to go to a Phil Collins concert.
Yeah, it is. Don Henley.
As long as it's not at AT&T Stadium.
By the way, we know somebody who has a fascinating story about his daughter Lily Collins, who is also Emily and Perry. If you haven't seen that show, it's fun. But Reggie says I have to say it that way. But you know what, man? Like, that's a really cool story. Hopefully that person gets to tell it during Peace-a-thon. But yeah, this is my number 1.
Oh, yeah, I know you're talking about.
This is my number 1 favorite Phil Collins song. And I played all these songs for Lucy this morning. And she was like, I love this song. Lucy loves this song. And I said, do you know what Susudio means?
I don't either.
I thought he was just like really stuttering studio for a long time.
Studio. It was a filler word that he created for the song.
Like Unobtainium and Avatar?
While he was writing the song, he just made up Susudio, and then whenever he tried to come up with a different word to go in there, he never could. So it's not a word. Susudio is nothing. It means nothing, but that is my number 1 favorite Phil Collins song. My mom just texted, by the way, and said she saw Phil Collins in concert. It's one of the best concerts she's ever been to in her life.
So on Spotify, Phil Collins' top 5 songs are You Can't Hurry Love, In the Air Tonight, Another Day in Paradise, Against All Odds, and Easy Lover. So just to show all of the songs.
This is Easy Lover, which he did with Philip Bailey.
Huge omission by you.
I agree.
Giant omission by you.
I love this song too. Hold on, Mike. Turn it up a little bit, Reggie. I love this song too, but it was a moment of I decided I had let Genesis be part of it, but I wasn't going to add anybody else. It was as much Phil Collins as I could get in there.
It says his name.
I know, and it's an awesome song.
I like
it really
Another Day in
is.
Paradise quite a bit.
You had those 6. You didn't even name those 5. Like if you went to go see Phil Collins in concert, it's just hit after hit. Like I know there'll be a random one that I won't know or something like that, but there will be, for the most part, you will just be sitting there listening to number 1 hits all night long.
Is this from the Tarzan soundtrack?
You didn't get into any of the soundtrack
No, dude.
stuff?
This is one of my
He won
favorite
an
soundtracks.
Oscar.
Dude, on this, when he made this soundtrack, he went in. Go watch I can't remember what it's called, but it's the one where it's all the gorillas and everything just sitting there banging on drums and hitting trumpets and everything. And he basically went into a studio and said, give me everything you can hit that makes a sound. I'm going to make a hit for you real quick. And then he did it. So again, the biggest, most well-known song is definitely got to be In the Air Tonight. That's got to be the one that everybody knows. When it hits, you know that it just hit. But man, Phil Collins.
Was this his most popular song before Mike Tyson came out to box to it?
I mean, as a child of the 80s, this song is the one that stuck out the most to me. So, like, I might be wrong, but I think it might be. I'm sure, like, the Tim Collins of the world could tell me
I'm
different.
sure on the 98.7s or whatever station we own up here. Is that part of our block?
Yes,
Okay,
it
good.
is.
I'm glad I named you
Thank
guys
you.
instead of the other ones. Is that they probably played this Phil Collins song the most on those stations. All the other songs I'm saying they play, but this one seems like every day, if you just listen to 98.7 all day long, you'll hear this song at least one time per day.
Probably so.
From the 817, my wife and I are celebrating our 42nd anniversary today. And Against All Odds by Phil Collins was our song. Love it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, college football on a Tuesday. This is why you shouldn't talk smack when it's only halftime. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on, leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Unleash a new adventure and the genius of Genesis at Genesis of
Injured in an accident? Contact Franklin Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for college football on a Tuesday. 877-881-1053. If there is a particular game or team that you're invested in, we got a lot to get to, gentlemen.
You want me to start it off by telling you who I'm invested in, Kevin?
Yes.
Saturday night, I didn't go out. I didn't start really watching college football.
You have a state friend, right?
Yeah, until 9 o'clock.
Is it because of cut number 11?
Maybe so.
Shedeur Sanders out of the shotgun. He's got a slot to the boundary side right. Wing to the left. Motion man through the backfield. Shedeur takes a snap, drops to throw, scans, throws over the middle. Mikey Harrison, Gray with the 5. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown, Colorado.
Now, what ended up happening, my buddy went to Colorado State, and so we go to Old 75 to hang out and watch the game. They got tons of TVs, outdoor environment, felt great outside, and we sit down, and we're getting ready. It said 9 o'clock kickoff. It was about 9:30 when that sucker kicked off. And
9:20, you had to change to ESPN News.
Yeah, and I was kind of like, oh my gosh, but I was fine. The place was packed. It was awesome to see that, and we're sitting there. Tolo walks up and he's like, "Hey, dude, what's going on?" And I said hi to him. And then a few minutes later, a lady walks over to my buddy and high fives him, 2-hand high five. That's high 10, if you will. And she went to Colorado State, and she's excited about the game. And then her husband went to Colorado State. Shout out to Matt and Betsy. And then later on in the night, we find out that he's a big Tolo of the show. And so that was really awesome to hear, too. That was really cool. So, Mike, now I'm also Old 75 famous.
Can I ask you this question?
What's that?
Do you guys think Colorado State's a dirty team?
No.
One play was dirty.
There was a dirty play. And the Colorado State people are chalking it up to, look, man, it's an emotional game. It's an emotional rivalry for the state of Colorado.
Let me play cut 15 for you, because this is Travis Hunter addressing that hit and the injury. And what I need you to desperately keep in mind, he is in a full-blown giraffe outfit while he is saying all of this. I'm not kidding. He really is.
It's football, though. At the end of the day, stuff like that's going to happen. So I just stay humble. I mean, hey, you did what he was supposed to do. It's football. Something bad's going to happen on the field sooner or later. You just got to get up and fight again. That's what I try to do.
Lacerated liver out.
That's terrifying, dude.
For sure.
If they said, "Hey, your liver's lacerated," I would probably say, "Well, it was a good run. I guess I need to go learn a trade." Like that would be my approach to that if that's what they told me. But I watching that game. They fought hard. They played hard. It went late into the night. We were there really late. But everybody that was still there with us was like completely invested in this game. Kevin, Reggie pointed this out at the beginning of the season. Nobody would have talked about this game. Nobody would have talked about this game at all.
You're right.
If it wasn't for Dion doing what he's done, bringing everybody with him to Colorado, making noise.
I don't even know who those people are. I know who The Rock is. Whoever Offset is.
Offset,
I don't know
Amigos, yeah.
Who he is. And there's a couple other people. I'm like, I don't know who they are.
Well,
but they
Wayne
must be
walked
famous.
out there, opened it up for him, dude.
Yeah.
Like that it's a party environment, and they are loving it in Colorado right now.
And they are taking advantage of it. You can now pre-order the Colorado NIL football team trading cards, and given the potential pro prospects of both Shedeur and Travis Hunter, I don't know.
That's interesting, because when I was at the A&M game this weekend, they have a whole commercial on their big screen, and it's like, I can't remember the website, but I'm sure most of these major colleges have it. They're like, if you want to give money to the players, here is our NIL webpage. So like, whether you have a business or you're just like, I'm a big fan of Colorado or A&M or whoever, UT, if you want to give $100,000, we will take it from you and give it to, I don't know, just the football players. I don't know if you have to be specific when you go to the website. Be like, I really like this player.
Yeah.
He impressed me. I want to give him $1,000 for this game. I don't know how it all works.
Gus Johnson called I know he was the one on the Colorado-Nebraska game, and I think Joel Klatt was with him. And there was
the pair, yeah.
What's that?
That's the pair.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joel Klatt, I remember specifically, there was a moment when a tight end was running upfield, and he just basically put his head down and tried to put it into Travis Hunter's chest. And Joel Klatt goes, "This is what I would be doing every single time if I'm on offense. Go find him and hit him. Go make him tired. You don't want." And so that was another thing that kind of went into my mind whenever I saw that play happen that night was, I'm not sure that somebody heard Joel Klatt say that, but some coach was out there going, we got to figure out how to get him out of the game. Not maybe not in that manner, but with that idea.
Well, look, one thing that I hope everyone can agree on, and we have to stop this, is the death threats leveled at the kid who dropped that hit.
Yeah, dude.
Henry Blackburn, his cell phone number and his mom's cell phone number were published on the internet. And so the athletic director for the school said that he and his family had been receiving death threats. And that's insane.
Yeah.
Like, why
it's
would
not
that's
that,
crazy.
It's not that serious. Like, it's a serious injury, but come on, man. That doesn't have to go that way. I did wonder this too, Kevin. Shiloh Sanders had a pick 6 in that game, and I asked Reggie immediately. I said, hey, do you think that moved him up from number 5 to number 4 at least?
Did you see Deion's follow-up? And he goes, I'm honest. And, like, I appreciated that because Jess asks me that all the time, and I'll be honest, and depending on the day, I'll be like, no, it's my favorite, or Brandon's my favorite. Like, depending on the day. I like that he said, I'm honest.
Were you happy with Brandon coming to Buffalo Wild Wings on Friday?
Yes, I was very happy.
Did you feel like he was excited to see you?
Yeah, I definitely did. And
That's
then we
good.
chatted again, and should I not tell you that he's coming back home again this week?
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
My daughter's
Mike.
never coming home.
Have you even heard from her?
It's just because it's my birthday as well.
Yeah, occasionally. I asked, are you alive? That was kind of my last text to her.
How
and
did that go over?
Well, she finally responded. I just at this point, I just need to know you're alive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So.
Let's go to.
She's having fun.
I'm sorry, buddy. Let's go to cut number 12.
I guess it's good, right?
Sorry, Reggie. It was 27-27. Missouri lined up for a 61-yard field goal.
With 3 seconds to play in regulation, tied at 27. Good snap, good place. Kick is up. It is. Yes! Oh, a walk-off winner from 61. Harrison Mevis sends the Mizzou students running onto the turf as Missouri wins it on a 61-yard field goal by Harrison Mevis.
Doug Smith is so excited right now.
The fighting Mickey Spagnolas were out there
Mickey
getting after
Spagnola
it.
and Doug Smith. Those are who you think of from Missouri.
Doug Smith, 6th overall pick from Missouri. He really turned the Mavericks around in 1991.
Did you get a text from Kevin Gray immediately?
Got a call from Kevin Gray. Got a text from Sterling Daniels. I'm surprised those are the only Mizzou fans that hit me up.
So everybody, it's like a reunion. That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm glad they were able
Kevin
to
Gray
have
went to
him.
Missouri?
He sure did.
Yeah.
Do you think when I say Doug Smith, do you think he even has a clue
Oh, he
of
knows.
who I'm talking about?
I'm sure he knows.
He knows. By the way, Missouri got fined $100,000 under the SEC policy for
what?
fans rushing the field.
Stupid. They might never get that chance again to ever rush the field in a football game.
I mean, you might. I don't know.
It's funny. I know
have
Missouri.
no thoughts about that.
My son asked me. I know it's a little bit different school, but Missouri, they're in the SEC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have no clue how they're in that either. But my son asked.
Fair.
He goes, "How is Vanderbilt in the SEC?" And I was like, "I don't know."
Because they bring the academic merit. It's Harvard or
Like
the
back
South.
in the day, and then I get it. Like Missouri got chosen a decade ago with A&M.
Yep.
Did they go in with A&M?
They did.
Like I don't know how Missouri got put in the SEC. What do they bring to the table?
Journalism.
So it's academics. So
Big time journalism school.
South Carolina, they were beating Georgia at the half 14-3. And I don't have Shane Beamer, the head coach for South Carolina, directly, but here's what he told the halftime announcer at halftime when they were winning at halftime.
Normally at the half, coaches say, it ain't 0-0, but she said it is right now 14-3. We are kicking their butts right now. We just need to keep on going. He was so happy, guys.
Well, we'll see if they.
They could not, as Georgia scored 21 unanswered in the second half, and they got their butts kicked, and they lost 24-14.
They were kicking their butts. Like that's
They
fact.
were.
They stopped kicking their butts.
They did.
Do you consider that kicking a team's butt when you're up 14-3 against them?
No, it has to be more than 2 touchdowns.
But what if like you have been dominant in that 14-3? Like they couldn't gain an inch. The only time that like they kicked a field goal because you fumbled and then you stopped them again.
No, I hear what you're saying.
What school is this?
South Carolina.
The Gamecocks couldn't gain an inch. That's what he said.
It's unfortunate because I feel like I need to transition into one more thing that's probably not a joking matter.
Oh no!
Should have.
Do you not have another like good fun one?
Oh,
Kevin,
I do. All right. That's a fair point. Another good fun one, and you can tell me if you think this is a legitimate school or not.
Okay.
Portland State. You remember they had lost to Oregon 81-7. Portland State followed that up by beating North American 91-0.
North American?
It's got to be North American.
North
State
American University.
University.
Is that a real place?
It is.
They lost 91-0.
They have a campus?
I can't say that
It's
I've
in
been
Texas.
there or anything. Yes,
No
Stafford,
way.
Texas.
Yeah.
Dude, I just saw West Coast University out here in Richardson, so I'm a little confused as the way it all works because there's no West Coast in Texas. So
There's the Texas coast.
yeah,
offense.
but that's not in the West, bro.
Now-
Another question I have about college. Are there any farmers at Texas A&M? Because they all say they are, and they're all fighting. But I don't feel like you can get into Texas A&M anymore if you want to go there to be a farmer. Maybe you can, but I feel like they're taking the top 6%.
Anything in the agricultural department, I think,
Okay.
is probably counted as all this. Now,
You have to be a farmer to be on their football team.
in the non-joking space,
Okay.
Mel Tucker is going to get fired, the Michigan State head coach. Remember last week we said, hey, this is becoming a problem. Michigan State has begun the process of firing him. Mel Tucker says there are other motives at play. He said, quote, let's be clear. I don't believe Michigan State plans to fire me because I admitted to an entirely consensual private relationship with another adult who gave one presentation at Michigan State at my behest over 2 years ago. Now, it's probably about the money. I don't know what other things he is claiming just quite yet are at the root of him potentially being fired, but Michigan State has let Mel Tucker know that they have started the process to fire him. So it sounds like that's not going to be an easy process or transition.
Oh, actually, it's going to be very easy. The woman with whom he, engaged in the malfeasance, let's say, was a vendor for the school. That directly violates contractual obligations for you to then have that type of interaction with her. It's really easy and cut and dry.
He seems to believe, though, that
no, that's his spin.
That he disclosed this and was given the thumbs up. At least that's the spin that I understand.
And that's the spin that he's attempting.
Maybe it will be super easy then. Fascinating.
From the 214, good one, Mike. I'm cracking up right now. I'm glad I work alone. From the 940, how long have you been sitting on that one, Mike?
He was in College Station
from
over the weekend.
682, Mike's jokes are terrible, LMAO. So they're saying, it's like saying, this is the best thing I've ever had, 2 stars.
I'm sexy and I know it. LMOAO.
Is that LMFAO? I don't even know.
They're not together no more.
What happened?
I can't tell you.
We'll do a deep dive tomorrow in the C block.
No! Phil Collins' spine. Well, I can't dictate what your content's going to be, so we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever wonder why you never see or hear a price on replacement windows?
What does the competition have to hide?
At Best Buy Windows and Siding, we offer transparent pricing, like our Best Value 10 single-hung windows for $54.50 with free installation and a lifetime warranty at no extra charge.
Transparent pricing.
10 custom windows for $54.50. Call 972-200-4485. That's 972-200-4485. Or visit us at bestbuywindowsandsiding.com.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
If you were looking to buy a brand new car, look no further than Platinum Chevrolet. That's the spot. 80,000 square feet in Terrell. And I know you might be thinking, when should I stop by? I have a feeling that
Today.
Today? What's going on today?
Today. It's September 19th, Kevin.
That's
and happening all day long. They have great deals for you. But in addition to that, a chance to win a DeMarcus Lawrence autographed helmet, tickets to upcoming shows at Billy Bob's Texas, free oil changes all day long on General Motor gas vehicles, 2010 and newer, and so much more. It is happening today. They also have tons of Chevy Tahoes to choose from. And you can also go test drive that Silverado 1500 High Country that is sitting right there on the lot. Kevin knows he has purchased many, many cars.
4 cars in the last 3 years.
And it's not just because he's rich, although he is, but he also understands he's getting the great deal, and
That's
also
how I
getting
stay rich, Corey.
great customer service as well, and that's how you feel fancy. Listen, visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com, drive a little further, save a lot more, and go visit them right now to get all those sweet deals. Chevrolet, find new roads.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. 2 top teams in the American League face off with Baltimore visiting Houston Tuesday nights. This could be a playoff preview between division leaders, with both teams trying to hold off challengers for the division title. Tonight, the BetQL model is on the home team, taking the Astros on the money line over the Orioles. I'm Chelsea Messenger. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy. Hooray! Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate to Junk for Joy. Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate your card today at junkforjoy.org. You'll get a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
Donate your card today to Junk for Joy.
Donate today and your car will be picked up by tomorrow.
Attention football fans, it's your boy Nate Newton at J. Alexander Law. It's that time of year again, and your safety and the safety of others is our top priority. This is football season. Make the right call. Don't drink and drive. Plan ahead, a designated driver, or use of other transportations. Let's keep the game exciting. Remember, at J. Alexander Law, we believe responsible choices make real champions. J. Alexander Law, 888-88-INJURED. 888-88-INJURED.
Have you tried dieting and exercise and feel there is something holding you back? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Guys, this year's bye week is the weekend of October 21st, otherwise known as the weekend you do something special for your girl. While the boys have the weekend off, the Feel Good Dallas Wellness Festival, presented by Sanctum Wellness and Paris, is coming to the Morton H. Meyerson Symphony Center. At Feel Good Dallas, you'll get to do yoga with members of the Dallas Symphony Orchestra playing right in front of you. Take in fitness experiences with Dallas's best DJs playing, plus meet experts on fitness, nutrition, sleep, and more. Find your Feel Good. Get your tickets now at feelgoodaf.com. That's feelgoodaf.com.
Hello? Hi, I'm Skimmy from Out of Town Roofing, here to take your insurance check and disappear without fixing your roof.
No thanks. My neighbor used Central Roofing and Restoration right here in DFW and loved them. In fact, they'll be here for my free inspection any minute.
CentralRoofingAndRestoration.net.
Old 75 Beer Garden is 105.3 The Fan's official watch party home for the Cowboys 2023 away games. Hey everybody, it's Corey. Join me Sunday as Dallas takes on Arizona at 3:25. Just off 75 and Richardson. Old 75 Beer Garden. Good cheer, good friends, good times.
Build a strong defense or defense around your home, small business, or large commercial facility with DFW Security. This week, get a professionally installed security system with 2 smart cameras and a smart door lock, all monitored and controlled on your phone for less than your morning coffee.
DFWsecurity.com.
Dick Butkus here. I've got a game changer for you. When it comes to creating a winning website, there's only one team I trust, AmericanEagle.com. I've known them for 25 years. In my career, I learned that success isn't just about talent, it's about teamwork. That's what you'll find at AmericanEagle.com. They'll listen to your goals and work with you and handle all your digital properties. They'll ensure your website is user-friendly, responsive, and optimized for search engines. AmericanEagle.com also provides ongoing support and digital marketing strategies that will keep you ahead of the competition. They even host our podcast. Whether you're a medium to large business or a big-time player, AmericanEagle.com is the top choice. Visit www.AmericanEagle.com for website design, development, and online solutions that deliver efficiency and results. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call them at 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Hello, I'm Jamie Flores, the managing partner at the law offices of Nick Namath, with another important tax fact. The amount the IRS claims you owe is often incorrect. They're notorious for mistakes with taxes, penalties, and interest that you don't really owe.
Hi, I'm Dallas tax attorney Nick Namath. Returns the IRS prepares for you when you haven't filed are often full of errors. For over 20 years, I've helped Texans successfully handle the IRS.
Call Nick Namath, the DFW tax attorney, at 972-484-0829 or visit myirsteam.com.
Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue restaurant of the Texas Rangers, is your go-to for the best barbecue around. Voted top 50 barbecue in the state. Hurtado Barbecue.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Just announced Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. There's a limited supply of excess Equinox models that will be sold direct to the public below market value. You can see them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but don't wait. In less than 10 days, they could all be sold at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing well. Thank you very much for asking. My question for y'all is there a fan base, and I realize the Eagles will probably take over a lot here, that you think is the worst in the NFL? Because, you know, Tyreek Hill said that the Patriots fans are some of the worst, and then I got a fan survey that said the Cowboys fan base is the most hated. Is there a fan base in the NFL that you're like, ugh, I hate them?
Niners. Yeah, I think the Niners have really climbed up the rankings, particularly in the G-Bag Nation. But over the last couple of years as well. And it seems like every week there's I mean, I guess at this point there's fights every week with every fan base at every stadium. That's just the way it goes. But it feels like the Niners, guaranteed, I'm getting a solid 30 to 60 second fight at a Niner game, you know, on Twitter to watch, which is fun.
You know, and the Niner fan has definitely stepped his game up over the last 10 or 15 years.
Yeah.
Like the level of degenerate activity and violence is just...
They're going toe-to-toe with the Raiders.
But yeah, I'm still going to go across the bay to those Raiders. I know now that they're in Las Vegas, their core home fans are going to be a little bit different. But growing up on the West Coast, if there was ever a kid that was caught throwing rocks through an abandoned building's window or smoking cigarettes or later on into middle school and high school dealing meth, it was usually the Raider fan.
Still to this day, because it was so funny to me, is when the Raiders and Cowboys had their joint practice, I did wireless and I was asking people how long they've been on parole. And like the second person I asked, he goes, all right, you got me. It's been about 3 months.
And then the third person was like, yeah, it's been just it's been a few.
So there's a whole bunch of them.
They were like, how do you know us so well?
There's a whole bunch of them.
And then minutes later, a fight breaks out right down like 5 yards from us. And that was where was it Jenkins got pulled into the hustle there?
Well, some dude was, some fan had he was trying to get his helmet autographed, but he was swinging it like at the Cowboy players that were over in that area. Like they were all kind of
Myles Garrett versus Mason Rudolph.
It was like fans swinging a Raider helmet at Cowboy players that were pinned up against the fence.
I remember that because we were calling in and I asked them to cut the commercial break short because the fight was happening like where you are. I was standing where I am. And it was happening right in front of us. And I was like,
play-by-play moment.
I was like, cut the commercial break. Come back to us. There's a fight.
Yeah, in Oxnard, when you're on the field next to the stands?
Yeah.
Yes.
It was left side on that fence line. They added an extra barrier. They added an extra fence over there for stuff like
the
that.
The Raider fan barrier.
It kind of felt like that.
Yeah.
Not surprisingly, a whole bunch of people are saying the Eagles because of Santa Claus, because of Michael Irvin.
For sure.
Just general dislike of the Eagles.
Commander fans aren't great either.
Oh, what makes you say that?
My history of standing on the field with DallasCowboys.com. I can't tell you how many times I was MFing their fans, like standing there.
What would happen, Broadus, if I don't know what year it was, you might know the year, when Randy White and other football players for the Cowboys ran into the stands at RFK to beat the crap out of Washington Redskins
Boy,
fans.
is that 70... That's got to be like 74, 75, something right around there.
Was it Cliff Harris?
Yeah, they all went. Matter of fact, there used to be, because the old RFK was a baseball park too.
Yes.
And so you had to go into the dugout to get into the visitors' locker room. And I'll never forget this, though, one time in our section there at the Cowboy game, I was 4 rows behind the visitors' bench. There was a player named Jim Otis, Ohio State fullback from the St. Louis Cardinals. People around me were yelling at him. He came up the stairs. I'm like, guys, get ready. And sure enough, he left the bench, started up the stairs.
No.
That would have been 4 rows. I mean, he'd had to go over a little chain, but he could have been right there just wrecking shop on these people yelling at him the whole game. But that players back in the 70s, they reacted to you. When you yelled at them, they would turn and look and like, I'll get you, that kind of thing.
I remember you in the blue shirt.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah, it was.
And they're all in the same parking lot. You're like,
they didn't care,
no.
man. They didn't care.
Now, question for y'all, Dawson and Broadus. What is your favorite Phil Collins song? And then Eric, do you know who Phil Collins is?
In fact, I do. Yes.
Because of the Tarzan movie?
He's the voice of Tarzan. In the Air of the Night.
I don't think that's right.
He is. He's the voice of the soundtrack.
Okay. Now that is correct.
Tarzan. I mean, who's to say he's not the voice of Tarzan as well? But Susu Studio, I know that's not just him. That was.
Is it Genesis?
Thank you.
That actually was him.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but I mean, he's asking. But
wait,
that wasn't in Genesis.
That wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then that's my favorite non-obvious Phil Collins.
See, I'm more of a Phil Collins Genesis. Home by the Sea was a good one there. What was some of the other ones he had that was, God, Bang, 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 Down You Go. It's the job I do, I think is the name of the song. So, yeah, the Genesis I thought was really, really good. Yeah.
Very talented band.
A lot of great ones. I got to throw out Easy Lover.
Easy Lover's great.
That was high on the list.
I was yelled at as an omission, and it is my fault.
Reggie was furious.
But that's what he was with. Easy Lover.
That
was with somebody else, right? Didn't he sing that with Easy Lover?
With Philip Bailey.
Philip Bailey, yeah.
Still counts though, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
Mike is jazzed to go see Phil Collins in concert now.
He went on a reunion tour with Genesis.
Wait a minute, I thought he's done. I thought he was really sick.
2022.
He's sick.
Oh, no.
No, I think is he done performing?
I think so. He's not on tour anymore.
Yeah, he got really badly sick. And I think he did one final show. He was doing a lot of his shows sitting down. He was a drummer.
Yeah.
He was
that's incredible to me. And a singer?
Yeah, him and our guy at the Eagles. Don Henley was a drummer.
Yep.
Yeah. We've had quite a few. The Foo Fighters guy, right?
Dave
drummer.
Grohl.
Yeah, Dave Grohl, drummer, singer guy.
Yeah, turned into a lead man, a front man.
Yep.
No, never mind. What do you guys got coming up on the program?
I'm trying to take a shot.
I know wasn't. I changed my mind. What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Janko at 340.
Oh, okay. Ask
Travis
about Wyatt,
Jankowski.
Yes, ask about Wyatt Langford. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Remember, we'll lead you into Rangers baseball. We'll be at the ballpark 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say "Take Me Home," Kevin.
Take me home tonight.
Wrong song.
The Fan continues to grow because of you, our listener teammates. Thank you for turning it on and leaving it on. 105.
Studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a fantastic day as we're off and running here on a Tolo Tuesday, a Toxic Tuesday, if you will. And LA Live will have some of the best Toxic audio that you'll ever hear, I'm sure, coming up at 5:40 in LA Live with Lucius Alexander. We do have Travis Jankowski coming up at 3:40. It's a Rangers player show Tuesday. He's going to join us coming up at 3:40, brought to you by Pluckers. And we're going to have the pregame coming up at 6:30 as the Rangers are going to host the Red Sox again. 4-game losing streak as Will Smith unable to do anything in the 8th inning. It ripped my heart out. I guess the only good thing about last night was at least there was football on. So once you realized it was going to happen again, there was still something to be salvaged from the evening. That was my approach. But
that's how you know it's a bad night. Yeah. When you're depending on a late in the third quarter 6-6 tie ball game between Derek Carr and Bryce Young, just constipated offenses, and then disgusting watching Cleveland try and move the ball. You know you're down bad.
Oh,
that's
dude.
the thing that's getting your night to put a smile on your face.
Well, what last night effectively did is it just served as a reminder that you're not capable of winning a playoff series. Your bullpen is so bad, and while Chris Young is a genius, he is fairly new on the job, and he had oversight that was negligent. I think when it came to evaluating how good that bullpen was, it's a mistake he'll never make again, Brian. But in the short term, we got to live with it over the next 12 games. Hopefully there's a playoff series that they have no chance of winning, but at least they'll make the playoffs. And then we'll see what he can do in the winter meetings. That's where we're at right now, Brian. Tell me I'm wrong, please.
No, I can't tell you're wrong. I sat there last night, and like I told Chris Young yesterday, I don't know how you're so calm. And he's like, well, I'm not really calm if you watch the game with me. I'm sure if Chris and I were watching the game together yesterday, myself, Chris, Boach, it would have been a lot of F-bombing going on in that 8th. You know, it's so sad that you feel like, and you know what's worse? You know it's going to happen. But you're sitting there and you're hoping it doesn't happen. Yeah. You're hoping that somehow Smith gets out of this inning, somehow, and it's always that first guy walks, and then the next guy doubles, and then, and you're constantly going, how does this happen? It seems like every night, and it doesn't matter who he puts out there, because the Toronto series, those were some of the 4 best nights of watching baseball. Went so much on the line those 4 games, so much. Rangers timely hitting, good relief pitching, good starting pitching. I felt terrible for Montgomery last night.
Oh, yes.
It gets to the point now where, we're kind of either like you get to the 6th inning and you're out, or you get close to 100 pitches and you're out. There's a side of me, it's like, dude, he's cruising along. Let him go one more inning. I know there's this analytics and all this stuff going on with baseball and how, 2 times, 3 times through the lineup stuff. But, man, it's to the point where I'd like to see some old school Bob Gibson, complete game 9-inning type of a thing if we can get that done.
Yeah, it's worth a shot at this time in the season, especially if you have guys that have not racked up a lot of innings, or they're not having a high stress situation going on.
That's the problem
with them right now. But it's a tough luck season. It really is, and it doesn't always come together for you. Like, how many more championships could maybe the Spurs have had if Tim Duncan or Tony Parker hadn't sprained their ankle in the last week of the regular season of the last 20 years? These kind of things happen. I was watching the Red Sox telecast last night just to see what they were saying for a couple of innings. And they're like, wow, this is a great up-and-coming team. And, they got Bruce Bochy, who's awesome, and Chris Young's an up-and-coming executive. But they got 5 Cy Youngs sitting on the injured list right now. Yeah. And they were just talking about how unfortunate it was for, one of the teams. And then the bullpen fell apart. And I think that's the only thing that you got to kind of look in the mirror on. Don't you? How did we see what was happening, get to the trade deadline, and not improve it more, Brian?
I don't know. I know we were all in Oxnard, and we were trying, and we were having that roundtable with you on a Saturday, and we were so excited about Max Scherzer and the trades and everything. It's like
Montgomery and Strider were like, and what's next?
And what's
surely
next?
this can't be it, but it was it.
It was it. And unfortunately, though, Jonah Heim was dealing with an injury, so he had to go get a catcher. It was kind of just I was hopeful. I was hopeful that DeGrom would still be pitching. I was hopeful that Max Scherzer would still be pitching.
This time next year, they'll have a chance to have that.
I don't have time to wait till next year.
I was hopeful the bats weren't going to disappear.
I don't know. I'm to the point now. I'm going to watch again tonight.
Sure.
And I'm going to watch again tomorrow afternoon.
Despite what your doctor recommends.
But you fully understand where we are.
I'm getting beat up now.
There's hope of winning games and staying in the playoffs. And, that's the unfortunate reality of that's all we – but if you take a step back and look big picture, it's very unlikely you go from where they were last year all the way to the top. This is a building block, and it's an important lesson, not only for the players but for the GM. You can't go 90% of the way there if you're trying to buy a championship. You got to go 100% all in.
Well,
you should know that as a DFW guy watching the Cowboys build 90% of a championship roster over the last decade. This championship window has been open for the Cowboys for a decade now, going back to 2014. Maybe they finally finished the fight through the draft. But a decade into it, they've been leaving it to chance, and that's why they can't get through the divisional round, Chris. If you're going to spend that much of that billionaire's money, you might as well go spend the extra 15 to 20 and the prospects that it's going to take you to have a great bullpen. Otherwise, you're just spending the billionaire's cash trying to make the playoffs.
Yeah.
You can't win in the postseason without a bullpen, Brian.
No, I know.
You've been doing this long enough now.
I know.
You can't look me in the eye and say, good job, Chris. Hey, wait
a minute now.
Yeah.
This team, like 80% of the year, 85% of the year, they were in first place.
They were.
It was
a thing of
he thought his team was good. I don't blame him. He thought his team was good. He thought going out getting Max Scherzer was a good idea.
You got feedback though before that deadline. There were signs starting about mid-June?
Yes.
Yeah.
The bullpen became what we thought it was going to be.
It's historically bad.
Yes.
It's historically bad.
And you thought it was good enough to win playoff series.
All right, man. You're right. I want to give him a pass.
Yeah.
Because I felt like he added pitching. He added pitching at the trade deadline.
And he's the man.
Yeah.
He's the man too.
He added pitching at the trade deadline. And for some unknown reason, the internal candidates that they had here coming out of surprise couldn't get the job done. They tried, Spores, Leclerc. They've tried them all.
Even the ones you got.
Bradford, they've tried them all. I feel sorry for Bruce Bochy. If I was a scout or if I was Chris Young and I walk in there and I would apologize. I agree with you. I would apologize. Like every time I apologize to Dave Campo. Hey, we didn't help you. We're sorry. We didn't help you. You take that responsibility. Chris Young will wear this.
Yeah.
He'll wear it. But I tell you what, Chris Young will do something about it. If they don't get in the playoffs, I guarantee you this team will not have a bad bullpen next year.
Yeah, and there was only, at some level, there's only so much you can do at one trade deadline. There's a lot that goes into completing just even one trade, let alone multiple like they did. And you knew at the time, the bigger issue is you don't have a group of young guys or even one young guy in your farm system. And that's a big picture problem to where it's like, gosh, I'm having to fix issues at the trade deadline that precede me if I'm CY. And there's only so much you can do there. And then even the guys you bring in, like a Chapman, who started like a freaking horse, has all of a sudden tanked on you.
Yeah,
that's a huge bummer.
Okay, and we're sitting here kicking Chris, or we're kind of kicking Chris a little bit for not getting it done. But he made the first trade. He went and got Chapman. I had guys in the league, buddies of mine in other major league teams. Man, we were trying to get Chapman too. Give Chris credit. He went and got, he saw that his bullpen wasn't good enough. Now, to your point, he didn't do enough.
Yeah.
He didn't. And I don't know that he necessarily could have. Because even how many trades, honestly, right now, with the way things have shaken out, how many bullpen arms are you away at this point, despite all the trades you did make? Was it one more trade could have fixed it?
You might be two.
More?
You might be two.
Three more?
I think you needed
at least two.
At least two. Gavin's right. At least two.
Yeah, and I think that all goes into the evaluation. Those are great points. Like Chris has done an awesome job. He made some great pitches to the billionaire to get him invested on this level. He brings in Boch. He between Eovaldi, Scherzer, and DeGrom, you have the makings of the best rotation in baseball come this time next year. But I think that in sports radio, when executives, even if they're awesome to us and come on our shows and have done everything right, when you do something wrong that costs the franchise an opportunity,
no, you're fair. You're fair.
You got to be called out for it.
No, you're fair about that. You're fair. I'll say this though, he, as down as I am right now about the Texas Rangers bullpen, is as happy as I've been this whole season getting to watch these guys play and listening to Hicksey and Jared and Eric and be a part of this thing, because it has been the run's not over, but man, the signs you're talking about are real.
Yeah, we're back, and
It's
that's
real.
the appreciation perspective.
Yeah.
I think that's accurate. And then what Chief said as well is about, hey, this is going to take multiple player acquisition windows. You can't get it all done. And he's trying to essentially build a team that's giving you very little from the minor leagues as far as building blocks. Maybe you got a couple for next year in Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. Before too long, hopefully Jack Leiter and a couple of other pitchers. But for the most part, he's having to build the whole thing. Yeah. And, the Astros, the Braves have like a dozen guys each that have been developed who are performing at a championship level.
Yeah.
It's hard to do. Hard to keep up with that. So anyway, here we go. 1.5 back of Houston in the division. Could be a half game today because they ended up losing to Baltimore last night. You're tied with Seattle for the wild card.
Right.
Okay, we're still in this thing.
Okay, let me ask you guys this. You're going to throw a Hail Mary on Wyatt Langford? You're going to throw a Hail Mary? I know the guys in the afternoon asked Boch about that, and it didn't sound like that Boch was crawfishing on it.
Well, I mean, everything's on the table, and they're at that point now where you actually have your season in the balance.
Maybe a stick. Maybe
Yes.
him and Evan Carter, with young guys, sticks.
You have encouragement with the way Evan Carter has stepped up and immediately brought life to your offense a little bit, but the offense is still not. I mean, it's been a huge issue.
It was fine in Toronto.
No, for sure. That's the problem. That's the problem.
I know.
Sometimes it's beautiful and they're putting up double digits, and then sometimes it's you feel like this thing is as constipated as some of the football offenses we were watching last night on Monday night with rookie quarterbacks, and you're going, man, like, my gosh, for as bad as the bullpen was last night, where was your offense?
Yeah.
Where was your offense? And you're a team now that has to win because of your offense, and because of that, I think the Langford thing. I mean, I think Bassick, hey. If your offense keeps being a huge problem over these next couple of games, why wouldn't you? If everything's on the table, Langford's been a stud from day one at every level since you've drafted him.
No question.
My only argument against it actually is that I want Adolis Garcia's trade value to be high. I need him to catch fire in the final couple of weeks.
It seems like
if he gets benched, nobody wants to trade for a player that got benched.
Well, it seems like every one of his 100 RBIs was before the All-Star break.
Mm-hmm.
I know he had the one day against the Twins where he hit the walk-off that won the game, but it seems like right now it's just not getting done.
Yeah, so that would be exciting, and from our understanding, it's actually somewhat possible. Cowboys off today, injuries, the storyline. I want to see how much Tyler Smith's going to help the running game. Is he going to be able to play against Arizona, Brian?
We got to figure that out. That tonight is my make calls night.
Okay,
because we're going to break down the Arizona defense tomorrow in Krusty's Corner. We'll talk about that. But yeah, I need to find out and see if, in fact, every time that I walk to do work with DallasCowboys.com. He's out there with Britt Brown. He's working hard. He's moving around. Again, I'm not a doctor, not a trainer, but man, I think we're getting pretty close with this. I really, really do. And I think we need to figure out what the situation with Adoga is for the backup. I know TJ Bass did a nice job for you the other day.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I'm encouraged. This is why I think that maybe not playing starters during the preseason kind of helps you. I know you're talking about garbage offenses going on right now in the National Football League.
You developed some linemen, didn't you?
We developed a couple linemen, I think. I think you got now not Adoga. He was kind of hurt, but Bass.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Maybe
Richards. That's playing those young guys. It got them confidence. I think that they could go in there and not pee down their leg.
Brandon Cook, Zach Martin, a number of key players nursing somewhat minor injuries. Our guy Zach Martin will join us Thursday at 4:30. Tune in for that every week right here on your home of the Cowboys. Rams are leaning towards trading running back Cam Akers. They can't keep him happy. He's coming up on a contract, and the Browns might be on the market after losing Chubb last night.
Browns, what's the long-term situation with the Giants, too? That's another team that might look for a running back. I know that Ronald Jones was released from the Cowboys yesterday. Asking today some folks around the building, is there any chance that Jones comes back on the practice squad? I got the answer of no. So Ronald Jones will be out there for somebody that's a running back needy team.
All right, a lot to get to today, though, and that's just the start of a 4.5-hour sports broadcast here with you in the G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day, best audio from the world of sports, is coming up at 2:30. Top 5 NFL narratives as we move into Week 3 is next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Quality sports takes with laughs along the way.
Sounds like a show to me.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. I got top 5 NFL narratives going into week 3. I think, the national media is going to catch on to this pretty quick. It seemed like Pat McAfee was today, and we'll have more on that in Cowboys Twitter a little bit later on. I think the Cowboys narrative that's coming in the next couple of weeks, especially because you got the Cardinals and the Patriots before the Niners, is this might be the best team in the NFL, and it might be time to buy into the hype instead of fading the hype, which has become wise and popular amongst Cowboys observers. But how different is this year? I think is my top narrative. Just that I think the Cowboys finally got it right, Brian.
I was going to ask you guys. I got some questions for you guys at 2:40, but I'll go ahead and ask you real quick. Then this one, where do you have the Cowboys now in relation to the NFC's Big Three?
I got them tied for first with the Niners, the same place I have them in the NFL at large.
Likewise. Yeah, I mean they're playing the best football in the entire sport right now.
You have them, okay, but I was just focusing on the NFC.
Yeah.
But you guys are going to take it even a step further and say they're the best team in the NFL.
Yeah, the Bills and Bengals are down, and the Chiefs have had 2 of their worst offensively rated games with Patrick Mahomes in the first 2 weeks of this season. They got very significant issues.
Now their defense is actually the Chiefs,
right?
The Chiefs defense is pretty legit right now, which is extremely interesting. And everybody imagines that Mahomes and Reed will get it together, and you would still consider them easily a top 5 team. But the way everybody's playing right now, I mean, no one's had 2 better games to start the season than what the Cowboys have from top to bottom.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Eric, because you know this team pretty well. The Cowboy team you know well, but you know this other team pretty well. Your family loves the Miami Dolphins. Where do you have them in relation to where the Miami Dolphins are? Because the Miami Dolphins are 2-0. Both games they've won have been on the road. They went all the way out to Los Angeles, beat the Chargers, went all the way back across the country and beat the Patriots on a Sunday night.
Yeah.
Where are the Miami Dolphins in relation to where you got your Dallas Cowboys?
Offensively, that's the best offense going right now. Defensively, I mean, week 1, Kellen Moore and the Chargers took it to them pretty good, and then you get to see a Patriots offense that is not very explosive, so they looked much better in week 2. We'll see how the defense evolves, I think, for the Dolphins. And without Jalen Ramsey, they have a corner issue. Eli Apple is not a good corner.
He's a penalty machine.
And so,
all right,
yeah.
I think they're in the hunt though in the AFC, Brian.
But in relation to this, I was thinking of NFC because I know me personally coming out of Oxnard, I was San Francisco, Philly, Dallas.
Yes,
and I think now it's more like. I think it's Philly, Dallas, San Francisco, at least through week 2.
You got Philly number 1?
No.
Oh, the other way around. 3-2-1.
Yeah. Philly's number 3.
Yeah, and they're hurt. They got like 6 guys that are hurt. So we'll see how that changes. And the Cowboys are for the most part healthy. Okay, I'll get you the top 5 narratives going into week 3 here in just a second. I did want to point out numbers are in for the TV viewing over the weekend. Colorado State.
Amazing.
9.3 million on average. Most watched game this season, 5th most watched game ever on ESPN.
That game ended at 2:30 Eastern.
It did. And the game still registered 8.23 million viewers in its closing moments.
Yeah.
Everybody stayed up. Well, I guess I had it on, so it would have registered that I was watching. I fell asleep.
I listened to the Colorado.
I know. It was terrible.
I listened to the Colorado broadcast on the way, and they got Gary Barnett, the former coach at Colorado. He's one of these poor me guys. Yeah, everything. Well, they can't defend this, and they can't defend. And by the end of the game, he was like
cynical.
He was cheerleading his ass off.
Oh yeah, at the end.
But during that game, it's like, oh my gosh, they can't stop the crossing route. This team, it's embarrassing right now the way they're playing.
The classic Pac-12 team. I would just stay there unless they have interest in building a line of scrimmage play.
Yeah,
we're just amazing, like 5-star athletes in space with a bunch of guys that are going to be selling insurance in 2 years.
Be a Big 10 team. I mean, a Big 12 team coming up, right? Colorado next year.
Yes.
Number 1, can Sean Payton turn around the Broncos? They were up 21-3 on Washington, kicked away a 4th quarter lead, 2nd week in a row. They have to go to Miami. Oh, it's going to be 0-3. I wonder if Sean Payton's going to start tanking for a real quarterback, or I don't know.
Does he still have his pick, or do we give that to Seattle too? Does he have his one still?
Oh, I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if they still have
part
their pick.
of the Russell Wilson trade. I meant to look that up. So I'm sure somebody on the text will let me know that Denver doesn't have their pick.
Number 2, can Zach Wilson take the Jets to the playoffs 1-1? I don't know. They looked awful bad, but it's tough. I think a lot of teams are going to look horrible against the Cowboys. I could see him making the playoffs.
I heard
Absolutely not.
Bassick said he thinks they can win 6 or 7 games with this guy.
I mean, they won 6 or 7 last year.
Yeah,
and they
started off really, really, really well, and then they fell completely apart at the end.
Beat the Bills. Yeah. I don't know.
I got the Patriots this week.
Okay, number 3, can Joe Burrow overcome another slow start? I think he's got to be healthy, first of all, and I just don't think he is. Now having an agitated calf, after you gave it 6 weeks off, it's agitated again. Yeah. I don't feel like that's going away this year. I would say no to that.
Agreed.
I think Cincinnati's a team that they're in some trouble right now. Yeah.
And they've lost 2 games in the division as well, which is less than ideal. The Ravens are playing pretty good football.
Number 4, will the Bears show any signs of improvement, Chief? They got destroyed by Baker Mayfield and Jordan Love on the defensive side, and they're not running Justin Fields.
Right. Yeah, and he's taking a ton of sacks. I mean, he's not getting much help. He's getting called out in a huge way, and I get it, but he's not getting much help at all on both sides of the ball. I think it's a disaster.
Yeah, it might be, right up there with Houston. As worst team in the NFL, we shall see. Go ahead.
Well, they're Walchuk's Bears.
We got to go to that.
I know he wouldn't. Yeah. He might not want to put his name on it anymore, but that's Walchuk's Bears for the 2023
I'll catch
season.
back up with you when we get done with G-Bag of the Day.
Okay, and then number 5, is there any reason to be hopeful in New England? And I would say no, not until you have a good quarterback. It's time now for that G-Bag of the Day. Into the Pimp Cup we go for the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. It's Lucius. That G-Bag of the Day.
Bam, 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 bam. Hey, it's Godzilla! It's Godzilla! Hey, man. Every time you tease G-Bag of the Day at the beginning of the segment, you say there's 6 minutes until G-Bag of the Day, or 7 minutes. Always think about that Slick Rick. 6 minutes. Every time. 6 minutes, Dougie Fresh, you're on. On.
That's what's in my mind.
Are you doing that?
Yeah. That's what I'm doing. Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that. We synced up. Pause. All right. Let me get rid of this music. All right, here we go. Okie dokie. Our winner and still champ of G-Bag of the Day. Can you put that sauce on G-Bag of the Day for me there, Mr. Dawson?
Yeah, it is the best audio from the world of sports, pop culture, talk radio, and or the internet. We play them all. Vote on which one we like the best, and that, my friends, is your G-Bag of the Day. Sometimes it's Snoop's voice doing the 6 minutes, Eminem's voice. A lot of people have done that. I'm not even sure where that's from.
Yeah, the show.
Okay.
The show. Dougie Fresh, Slick Rick. All right. That don't even sound like beatboxer, doesn't it? That sounds like I should be dumped. Let's see. All right. Our champion so far is former Houston Rockets guard Vernon Maxwell. This man has got so much sauce on him. He's straight from the 70s. I had no idea. Even though he played in the 80s and 90s, this man is from the 70s. Listen to him talk about the great Michael Jordan.
Gotta be a little different. You can't go in that game like passive and
bro, that's an NBA player. I just can't. How is this not an actor? This makes no sense. All right, here we go. I'm sorry.
Passive and like that he can sense a you scared, and you can't be none of that. You be all that looking all like you seen something that scared you, and when he elbow you in your if you don't do nothing, if you don't elbow that back in his he know he got a bitch out here tonight. Oh. So I'm just being 1,000, man. Yeah, he's a killer out there, man, and he's a dirty motherfucker. But I'm just saying, yeah, he was. I mean, you have to be, man, to be that great, man. I mean, night in, night out. You have to be a dog and have to have that grit, that dirty shit and all that. So, I mean, Roger know what I'm talking about.
That is so wild.
Hell of a story there from Mad Max on taking on Jordan. Have you ever met somebody that talks like that didn't smoke like at least a pack and a half a day? Do you get that voice naturally?
Okay,
or is that a cigarette voice?
All the people that I know talk like that definitely have they smoke so much they have the imprint of the cigarette pack in their pocket.
Yes.
That type of thing. Come here, young blood. Let's come over here, yo. Boy, you sure look like your daddy. Come here, boy. Yeah, dog. Boy, you grown. You got a whole family and everything. Look at you. God, dog.
I got some more Mad Max stories. Almost stabbed Olajuwon at halftime.
I'm not surprised.
Before Olajuwon went religious, he was like a bully teammate. Mad Max is ticked off him at a halftime for not passing the ball more. He's cussing out Olajuwon on the way back to the locker room. Mad Max sits down, has his head down. Olajuwon comes over, wham, hits him upside the head. Mad Max grabs a chair, throws it at Dream. Dream ducks. Chair breaks some glass that was on a window, like to the coach's office or whatever. Mad Max runs over, grabs the shard of glass, and is chasing Dream around, trying to stab him.
Yeah, I'm going to bleed you, boy. Come on over here. I'm going to bleed you.
Coaches called the cops.
Yeah.
The cops come in, pistols drawn at halftime to get the shard of glass out of Mad Max's hands.
Yeah, I believe it.
Yeah.
Good God.
Left the Rockets in the middle of the playoffs. They're going back to back, getting ready to repeat as champs. He's mad. Clyde the Glide played 37 minutes. He only played 16. He was like, I'm gone. You can release me in the offseason. Just doing his own thing. Yeah.
Surprised he didn't have a pair of black gloves on the whole time. Hold on, young blood. I can't believe you just did that to me now. All right, let's go to Bad Bet Hotline. I like to play these after the football week is complete. This guy right here is upset at Lane Kiffin. Lane Kiffin did something.
Ben from Baton Rouge here. I just want to say, fuck that scum Lane Kiffin, that piece of shit. I know that you cannot tell me that mother scumbag does not have $500,000 on that game today. What a loser he is. Fuck Lane Kiffin. Having said that, I will be taking Ole Miss next week. Love it.
Well done.
Okay, man.
That is college football in a nutshell. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
That's how you get some sports passion going, boy. It was about $500-600 on a game.
My guy from Baton Rouge, he'd had enough. Lane Kiffin.
Boy, that's a lot of money lay on the game, bro.
Yeah.
I've never betted on games like that. And then I see like these over and unders about like a player like, will he get 25 yards this game? I'm like, I think so.
Yeah.
How much I can put down for? You want some of my money?
Lucius, one time I walked in when I was in high school. Walked in, my dad was watching an NFL game, and he goes, "If this kicker makes this kick, you're going on spring break skiing. If he doesn't, you're not going anywhere."
Oh,
yes, he did. My dad had money on the game. He goes, "If he makes his kick, you're going on spring break. If you're not, you can plan something else."
Boy,
the guy made it. Yeah, we made it. Ended up going to Colorado.
That'll build some character coming up in here, something like that coming out of your pop's mouth.
Oh,
man. Wow. Sheesh, that's great, man. Let's go to the only other sports talk show that I watch on television.
Okay.
Other than Cameron and Mace is now your boy Pat McAfee.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Now I don't watch the whole thing, but I watch it when I'm like after the gym getting ready to come here. I'll turn it on and whatnot. Today they had some hard hitting analyst on, Dan Orlovsky and Pat McAfee. They were talking about the Panthers and Pat McAfee. He's just the hard hitting questions right here.
They know that they have to go through some of this scar tissue experience where they're just getting beat up, and Bryce has got to experience things. There's not a lot of people open. Now, part of this is the Saints defense is tremendous. I think that, Adam Thielen brings a lot to this offense, but I don't think Adam right now could be the guy that is going on like third down, go win consistently versus really good man coverage.
Is that because he's white, Dan? Is that because he's white? How white? Is that why you're saying? Because he's a white?
Jeez.
He's been white his whole life.
Exactly. Yeah. That's why you're saying don't throw it to him. Is that what you're saying? Because
I
everybody's saying he's old, he's white, he can't run anymore. Is that what you're saying? Just answer the question. Yeah. That's pretty easy.
No,
you just tell us
no, it's not because he's white. It's not because he's white.
Okay,
no.
well, elaborate a little bit, please.
Then elaborate then. What is going on that show?
I'm not sure.
I know, but I don't watch a lot of sports TV shows, the skips and all of that. I don't watch that, but the two I do watch, they curse a lot. And I have clips later
Well,
of them just flat out. ESPN is not dumping it, bro.
They're not dumping.
They're not. They're just flat out cursing in the question.
Well, they know what we all know.
Can you answer that S for me?
Yeah.
And they answer it, and I'm like, okay.
They're talking like Schefter or
Yeah,
something.
I was like, yes, bro. I'm here for it, dog.
We need more sports content with cussing. And I'm actually lobbying the FCC to get them to loosen it up on us a little bit.
Yeah, man.
You know?
Our post-game show, I think, would be better if we could drop a few F-bombs along the
Yes,
way.
yes. It's better for society. It distracts people so they won't be out here murdering and hurting each other and driving drunk. They listen to the people curse on the radio.
Okay, we got a 2 or 3 time champ, a cursor himself in Mad Max, Vernon Maxwell. You got Bad Beat Week, upset at Lane Kiffin. Or you got Pat McAfee asking Dan Orlovsky a follow-up question. I don't think Dan was picking up what he was putting down there.
He laid out on him. It was funny to watch.
He did.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was like, "Is that what's going on?" I was ironing my shirt. What?
I'm gonna go with our champ Mad Max there, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same.
Lucius?
Yes, me too. Me too.
We're 2-0, Brian.
Yeah, vote for Pat McAfee.
3-1. Vernon Maxwell has done it. He is still your G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in tomorrow to see if he can make it 4 in pursuit of 5. Now, if you ever missed the G-Bag of the Day, you're wondering who did it. You got to tune into LA Live with Lucius Alexander, which is every night at 5:40. That's what he teased about a minute ago. He's got audio coming up more on that.
Some more Michael Jordan stories too, by the way.
Oh, man, I love Jordan stories.
Yeah, he's an intimidating son of a gun.
Yes. Yeah, man. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, though. Where are we going with that?
Yeah, there's some questions about this Cowboys team I want my guys to answer. We'll do that next for you.
Okay, we want to chat Frankels right here with you, though, because if you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go on. in the outfield on Friday night. Go to Rangers.com/133. Join us in section 133 Friday night. A lot of us are going to be there. A lot of show hosts and a lot of you. So let's have fun. These guys need us now more than ever.
They really do.
So let's represent. Here's Brian with Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, thank you very much. I heard quite a few Boston fans last night through the TV. That was a struggle.
Saw plenty
as
well. I mean, when we were doing the show yesterday.
I hate that. When I hear the other team, hey, but good for them traveling or doing whatever, being local.
How could you tell they were Boston fans? Did you hear an accent or something like that?
Yeah, it was the way they were clapping. It was like they had mittens on, the boom, boom, boom. No, but you could just when something like the base hits, the double the walks, you're like, oh, okay.
Saw a lot of Dunkin' Donut cups as well. It was just
Dunkin' Donut.
Going to Dunks.
Yeah, Dunkin's. All right. Hey, first off, before I get started here, happy birthday to Chris Arnold.
CA.
It's his birthday. CA, the Hall of Famer.
Still killing it.
Still killing it out there. So happy birthday, CA.
Aging like a fine wine.
He is. It's funny. Have you seen some of like his pictures when he was like a young guy, when he was hanging out with some of these celebs?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Phenomenal pics,
He's got some great pics.
He's with superstars that look happier to be with him than he does with them.
Exactly. It's kind of crazy there, but
legend.
But happy birthday, C. I hope you have a great day. All right. I said I had some questions for you guys, and so let's fire away here. Hey, let's start with you over there, Chief.
Uh-oh.
Who's a bigger bully, the 49ers or the Cowboys?
The 49ers, I will give that crown to, because of the lifetime achievement, if you will, for what they've been over the last few years. So until you see the Cowboys go toe-to-toe with them and beat down that bully, I will still have the Niners being that team.
Gavin?
Yeah, I think you have to give it to the Niners, especially because of head-to-head. I mean, they've left no doubt. I think we feel like we're heading in the right direction as far as becoming a tougher team. But, I mean, Eric Armstead, Javon Hargrave, and Nick Bosa line up side to side, and then Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner behind them.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tip my cap to that, with all due respect to what the Cowboys bring to the table.
I will say this. I think the 49ers are the bullies here, but I think Dallas is building a tough team.
Agreed.
I think that there's been some questions about, we always, every year we ask Jerry and Steven and Will those questions about, the roster and how they do it. And they always talk about, we've got to be a tougher team. I think they're on the path for that.
They're getting close to as tough, and they're a lot more skilled, Chief.
Yeah. And defensively, there was how many times on Sunday did you see 3rd and short?
Yeah.
And the defense comes up huge.
Yeah, and 3rd and 1. I know the 4th and 1 was the fake punt, but
whatever.
You had punt. You had your punt unit in there, and Hendershot and those guys got knocked out of there pretty strong. But
you just want to see it from the offense, and that's really the bigger question. The defense has been there physically, especially last year. Like they were bullying the Niners offense,
right.
But it was the Cowboy offense that you're like, can you go toe to toe with that Niner front seven? And there's still questions there when you get to the goal line and you can't punch it in.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
I just wonder, I mean, your youngest big, strong guy has been hurt, and the Cowboys can't run the ball that well so far. But I wonder how much Tyler Smith helps it, Brian.
I think Tyler Smith will help quite a bit here.
Good call, yes.
I think because Tyron Smith is kind of found the fountain of youth, if you want to say that a little bit. I know he had a couple of rough run blocking situations down in the red zone like you're talking about, Gavin. But overall, the pass protection, so I think one pressure in two games.
Yeah, I think he's 1 or 2 to Pro Football Focus.
That's
offensive tackles.
He's probably not athletic enough though to get to that level consistently.
Tyron. I think you're right about that.
He needs a little help from a young guy.
Gavin, I'll ask you this question.
Yeah.
Open to any thoughts of what's going on with Michael Gallup?
I am open to it.
I'm open to any thoughts you have.
Oh, you're open to mine?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm open to your thoughts.
I think he's fine. I think he might need to be traded to a team that's going to use him like the Cowboys used to use him. What we're seeing now is the offense change to close to line of scrimmage. That's not Gallup's strength. His strength is downfield, high pointing the ball, coming up with stuff on the sideline, running the 15-yard ends that he and Dak were so good at 2 or 3 years ago. 3 or 4 years ago now, I guess. So I wonder if the offense has changed away from what he does best a couple of games in, but I would make it a priority to get him involved and see if we can't get this sorted out. But my Michael Gallup fandom is hurting right now because I don't know if he's a long-term fit for the direction they're going anymore.
Yeah, it's been a bummer through the first two games when you start to nitpick what negative things to say about what they've done over the course of the first two games. Michael Gallup is at or near the top of that list. You saw glimpses in Oxnard of him getting back to the old, okay, here he is, one-handed grab in the end zone over Stephon Gilmore with great coverage. And you're like, oh my gosh, if he's back, this is going to be great. He's dead last in the league among NFL receivers in terms of yards per route run right now, which is not ideal. And to be 2 games in with 13 total yards in a game where Brandon Cooks didn't play.
Yeah.
I'm going, what's the deal? And really across the board, it's kind of like CeeDee Lamb and then everybody else when it comes to these receivers. And it's still very, very early, and Brandon Cooks has only played in one of those games. But it's here's CeeDee Lamb with over 200 yards, and then nobody else has more than 22 yards from a wide receiver standpoint.
Yeah, on the Love of the Star podcast that was out today, Bobby and I got into this a little bit, and we were coming to the thoughts that maybe Michael Gallup is the square peg in the round hole. That maybe, like you're talking about, Gavin, that this offense doesn't suit his types of routes, the quick game, the precise cuts, the thing. I mean, he's a guy that's always been kind of a loose player when it goes down the field, go up high point balls, things like that. Precision, quickness, separation, all those things that are really predicated in this offense might be something that's been a little bit of a struggle for him. I'm hoping that he has one of these games next week where it's a 5-catch, 95-yard kind of a day, something like that. But you're absolutely right, Eric, where they needed guys to step up and make plays. It went to Tolbert. Tolbert had, the 4 or 5 catches in the game, and I just kind of wonder if maybe that Michael is not the ideal fit for what they're trying to do scheme-wise here with the Cowboys. So
I thought he'd be good on slants. I think it's there. I think he can do that.
Yep, I agree with you on that. Chief, early thoughts of Mike McCarthy as a play caller?
So far, it's been pretty nice. It's been pretty nice, and he's played a little bit conservative at times, but that's what the game is called for in these first 2 games. There's no reason to try and go crazy here when you got Zach Wilson, who's not going to be able to score points. So there's been a method to the madness from that standpoint, but I think there's been some really, really awesome play design. Dak seems like he is comfortable getting the ball out quickly. And I've been really impressed with what I've seen moving CeeDee Lamb around, get him matched up on linebackers, making CeeDee Lamb a focal point of your offense. Like I think there is a lot to like early on here.
Gavin?
Yeah, I'm pretty dang happy. I go figure, the guy that actually won the Super Bowl and worked with some of the best quarterbacks from Joe Montana, Drew Brees, and so on and so forth, now has the lifetime of experience to know exactly what Dak needs. And maybe what this offense needed. And Kellen Moore, a younger guy trying to prove himself. I just think you're getting a wisdom. And the numbers bear it out. Top EPA per play in the league.
Yeah.
And Dak, top total QBR in the league. It's not explosive, but it's very efficient. And I think maybe some fans or even media are kind of their expectations are too high for what great quarterbacking should look like.
Yeah.
If it's not 400 yards, then it's like, well, where's the big plays? It's like, that's pretty much what it looks like.
Right.
What he's been doing. 3 bad plays in the entire day? If you want to nitpick that, I think it's defining you as a hater, and maybe spoiled.
I feel like my biggest questions is this offensive staff with all the turnover, where they're going to be a steep learning curve. Right now, it appears that the offensive line coach has done a nice job. They figured out some things. We'll see with the running game and the running backs and all. But Mike is a play caller, and I think with Schottenheimer helping him, I think there's been some good design. They'll work on the red zone stuff.
Yeah.
I think they were cued a couple of different times, but overall, I think you'd have to give them pretty high marks for what they've done as a staff. I worried about that coming into the season.
The formations, the bunch sets,
Yeah.
the route concepts have all been music to our ears.
Yep.
And the play action rate being 6th, is huge. Like Kellen Moore it was just volatile. he never really had an identity. They're coming out there, dude, we're going to do play action, and our quarterback's going to be a beast at it. Oh, and on third down, we know how to dial it up to make it easy on our quarterback as well, who's already a beast on third down. It's been great.
Yeah, they installed it, without much friction at all.
Yeah.
You changed, and it seems like you've been running this deal for years. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Chief, where are you taking us?
Yes, sir. It'll feature true football love, and maybe size does matter after all. Next, right here on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan.
For Eric Chiafalo to give you the NFL news of the day, and here he is, the Chief.
All right, that Monday Night Football situation last night was a little bit weird. Steelers entered the fourth quarter trailing the Browns 22-19. They gained -7 total yards in the final quarter, and they still ended up winning the game 26-22. They were trailing by 3 points in the fourth quarter. Offensively, they totaled -7 yards, and they still came back and won thanks to that defense, which started off the game with a pick six. Deshaun Watson, I think, he's broken.
Yes, what happened there?
Oh my gosh. I mean, to some extent, you're off the field for as long as he was, and you go through all the stuff that he has done, off the field, self-inflicted, of course. Like, I don't know how that changes you and affects you, but that's a lot to deal with. When you're off the field, life looks the way it has for him over these last few years. It's hard, I imagine, to show up to work and be productive at your job, which is one of the hardest jobs in all of the world, playing quarterback at a high level.
That could be it, just all the off-the-field drama that he went through, maybe a distraction. Maybe it's difficult to focus through that. But, I mean, we see humans overcome distractions and get locked in. I could have seen it last year, but he had a full offseason to get right. And at one point, the consensus was this guy is playing better than Dak Prescott, like pre-things in Houston. He had one wide receiver, no offensive line, suspect running game, bad defense. This guy was going out there and winning games. When the other quarterbacks were trying in Houston and failing massively, he stepped right in and began winning games and was right on the doorstep, kind of where Dak is as far as close to being considered an elite quarterback.
Yeah, he was right there for a couple of those years in Houston. You were talking about Deshaun Watson being a top 5 quarterback, and there were those discussions. Is he better than Dak? And there was a time where I think I considered that he was, but now he is not that dude. And that Browns offense looks really, really bad, and especially now without Nick Chubb. That was a brutal, disgusting injury.
That's all they had last night.
Heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all they had.
I wonder how hard he really works at the game. I wonder how hard. I mean, he's a very natural player. His ability, and as a quarterback, the mobility and arm talent and all that, but I wonder how much he really, really, really works at the game.
Is he putting up 0.0s on the film iPad like Johnny Manziel?
There comes a point in time where you can't fall off as bad as he has. And I know that he went through all that was self-inflicted though too. All that stuff, the court cases, the being off, getting suspended, having to deal with all that. But to me, he seems very much like a celebrity quarterback, because he's one of those guys that appears in a lot of your videos and the things, your timelines and stuff. He's always doing something, and it's always. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that guys cannot have a life, but when you get guaranteed money, especially that much money, I wonder if just naturally you just say, you know what, I don't have to work as hard anymore to do this, And yeah. Because there's things when you're watching him play in this game, and they just showed from behind the center, and he drops back and there's stuff happening, and he's
lost in the sauce.
He's just not processing it fast enough, and now he's having to move, and you're like going, dude, look at that, like that underneath right there, throw it right there, throw it. You just kind of it. One time I think the game was probably pretty slow to him. I don't know if that's the case anymore.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's the case.
May have short-circuited a little bit. And then there's I guess an investigation going on with him touching the referee at one point in the game, which he got to the microphone after the game and denied, even though it's very clear on the video that he did put his hands on a referee. They didn't do anything, and it wasn't overly malicious, but that's usually an immediate flag. And so then he gets up on the mic and he's like, "No, I didn't." They ask him about it. He's like, "I have no idea." And it's pretty obvious that
he's kind of a touchy-feely guy.
Yeah, he absolutely is. And he's not to be trusted in those touchy-feely situations.
Hard.
Now, congrats to the Steelers. They get the victory last night. But before the game, they had, I've never seen something quite like this before, a full-on wedding ceremony during the tailgate. Two diehard Pittsburgh Steelers fans that were decked out in black and gold, Steelers stuff, as you would imagine.
I bet the bride was stunning.
Yeah, she was as hot as you imagine.
She wearing a Bradshaw jersey or something like that?
Yeah, she looked more like Bradshaw than Bradshaw.
Built like a linebacker.
Yeah. Sorry. But here's just a little snippet. This was they did the works on this, man. They have a Yinzer Pope who's dressed up in Steelers garb, who's doing the officiating.
Yeah.
There's a
We have a Pope at the Green Bay games too.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
They have the Steelers Jesus as well, who was there, full on Jesus outfit, and he walked the bride down the aisle.
Sandals and all?
Yeah, this is just a little snippet of how that wedding ceremony kicked off.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today in the sight of God, Steeler Nation, and the greatest fans in the world!
And then 6 minutes later, it was all said and done. And they said, I do. That's
A
what they
dream
did.
wedding.
That's right, dude. A dream wedding. If you think you're a real football fan, step aside. In your face, Walchuk. You're not the biggest football fan, Cowboy fan in the world. You can't be outdone. These Steelers fans cannot be outdone. You see proposals all the time. You don't see full-on weddings like that.
I'm going to say that wedding is probably going to last. That marriage is going to last a long time.
Oh yeah,
yeah. These are two insane people.
That's what I'm saying. You found the right person.
Shared passion.
If you could find somebody that will marry you.
Yeah.
At a football stadium in front of a bunch of people at a tailgate and all that.
With Steelers Pope doing the officiating.
You found the right person.
Are you saying she's capable of being patient and compromising on anything?
Anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything. Yeah.
Whatever to make you happy.
She's a guy's guy.
He could say, "Hey, honey, I was out getting drunk with the boys," and she'd be okay with that.
Of course you were. She's only upset because she wasn't with you.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
She wants to be there on guys'
she'll
night.
say, "We'll talk later." She goes to the second shift.
Yeah.
Like he's coming back from the first shift. She's going second shift.
All to maintain the ability to afford season tickets to Steelers games.
Exactly.
Gosh, man, that's true love.
Yeah.
How about size mattering in Carolina? The Panthers can't use their starting quarterback on quarterback sneaks.
Oh, he's a smaller guy.
He's
Tiny
Bryce
man.
Young. He's 5'10". He's 200 pounds. He's not big enough to make it work, they say. So they bring in Andy Dalton for those plays. And last night, the first time they brought him in, of course, there was a false start situation.
Sure.
Because there's a cadence issue, and we're not used to the new voice and all that red hair of Andy Dalton. It startles you a little bit. Boom, there's a false start. So we'll see what type of issues arise moving forward, but that is at least one example of the size mattering for Bryce Young, who is, and he took a sack last night that most NFL quarterbacks are not going down on. He gets one-handed, kind of touched a little bit, and he is that small to where when one of these normal size NFL dudes comes screaming off the edge, 9 out of 10 quarterbacks don't get sacked on at least one of his sacks.
He's basically my size, but like an inch shorter.
Yeah, and not quite as athletic as you.
Yeah, but he's not fast.
He's got matching socks, though.
It's one thing to be tiny if you're built like a fire plug and you're quick like Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
I'm going to get out of somebody's way and get down. I'm going to get out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
That would be terrifying to be Bryce Young. I'm sorry.
It would be.
I've shaken these dudes' hands on the tennis court. If they want to just swat you away like a fly, they could.
They will.
And you're out there trying to make plays.
Yeah.
Where are you guys now on the tiny guy quarterback? That's what we've seen the last few years.
Yeah, no me gusta. No gracias.
No gracias?
Not in on it. It's almost an immediate no thank you if you're not at least 6'1".
Like the Baker.
And 215 pounds.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much the starting point there.
My line's closer to about 5'10", 5'11". I can deal with that. I just don't want super short. But I got to know you're super quick because you're going to have to get out from behind that offensive line to see your receiver so much. Russell Wilson did it. It's doable around 5'11".
And there's a lot of teams that have looked at the tiny guy quarterback and said, okay, we're all right with it. I wonder if there's some second thoughts going on. And I'm not saying this kid at Carolina has second thoughts. He's won a ton of games in his career.
Well, Baker and Kyler are doing them no favors.
That's
right
what I'm
now.
saying.
Yeah.
No, I was just kind of wondering what we thought about the guys who
Those are bad samples, though. Can we get guys that actually have good work ethic and aren't alcoholics in the same package? You got major flawed NFL leaders for two different reasons with those two gentlemen.
Well, hey, Bryce Young, it's the only knock on him was the size. Everything else was leader, character, football
question.
smarts, accurate, all these things
That's
takes
why
his game to another level.
That's
in
why I
big
was
games.
asking you what you thought about the guy.
That's the only knock on Bryce
He has
Young.
a chance to save the group. is what he's got.
Yeah, because you kind of feel like, man, if this guy who checks seemingly every box, now granted, the situation you get into matters a lot, and we'll see how Carolina sort of screws up this situation, as a lot of these bottom feeder franchises do when they get a quality talent in at quarterback. A lot of what's around them is part of their failures. But for a guy who checked all the boxes outside of the size, you would think, man, if this one doesn't work out, they'll probably be less adamant about taking these dudes in the first round, and certainly number 1 overall.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
I need accuracy, though, and I need S2 scores. I need mental processing power.
Apparently, Young had all that.
Yeah.
So, and it's, I mean, we're 2 games
rookie
in,
year.
so we're not writing
No,
him off by
I'm not.
any means.
I'm just saying that just the tiny guy quarterback. I
Yeah.
mean, he's got a chance to make us all feel better about that. Like, he could be the example.
Sure.
Well, we always go with Drew Brees. Like,
Right.
oh, well, Drew Brees, Drew Brees this, Drew Brees that, But now you're going to need some more. You're going to need a guy in this time that, can kind of look at.
Agreed. Saquon Barkley, the reports yesterday were that he could be out for 2 to 3 weeks, but Dable was talking about him with the ankle injury, and it's like he's considering Barkley a game time decision for Thursday night of this week.
Wow, okay.
So I don't know that he's going to play this week, but the fact that they're even thinking about maybe he could on a short week on Thursday night, I would imagine he's probably not going to be out the initial 2 to 3 weeks like they thought.
One time I remember we played a game in Green Bay, we were in Minnesota, and Brett Favre just got crushed. And I mean, his ankle was literally purple and black, and it was just awful. And they went 24/7 on treatment on him. A trainer lived at the house with him and woke him up, gave him treatment, constant treatment. And that following Sunday, played against the Bears, threw for 5 touchdown passes.
Jeez, that's what he does.
I mean, but I mean, he was, there was probably some medication going on there.
Probably.
But he was, it's like he never got hurt. But the week before when we were flying home,
I feel no pain, Doc.
Between the stuff that he was taking himself and then the stuff that they were giving him.
Okay. But yeah, he played. He was brilliant.
Did he ever play while drinking? That'll really take the pain away.
I don't know if he played while he's drinking. I don't think that.
I mean,
was the
maybe
case.
a halftime beer or whatever.
No, we ate shrimp po' boys and stuff like that at halftime. Chili dogs.
Halftime chili dogs?
Halftime chili dogs.
Really?
McMahon would give the clubhouse guy $100 when we got to the stadium, and at halftime, while the quarterbacks were making adjustments, they were wolfing down whatever city we were in, that specialty food, like it was a Philadelphia cheesesteak or a meatball sub, all these various places. Everywhere we were, they would have sandwiches at halftime, and Favre would be like consuming a number 13 from Jersey Mike's or something like that,
Dude. Some people like to play full. It's so uncomfortable to me.
He didn't care, but those guys, they would him, Peterson,
he needed to get something on his stomach so he could put the hydrocodone down.
Yeah, he took a lot of that.
Don't take these on an empty stomach.
Had to be satiated.
Jeez, why is Brett eating so many sandwiches?
I'll tell you what.
He knew he was going to get the bubble guts, but he's like, it's still not as bad as taking these on an empty stomach.
When he got off the medication, he had like this terrible game, and we were all like, wow, is the medication really that?
It's going to be a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Can we get the medication?
Time it up with the bye week next time, Brett.
I was going to say the same thing, bro. Or get that backup quarterback ready. My guy's dealing with the sweats.
You cannot quit the medicine until after the Super Bowl, Brett.
I was kind of
thinking, if you're going to start, be committed.
There's a lot of people that are addicted to that stuff.
I know. It's not a joke.
It's not a joke. It really isn't a joke.
And we do apologize that we can't have the Walchuk Brett Favre impression right now.
Yeah,
Walchuk's dealing with a situation of his own.
I got a theory on that.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. I said, Mama, take away
5 of them flapjacks.
I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
All right, we made it happen. Nice work, boys.
Yeah.
That was impressive. Yeah, Walchuk's dealing with a both ends situation.
What is it?
It's a nightmare. He's grinding right now.
Wait,
the porcelain.
What is it?
What is it? And then you knew it.
I did.
Yeah. It is like, Mama gave me 8 flapjacks.
Yeah, don't
she
want to
said,
be
I'm
Walchuk
hungry.
right
We're playing the Crimson Tide.
I can
take away some of them flapjacks, Mom.
Say hungry for the welfare system.
Yeah, Walchuk's hurting right now, so thoughts and prayers with our guy. Hopefully he's back tomorrow. Certainly don't want to be him.
I have a theory, but I'm not going to say it.
Is that right?
I have a theory.
Well, I do think big picture, for the weight loss journey, I think this is actually going to work as a positive form.
But
he won't see that silver lining for about 48 hours.
I think so, too. I think it's a positive thing for the weight loss, yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We got more football for you, but we'll save it for a little bit later in the program, boys.
That's all we're doing,
Sounds
saving
good.
stuff. What are we doing here?
Sounds good. We do have Micah Parsons quotables. How's he feel about another player calling himself the Lion? And does the NFL need a rule change in light of how he was denied on that strip touchdown of Dalvin Cook? It's coming up next right here. The G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
Nighttime on the Fan means Rangers baseball. Or the Get Right with Kevin Gray and Reggie.
be time for the Rangers Players Show. They're back in action tonight, 6:30 pregame. We're going to be out there on Friday, a big old Tolo party in the outfield. Go to Rangers.com/133 to get tickets and join us in section 133. A lot of good stuff going on there. And we got some Micah Parsons quotes here. You know, he's doing that weekly podcast on his own. It is turning in, as we expected, to be a content goldmine as he really lets it fly there, Brian.
Yeah, I appreciate how open and honest he is about thoughts and, you know, what he's seeing. And, you know, he's got some interesting takes about things going on around the league as well. You know,
he does.
He's not just sitting there, you know, throwing up against the wall and hoping for the best. There's a little bit of research going on.
Yes.
You know, he's got guys he talks to. I tell you what Micah's learned. After games, you know, this jersey exchange thing, he's learned just to have a jersey on the sidelines ready to go.
I saw that.
Like,
he did the jersey swap with Sauce. Sauce is taking off his jersey, and he's just like, yeah, I got one ready for you.
Yep, there you go. He hands him a jersey, he signs the jersey, and he moves on.
Value goes down, though. It's not game worn.
You know what? I think a Micah Parsons signed jersey by Micah Parsons, I still think is okay.
Pretty good value on that.
I think so.
And you probably get to keep your own for your own charity stuff
your
or
own charity
keepsakes.
stuff.
Or
Yeah, you could do
By
that.
the Hall of Fame, I think Canton wants every one of his game worn jerseys.
That's
because
right.
he's just
But
a monster every week.
I think more that's having an understanding and an awareness, you know, that you could collect jerseys. I'd love to see Micah Parsons' jersey collection when it's all said and done at this place.
Yes.
Like I'd love to like okay, he's going to have them all framed up maybe.
Because if you're the best player, you get to go to the other team's best player. Like, you know, no disrespect, but the guy second on the depth chart, Dorrance Armstrong, can't be like, I'm going to get Sauce. You're like, bro, you got to find your place in line.
Yeah, if you want sauce, you better go to Buffalo Wild Wings and get my new flavor.
Yeah,
Okay?
to me, unless you're a college teammate of a dude.
Okay.
Say you're the second team. Say you're the Jahan Dotson for the Commanders.
Yeah.
Played at Penn State, and he's a former teammate with.
So he could call dibs on the Parsons swap?
He could call dibs because they're teammates.
Okay.
And then, but maybe, you know, but if you're somebody else, you know, say you're, I don't know, anybody else for the Commanders that wants to, you know, get Parsons jerseys, they know that Jahan Dotson and them were teammates.
Okay.
So he's got first dibs since he was a teammate.
Oh, okay.
I've always wondered how they get that sorted out because, you know, everybody wants Messi's jersey.
Right.
If you're with Inter Miami, it's, you know.
Didn't Messi do a deal, though, where he provided, was it his own teammates he gave jerseys to? He had them available in a locker room. Or he goes to another Argentine players from the other team. Like whoever they play.
Oh, if you're an Argentinian,
if you're an Argentinian, you automatically get his jersey because of your countryman.
Worked for Alan Velasco. Okay, Micah Parsons quotable segments brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. What are you pointing at, Brian?
I'm pointing at my man's over there eating a 2-pound tube of ground hamburger.
That's what he does.
Yeah,
that's his mid-show snack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and just 2 pounds of ground beef.
That's probably hovering in the neighborhood between half a pound and a full pound.
We said when you had your day off that you were at like the local grocery store just hovering
I heard
around.
you guys. It was hilarious.
The tube.
Well, it's National Cheeseburger Day.
Do you buy the big tubes and like break it down and freeze it?
Hell yeah,
I would if it was completely up to me because you know how cheap I am. My wife refuses to buy that because she's got to get the grass fed.
Oh,
so
okay.
it comes in like these square packs or whatever.
Oh,
you know, a pound
there's
at a
not
time.
enough of that
For me. No, I know. She's
not for how
having
much
to buy
that
an
costs.
inordinate amount
Yeah.
of ground beef. There's a lot of beef going around.
Okay.
But I was bummed I missed Cheeseburger Day with you guys. But it's okay because we're going to celebrate National Salami Day, which was a couple of weeks ago, but we're going to celebrate it today during the 420.
All right, Micah Parsons on his near-scoring play in the second quarter against the Jets said he thought it was a touchdown. I think we should change the rules on what it means for contact. I don't think the lineman had an idea that I had the ball. I think it should be initial contact, intent with contact. My foot or my leg had barely touched his. He had no idea I had the ball. He had no meaningful way of tackling me. I think this needs to be talked about in the league. I agree. That's a no-brainer. You can't be tackling me if you don't realize you're downing me. I mean, you're obviously not tackling me because that would involve you running at me and trying to push me down. If you're downing me, you got to know I have the ball, and you're like, got him, coach. You're looking at the ref like, hey, I'm downing him. If you're just rolling around like a loser because, you don't even know that your teammate fumbled the ball, how should you be rewarded for that?
Yeah,
I don't get
idiot. How did you not know Micah was stealing that ball away from Dalvin Cook and turning himself into the running back on that play?
You just get rewarded for that? For having no awareness?
It sucks because I think the NFL is trying to keep as many rules as possible as black and white as possible. Okay, he's touched. Okay, it's nullified. We're not into subjective, at least as much as they can, though I think he's got a great argument for this because that one wasn't overly subjective. That was pretty obvious. Yes, they touched, but whoever it was, Mekhi Becton or whoever it was that touched him had no clue. And it was such an amazing play. It's almost like the Patriots play to end the game the other night where they flip it back to the lineman and he's going for the first down. It's almost like such an amazing play. How do you want to not give them the fourth down or give them that first down? How do you not want to give Micah this touchdown? Because that was that would have been the touchdown of the week.
Brian?
It's TD Tuesday. And we don't get to go motorboating our way through that call because it wasn't officially a touchdown. That's disappointing.
I do feel like there should be that the downing of a player should be with some type of
intent,
hand. To have somebody down, you have to get him with the hand. You have to make sure you hit him with the hand, elbow, your arm, something on your arm, your elbow, anything like that. I don't think just like brushing the guy on the ground with your foot.
Yeah,
I don't think that
inadvertently.
I think there should be some kind of rule that you have to be able to. For that player to be down, you have to touch him with your hand.
All right, we all agree on that.
Yeah.
It's difficult to judge intent, but you can at least try. It's obvious.
Yeah, but watch us get worked on one of those things one time, and we'll be screaming like, "Oh man,
that'll be fine."
Okay,
that I'm on the record now that'll be fine. You know what else would be fine if we get hosed on this fumble into the end zone. You're down there on the half-yard line. You try to dive in. The ball comes flying out a little bit. It goes into the end zone and then rolls out of bounds.
Cowboys won a game. Cowboys won a game on that one time. Remember in Oakland?
Yeah, Derek Carr.
Jeff Heath got him right there at the goal line. The ball went. You won the game because of that.
And that was BS. As much as I enjoyed the victory and Jeff Heath was a savior that day, it's a weird call that anywhere else the ball goes out of bounds, it's coming back to me. But because I got so close to making a touchdown and was going for it and the ball rolled out of bounds, now it's going to the other team. That ain't right.
I get that. I'm kind of back and forth on it, but there are different rules for the end zone. If you get a holding penalty and you're in the end zone, that's now safety.
Safety.
What's the heck?
Not any penalty. Yeah. Any penalty when you're in the end zone is a safety.
If you're the offense. I guess it's pretty much it's pretty much just the holding.
The holding one is the one, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you see that kind of stuff.
Okay, on Tyreek Hill calling himself a lion. Parsons says, Tyreek, please don't ever say you're a lion again.
I thought he was a cheetah.
Says, just stick to the cheetah, brother.
Yeah.
You don't want nothing to do with this lion work.
That's great.
Before we sidetrack to that, I saw those comments, brother. Please stay away from the lion. At least you did say you're a baby lion because to me, you'll be a cub. I'm just going to keep it real. And the battle's always been back and forth between me and you. So I expect your response. You're going to say something stupid. It's just going to keep leading up to that Christmas game. So I'm going to see you real soon. Don't you worry. Dude. Lion versus cheetah matchup is going to be very, very soon. And I can't wait for it.
Y'all dig that cheetah name?
I dig it.
I hate that
I
name.
actually dig
it. It is way too on the nose for me.
Man,
I'm a fast guy. My name is Cheetah.
Yeah.
I just don't like it.
I'm telling you what, man. I think it's perfect for that guy.
I feel you.
I think it's perfect.
I'm just hating. I just don't like the name Cheetah. I remember my brother tried to call himself that one time when he was fast in track. Said, yo, I'm the Cheetah. I was like, bro,
There's something weird about the cheetah because it's so unmuscular.
Yeah,
it's just fast.
I don't know, man.
It's not a fly name unless you can say it in another language.
The cheetah name, though, when it pertains to a gentleman's club, I think is also really good, too.
Welcome, Ashley, to the stage.
Yeah, Cheetah 3, whatever. Wherever you want to go, if it has the name Cheetah, usually something good happens.
Cheetahs and Jaguars.
There's usually something good happening there.
How about El Guepardo? That's what it is in Spanish.
Yeah, see, that's what Ocho Cinco would have did with it. You know what I mean? He would have put some sauce on the cheetah. It's too on the nose for me.
I do like Micah Parsons going after him a little bit. This is fun. And then on practicing against triple teams last week, he says, I felt Dan Quinn schemed up a way forward. It was almost a way where I couldn't be more prepared.
He was ready.
It got to the point where they were triple teaming me at practice, and I said, what's going on? They were trying to get me ready for the game, and I was getting angry. You know how much those things make me so much better, putting us in those crazy situations. Dan Quinn, just a master at preparing you for game situations. You know, I think that's what that comes down to right there. What are you going to see? Where can we use you and your skill set to help us win? Not necessarily, hey, here's my scheme. Here's what the Sam linebacker does. I need you to have these traits. He takes your traits, then finds a role for you, then studies how teams are taking that away from you and gives you different tools like, you know, Belichick, Andy Reid, McVay, Shanahan. I think it's time we put Dan Quinn in this collection of some of the most brilliant game planners and play callers that we have going on in football right now.
I'm totally willing to do that with you. There's no doubt. It's a laundry list of players that he has made play their best football on his defense.
Yes.
And it started in Seattle, and then he's morphed. I think the biggest thing, and he's evolved even since being the Cowboys defensive coordinator, but going from Atlanta and the defensive mind that he was there, and the transition from that to what he is now as a defensive coordinator with the Cowboys, it's completely different.
It is.
It's completely different. And most of these coaches, the best coaches are ones that can adapt, and then over eras they can continue to be dominant in their sport.
What's the first NFL team that's going to fire their coach this year? Just if you had to guess, somebody that's going to get rid of their coach. Cleveland? Something like that going to get rid of their coach?
Yeah, I mean,
Stefanski,
the Chargers. I think the Chargers.
Okay,
with Brandon Staley.
Here you go. If you're Dan Quinn, and you have a chance to go coach the Chargers.
It's all about money right now, and I don't need it.
He's getting paid like a head coach right now.
Yeah, I'm getting it from the Cowboys.
Do you
another
leave?
team's not going to pay me more than Jerry is. I don't need to go somewhere and coach for 2 years to get fired and be looking for another job as good as what I have right now.
I've always said there's only 32 of these jobs, and I wonder if it's really worth it to go and leave a really good situation to go to the Arizona Cardinals.
I don't think so.
Or something like that,
Yeah.
you know?
You know, if it was a team that had big expectations and was young and like had fired the coach that had started to coach him up, but something weird happened, and they have a bunch of young defensive talent, you'd be fired up to go coach it. But that's an empty cupboard. You could spend 3 years there and never really have a chance to win.
Unless you got Deion Sanders and just runs off, 95% of the team. And,
hey, Deion in college works.
It absolutely works.
Absolutely. It's dang near a cheat code.
He gave those guys a chance to compete there, brothers.
He did. You know what he said?
He gave those guys a chance to compete.
He did. He said that, and I saw a 60 Minutes interview with him, and he said, the guy asked him that question about running everybody off. He goes, so you're going to let my words run you off? He goes, I don't want you anyway. If my words are going to run you off. He goes, I want the guys that are going to stay and try and make the team. Those are the guys I want. Because if you're going to let my words affect you and run you off, you're not for me. I said, you know what? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Everybody says, oh, he ran all those guys off. No, those guys ran themselves off. They could have stayed and fought through it. And they didn't. He goes, I would have accepted those guys. But he did.
I mean, he found the 4 or 5 that could really play.
He did.
Kept those guys.
If you look at their roster, I think there's 6 or 7 that they have. And after the TCU game, they were interviewing those kids, and they were all crying.
Yeah,
because they for what they went through the previous years, Colorado, and to be a part of this now.
With how things have changed with the NIL money and the recruiting and the transfer window, like between what happened at TCU last year and what's happening at Colorado now, it's changed who you should hire. You obviously want a good recruiter. It's cool that you get a guy who's great at finding the strategic and tactical angles. But can you find the most popular guy in your state, or a guy that would be the most popular guy in your state if you brought him to Colorado like Deion, that all the dads relate to and all the kids still recognize from TikTok? That's what you do.
Yeah.
And you get this basically celebrity who is also a football coach, and it takes you there immediately. I think TCU struck gold with the coach they brought in. That really hit for different reasons. But I think the Dion
Sonny
path,
Dykes there.
Yeah. Great coach, well-connected, right? He got to take the shortcut through traditional channels. But there's also this channel where we're just bringing in a popular guy that's going to go get 20 of the best players available.
You could bring in a CEO coach, say like a Deion Sanders, that's going to run the whole entire operation, but he's going to bring some of the best coaches with him. So he's going to bring his best defensive line coach, his best coordinator. He's going to get a guy from Alabama.
Who wouldn't want to be around that?
But that's what I'm saying, though. Deion's going to let you coach. He goes, you guys worry about the coaching. I'm gonna put in the discipline, the plan, the direction.
Yeah.
You know, he
The
does
culture.
it. I'm gonna be the culture guy. You guys coach these kids and make it work. It's a tremendous. That'll write a book about it. Seriously,
I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
And it's already
There's about to be movies and everything about
there
this
should be.
situation.
a hell of a 30.
And don't let that kid win the Heisman. I mean,
No.
my gosh.
Oh, jeez.
just to be voted for it and sitting down there that day in Radio City Music Hall. Oh my gosh.
I thought it was so funny the other day, and I thought it was a kind of a neat thing, father-son moment. Shadir got blasted. He comes off this field on the sidelines. He's standing next to his dad, and his mouth was bleeding. And Deion took his sleeve of his hoodie, and wiped it across his mouth.
Oh, that's
just
great.
and then kept coaching. Dude, I know your mouth's bleeding. Here, just took his sleeve, wiped it across his mouth. Like, okay, now let's go get him.
Yeah, let's go 98 yards.
Let's go get him, and that's what they did.
Just like he was wiping his nose 15 years ago.
Like it's my son. I mean, I'm gonna
Just
take
my
care-
kid at the park.
Yeah, kid's got
That's
a bloody
awesome.
mouth. He just wipes his sleeve from. Yep.
Got to run. A TD Tuesday's coming up at 4 o'clock. Rangers Player Show with Travis Jankowski is next here in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing before we do that, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, all you have to do right now. It's brought to you by the Junior Rangers and by Oatly Oat Milk Soft Serve. Try it. You might even like it. As outfielder Travis Jankowski joining us now here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
Good afternoon, guys. I'm doing well. How are y'all?
Oh, it's great. You know, we got a good afternoon. The weather's cooled down for us quite a bit here in North Texas, so we're loving it. I'm just wondering from your perspective, when we're getting down here, 12 games to go, are you trying to cut it up and have more fun, or are you trying to lock in and be more serious as you're getting ready to head into work?
You know what? I think it's a little bit of both, right? At the end of the day, this is just a game. It's our lives as well, but this is a game that's supposed to be played loose and played, with a lot of fun and a lot of, good emotion. That being said, we're not coming in here kind of clowning around. We want to go out there and win every single game. So there's kind of that even balance of, hey, let's keep it loose, but let's know the end goal here is to, win all these games and make that playoff push.
Now, are you a prankster? Do you like doing that, or what's your way of keeping things light?
No, to me, I'm just kind of a positive energy guy. I'm big on always smiling, always having a good time, keeping the mood light, not as far as pranksters. We got some good pranksters in here, but, for me, I'm not the prankster. I'm probably the one getting pranked more than anything.
Do you lead the team in attaboy butt slaps?
Well, I don't think I lead the team. We got a lot of guys who are good positive energy here. Brad Miller's probably leading the team. But no, I think I might be in the top 5.
Hey, that's a good place to be. That's a good place to be. Now, you said pranksters. Who is that guy? If it's not you, you said there's a couple on the team. I'm guessing Nate Lowe. I'm just going to guess.
Yeah.
Nate Lowe is one of them. He definitely enjoys a prank. You got Will Smith, who loves to keep the mood light with those, and our deadline acquisition of Austin Hedges. He's one of a kind.
We've heard.
Yeah, we've heard a lot about Austin there and what he's done. I was going to ask you, Travis, would you be a judge like in the kangaroo court? Would you be that, since you're kind of a guy that kind of is, kind of sees things from afar a little bit, kind of watching things? Do they rely on you to be a guy that maybe hand out fines or stuff like that?
I'll tell you what, that's probably one of the best ways to describe me. That's a really good analogy there. We don't do kangaroo court.
Right.
But that's probably the best way. Sit back, kind of take everything in, and hold people accountable, but in a light-mannered way.
Now, speaking of keeping people accountable, as we're talking with Travis Jankowski, what would you do if a media member or a reporter came in and sat down on the clubhouse couch? How would you keep him accountable?
Oh, gosh. Man, that's tough. I don't know. I might go up to him, offer him a cup of coffee, see if he wants a donut, say, hey, man, make yourself comfortable. You need a blanket, you need anything, kind of that light humor of, dude, what are you doing? But also not, totally making a fool out of him.
I got a feeling if a schmuck was dumb enough to sit on the clubhouse couch, he'd have said, sure, actually, I'll take 2 donuts and just a couple of Splenda in that coffee.
He'd have no problem making me get it either.
This hypothetical person sounds like a total jackass, man.
I can't. Travis, have you ever talked to somebody that you knew that was the jackass that sat on the couch before? Have you ever had that feeling? Because it's happening to you right now with what Eric's going through.
I have to apologize, Jake. That was me in spring training. It was a rookie mistake. And your guy, Nathaniel Lowe, he's so inviting with that mustache and that smile. And so I sat down next to him on the clubhouse couch, and he didn't even flinch. We had like 90 seconds of back and forth before the clubbies yanked me out of there, and Uncle filled me out of the friggin' clubhouse.
That is awesome, dude. That's legendary. I'm glad that we're a big firm believer in second chances here. So don't shy away from coming back in.
Thank you, Jacob. I can't wait for next year.
Hey, Jacob, when Max Scherzer is talking, are you looking at the brown eye, the blue eye? Are you looking in the middle? Are you looking at the big dip in his lip? How you approach that?
Well, to me, it depends. On a start day, I'm going brown eye all day.
Yeah.
That's the game day. Like, okay, if he's talking, I'm looking there. If it's, the non-start day where it's kind of the more, funny, outgoing, friendlier Max Scherzer, I'm looking at that blue eye. That's kind of that's like that serenading eye,
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, okay. Do you know by what day it is just by walking into the clubhouse, or you I guess you guys are always understand, okay, pitcher's pitching this day and stuff like that, but do you have to kind of catch yourself going, okay, what day is it today with him?
I know when Max is starting, I'll tell you that much. I don't know usually what other starters are going that day until I get to the field, but I know. I make sure, okay, Max probably hasn't thrown in a while. I better check to make sure because, yes, it's one of those things. He's locked in, and he doesn't like his routine to get broken for anything that's not of dire need.
Now, is the no country music thing only on days that he's starting, or is that like club wide? Because we heard there's no country music in the weight room when he's around. Is that true?
You know what? I didn't even take note of that. It might be countrywide now, though, because I'll tell you what, I love country music, and I haven't heard it in a while. We'll play.
It's probably worth it to have Max Scherzer on the team, though, isn't it?
Oh, that's a very fair trade. I will trade that any day of the week. We can still put it in the batting cages. He doesn't go in there, but yeah, now that you mention it, in the clubhouse and in the weight room, there's no country music. So I guess that has adapted to a every single day thing.
Hey, Travis, I might get in trouble saying this, but we were out at the ballpark yesterday. We were broadcasting. We're up in center field there, and I was watching guys. I think they were working on live BP and stuff like that. Have you ever done live BP and got hit by the pitcher that was throwing the live BP? Or
guys,
yeah.
I can't believe you just brought that up because in spring training, first day I got to surprise. I was like, man, and I'm up in Pennsylvania, so I'm getting BP every day, but there's not anyone who can actually throw live BP. So I always feel like I'm kind of behind the eight ball in that aspect. And trying to make a team, you don't want to go in there and leave a horrible first impression. So I'm trying to get some live BPs off some minor league arms. One of the probably the first or second day I'm in surprise. And I'm like, all right, as long as it's not like a lefty, who's throwing sidearm and who's 98, I should be okay. Just give me a righty throwing 88 to 92, which they really don't make anymore.
Right.
And first at bat, I'm facing a lefty who's low three quarters, and I'm like, oh gosh. I was like, all right, just don't get hit. Second pitch of the at bat, right in the ribs, and I'm like, oh. I was like, okay, well, that's going to be it for me today, guys. I don't think I'm swinging anymore.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was my welcome to Texas.
Yeah. See, yesterday we were watching, and I was kind of thinking, okay, and we were so far away, I couldn't tell who was going on, but it looked like the third pitch, the guy at the plate took one right in the middle of the back. And I was going, because I was trying to tell the crew here, I could be the guy that stands up there and just, don't swing the bat and just let him throw the ball. And then, but the minute that guy got hit, I went, I'm out. Don't hit me in the middle of the back. I'm just standing here just trying to give you an idea of a strike zone. So I was completely out on that job. I was thinking, what jobs could I do in Major League Baseball? I was thinking that could be one of them.
Did you factor in the bunion and the gout that you were dealing with?
Yeah, the bunion and the gout. I'd have to get treatment daily on that, but I think I would be able to stand at the plate. Yeah, now you got a bunion, gout, and you got a baseball-sized bruise in the middle of your back. You're all right, I'm doing fine.
It'll only get better.
Yeah, man. Speaking from experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it only gets better.
We're so glad you rebounded from that beanball situation there in surprise on day number one, and it's been great to have you with the team all year. So just go out there and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Absolutely, guys. Always.
Cheers. There he goes, Ranger Travis Jankowski here on 105.3 The Fan. Pregame coming up at 6:30. And that's two good ones for him on the year. I think he joined us back in May or something like that.
Yeah, he is. He's done a great job, and I'm going to give him some wings for being so nice. And that's Pluckers. There's 8 of those in the DFW locations. You can get that. They're going to give him a $100 gift certificate for those wings. So enjoy.
Where are we going next, Chief?
Oh, it's a TD Tuesday, ladies and gentlemen. The best touchdowns from the NFL and college football weekend coming up next right here on The Fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It's totally changed my life.
Download the Odyssey app.
feel it, and it feels like a bag of sand. Boom shakalaka, what the people them want. Woman them a flex and the man them a chant.
Bag of sand.
Don't you want to live the taste of the glory? See what it tastes like.
I darn near made me touchdown.
It's shaking back can.
I gotta catch a glimpse of these warlocks. Let's make a move.
Boom shakalak, boom shakalak, boom shakalak, TD Tuesday shakalak.
This one's for you, Wooly Bully. Get off that toilet, sir. Hydrate and stay away from those greasy foods.
Yes.
Let's get to AT&T Stadium, shall we? Dak Prescott finds his tight end Ferguson. He came up with it. He caught the football for the first touchdown of the day.
Ball near the left hash. Prescott in the gun. Back is on his left. Snap goes back. Looking to his left. Looking. Checks it down. Ferguson at the one. Leans over the pylon. Touchdown.
That's my Fergie right there, boy.
Yeah. That was the Sauce Gardner side, too, by the way.
Sure
Sauce, they were
was.
playing a little zone. Didn't react very quickly to that whole little seeing Ferguson run over there and get in that area.
Yeah, a little bit too big. Those corners don't want to step up.
Nah,
like a
he
fight for the
didn't-
goal line here
Nah, he was
versus
not-
a tight end.
Nah.
That's a business decision.
That was very businesslike.
Yep. Thought I was watching another corner there for a split second. I was like, no, that's Sauce. That's Sauce. We head to Pittsburgh. Monday Night Football. Deshaun Watson to start the game. Thank you, Steelers Radio. Alex Highsmith with a pick six.
Watson, direct snap, and here it is. He wants to throw it. He does, and he throws it up to the third, and it's intercepted on a tip with that football. Alex Highsmith to the goal line. Touchdown, Pittsburgh on the first play. A 30-yard interception return by the young man out of Charlotte, Alex Highsmith.
You gotta be kidding me. This is the way you come out of the gates, baby. You come out at a full sprint.
You come out on a full spot.
Sounds like a Philadelphia guy for sure.
What was up with that call, though? Watson, a direct snap. What is he, a running back there in the Wildcat? What are we doing here?
That's some old school.
Old school, yeah.
Old school play-by-play right there in Pittsburgh.
Used to be like Tunch Ilkin. I think he passed away.
That's how you used to describe that?
Yeah.
First name Tunch?
Tunch Ilkin. He was a player for the Steelers back in the day. He used to be.
Is that a nickname, Tunch?
I think it's his real name. Tunch Ilkin.
Wow.
I think Bill Highgrove or something like that. Highgrave, whatever. But yeah, it's old school announcing going on there, Pittsburgh.
Alex Highsmith might be the best defender on that Steelers defense.
Yeah,
He might have surpassed old TJ Watt.
He just drew a personal foul penalty. Watson, he was running him out of bounds. Watson grabbed his face mask.
Oh, wow.
Slung him. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Well, from one pick six to another, college football style, it's Boulder, Colorado, and it's one of those Sanders going pick six. Yes, sir.
They moved the ball back to the 22. They ruled it a sack. Picked off. Real estate ahead. Shiloh. Sanders showing him his shoe bottoms. Stunned like his daddy. Touchdown.
He said one of those Sanders.
Shiloh.
There's a bunch of those Sanders on that
Shiloh
roster. Every time I
playing
turn
that-
around, there's
he's a
another
safety,
Sanders.
man. My man can play.
It's that Deion Sanders Jr. that throws you off a little bit up there.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to call him Bucky.
Bucky.
Yeah, that's old Bucky right
But
there.
he's the one that says he calls the other people on Twitter a hoe.
Yeah.
Stop
He's a
being
multimedia genius on Twitter.
Stop being a hoe.
He's a genius on Twitter.
A pure hoe is what he called
Yeah.
Danny
Yeah.
Cannell. over
Hey, you know what?
there.
Hey, look, if you're going to be a hoe, be a pure hoe. You heard what I'm saying?
That's exactly right. 817 saying, come on, man. TJ Watt's still the man. I believe his pass rush win rate last night was 7%. Myles Garrett on the other side of the field was almost 50%. And Alex Highsmith is a heck of a player. He got paid this offseason as well.
Charlotte.
He's an absolute
He went
beast.
to
But
Charlotte, yeah.
Congrats to Shiloh Sanders, and congrats to Jimmy Garoppolo on his one and only touchdown. Devontae Adams finally finding pay dirt in Vegas this year.
Play action to Jacobs. Fires Adams at the 15. Has the 10 with the block at the 5. Stiff arm at the 2. Touchdown, Devontae Adams. Raiders march the opening drive. 75 yards for a touchdown to Devontae Adams, his first of the year.
And they're only of the day. They just their offense evaporated after that moment. And Josh Allen and company might be back. This particular touchdown here, Allen to Shakir, was pretty dang special. Under pressure, whipped it in, 11 yards out for the touchdown.
Back to pass. Josh under pressure, throws it in the middle, stretching for the end zone. Touchdown, Khalil Shakir. An 11-yard touchdown reception as he dragged two tacklers
into the end zone.
All of a sudden, Buffalo looks like they're clicking again offensively, man. The week-to-week league that is the NFL.
Hey, just needed that week 1 to get the rust off. You know what I'm saying? I'm back to MVP form now.
Nothing like
Trust
a good
me.
tune-up game, you know, when you see the Raiders on the schedule. That's like all right, guys, sigh of relief. They're going to find a way to suck today one way or another. Even if they come out to an early lead, they will find a way to lose. And that's exactly what happened. They're up 7-0, started the game, and then Vegas just does what they do. Lose football games. In Cincinnati, speaking of losing football games, now this one they see a flag, they think it's coming back, but it's not. This is Charlie Jones for the Bengals, 81 yards, punt return, touchdown.
Here comes the punt, a very high wobbly kick. Jones will catch it at the 19. Starts toward the near side. He's at the 30. Penalty flag down. Crosses the 50. He's going to take it to the house, but there's a penalty flag down.
Wow, that one's coming back too.
Not coming back. That one's stuck. Or stood.
Stuck.
It stood. He stuck.
It stuck. It stood.
Dave,
shout out to Charlie Jones.
There's nothing better than I love the TD Tuesdays when Dave Lapham is involved.
I know
for the Bengals. And
we
he's
need
like
more of him, man.
Like he sees like the guy's trying to do the actual play-by-play, and he sees everything develop. So he's like the fan, like yeah. Like he's the get to the wall. You know, he's that guy.
Yeah,
got to make sure somebody gets excited there.
Yep.
We lost it with Wolfley. It looks like with Arizona. We're gonna have to ask that in the pregame show this week when we go behind enemy lines. Like, what happened to our guy Wolfley?
You know what's? I'll tell you what. I'm on with Arizona radio like Friday morning. It's their flagship station.
Okay, cool.
So I'm gonna ask where Wolfley is.
Beautiful.
I'm gonna say I'm not gonna do this unless Wolfley's asking the question.
Yes. Good call, man. I can't wait to pull that sound. That's gonna be fantastic. All right, speaking of fantastic, Seahawks and Lions was a heck of a game. Geno Smith, Tyler Lockett for the game winner.
Geno is looking. Now he throws first time. It's Lockett. Does he reach the ball across? He does.
Yeah.
It's over, baby. Touchdown, Seahawks. Tyler Lockett on a little pass out into the right side flat. Reaches the ball across the pylon. He scores. Game over. Seahawks win 37-31.
Man, there's nobody that gets more excited than the Seahawks play-by-play guy.
He's hyped.
Holy cow!
Got a little Daffy Duck to him as well. If you catch it.
Yeah. There's a lot of weird things going on in his tone.
Yeah. Is Warren Moon still doing? I think
the radio.
I think Warren Moon still got that the broadcast on there too.
Oh,
yeah.
very nice.
Yeah, he's the.
I didn't know
color
he was doing that.
Yeah, I think Warren
that's
Moon's,
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, let's get to Texas and Quinn Ewers. College football TDs are some of the best TDs. Ewers to Worthy. Take it away, Texas.
First down, quick swing pass out to Worthy to the 40. Makes a man miss down the sidelines. 30, 20. Say goodnight to it. Xavier Worthy in for a touchdown. 44 yards. And the Longhorns are back in front.
Back in front. It was a little sketchy there to start that game. I was like, did they smell themselves after that Bama victory?
Yeah, it was a tough one. I was listening along the way there. Craig Way with the call.
Yeah, he's
there with the Longhorn Network. And I will say this. I was passing right by the stadium in Austin when that happened because the fireworks go off. I was on 35 heading north, and the fireworks went, and I was listening to it. And you could see I was right by the stadium going right through Austin. When that happened. Yeah, it was a struggle for them against Wyoming, but they got it done this weekend.
Did you do any dancing at that wedding?
No, man. I had a meal and I had to get going. It's like a 5-hour trip. It was a 5:30 wedding. Wow. Had a meal, and then I got out of there.
If you didn't have to get out of there, you'd obviously been cutting
I
up,
would.
though.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the worst excuse for not dancing I've ever heard. I had a meal.
It's almost as bad as like
No. I had a meal.
What do you want? No, that took at least 12 minutes.
I sat down. No, I'm not like Eric. My man Eric can eat anything in like 3 to 4 minutes.
It's true.
Okay.
It's a sprint.
No. I wasn't making an excuse of having a meal as not dancing. I just had the meal, and then I had to go.
Your itinerary.
I had to go.
It was show up.
Yeah.
It was meal or dance.
Meal every time.
It was a carving
but those
station.
are the two options. Carving station?
Carving station.
Oh, give me a
break.
break.
I'm not going to dance on a carving
Prime
station.
rib?
Yes.
Have you ever danced at a wedding?
Have I danced at a wedding?
Have you ever danced at a wedding?
Yeah, I did.
Your own?
Oh, no.
Slow dancing.
You should see me by myself.
With your mother.
Rob, like some little kid that's stepping on your feet while you're doing it,
Yeah.
You're moving around with them.
Yeah, man. It's a wedding staple. It's a wedding staple. Hey, Baker Mayfield's getting it done right now to Mike Evans, and
Mike Evans is playing well.
Yeah, Evans had a monster game. Here's one of his touchdowns.
So now the Buccaneers are going to have to overcome 3rd down and long, 3rd down and 14. Need to reach the 18-yard line to hang on to the ball. Empty backfield. Mayfield takes a low snap, looks upfield, goes a fade route toward the sideline, toward the end zone. Caught ball, touchdown Tampa Bay. Mike Evans with another huge grab. Fire the cannons. The Bucs score a TD.
I love it, man.
Good old Gene Deckerhoff, right?
Fire them cannons, yep. From Tampa to Kansas City, they got a patented call as well, and Mahomes to Kelsey made history on this touchdown.
Snap back to Mahomes, rolls to his right side. Now throws it for Kelsey, wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, Kansas City! The 47th time that Patrick Mahomes has found Travis Kelsey in the sweet nectar of the end zone.
Oh.
That's an all-time Kansas City Chiefs record quarterback to a pass catcher.
Did he say oral?
He said sweet nectar.
Yeah, but it's like he said oral time. It sounded like not all time there for a minute.
Oh, an oral time.
It sounded like oral time, yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Probably.
Everybody could use a little more of that.
A little bit sweet nectar and oral time.
That's,
yeah,
quite the teammates there.
Why not?
All right, Anthony Richardson, rookie quarterback. He gets banged up. It's a bummer, but before he did, he had not one but 2 touchdown runs. Here's the first of the day.
Richardson going to take off on a quarterback draw. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Untouched into the end zone. Touchdown. I-N-D-Y. Anthony Richardson, a rushing touchdown from 18 yards out, and the Colts have drawn first blood.
It's a bummer he got hurt. My guy Anthony Richardson with Shane Steichen and company, man. That's a thing that's looking pretty nice right now. 2 games in, I think everybody's looking at Anthony Richardson like, dude,
we got a formula.
Yeah, there's something here, and you're a little bit ahead of maybe where we thought you were. Shout out to Mike Francesa, because after Anthony Richardson got injured, it was Gardner Minshew, of course, who stepped into the game. But here's Mike Francesa talking about it just yesterday on his podcast, I believe.
Colts win. They lose Richardson. Richardson had 2 big touchdown runs yesterday, 18 and 15 yards. He is picking up quarterback very quickly. The Colts are also well coached. And they have Mishaw. And Mishaw is a very, very confident backup. Very different offense with Mishaw. But they'll probably have to play Mishaw this week and sit Richardson, who's in the concussion protocol.
He made Gardner Minshew Mishaw.
Mishaw.
It was Mishaw.
Mm-hmm.
And he went ahead and laid down the Mishaw line 4 different times in those 30 seconds.
Do we not have somebody to help with corrections? You know, like
they probably did. He told him, "Get out of my way, kid. Get out of here."
What do you think?
I know who it is. I've been doing this 35 years.
Yeah. I'm a Hall of Famer, bro.
Get out of my face.
Yeah, I mean, like we do shows together, like on the pre and post, we always correct each other, like if it's a name or something, right?
Yeah, and
try and help the other guy.
Names are a little tough.
Yeah.
Minshew, I think, speaks for itself.
Sure.
If you don't know Minshew, you have not been paying attention for like the last 5 years.
Okay, that's Mike. But what point are you trying to make?
I just don't know how people continue to employ him. It must just be a name. I mean, but
he's on his own now, right?
He is on his own. Yeah,
and he's probably still raking in the numbers, bro.
You think he's doing numbers?
Yeah, I think he's doing numbers.
He's just napping.
People just like to hear him.
It's crazy.
Complain. His callers troll him.
Yeah, they do. They absolutely do.
Yeah, it's just a giant bit for the listening audience.
Good work, I guess, if you can get it.
Oh,
you can get it, man, if it works out like that.
His former counterpart, Mad Dog Russo, was talking about Chris Olave, the Saints wide receiver, but if you ask Mad Dog, it's Chris Olive.
Oh.
So they're both getting it done at the highest level right now.
You think he's still Deion'd out? My bad, this is TD2, though. Go ahead.
No, you're good. And you're dang right he's Deion'd out, more so than ever. All right, C.J. Stroud, speaking of rookie quarterbacks, now this dude's actually playing pretty well also. I mean, if he's not under pressure every snap, he might actually be able to do a little something, but he finds Tate Dell for pay dirt.
Texans at the 23, first down, Stroud of the gun, gets the snap, throws right side. He hits Tank, loses a man, takes it across the 5, rock and roll, touchdown, Stroud to Dell.
Shadur Sanders, this is the moment. This is the moment. Everybody's waiting for it except Gavin Dawson, who didn't believe with 90 seconds to go. Shadur, overtime, victory.
Shadur Sanders out of the shotgun. He's got a slot to the boundary side right, wing to the left. Motion man through the backfield. Shadur takes a snap, drops to throw, scans, throws over the middle. Mikey Harrison, grab with the 5, end zone, touchdown, Colorado.
That's the Buffs broadcast. I listened to that the whole way home. That guy is good. I meant to look up his name. The
Impressive, huh?
Yeah, I mean, he called. But like I say, he's got Gary Barnett, the former Colorado Northwestern coach, who's like the most pessimistic guy ever. Yeah. And he's trying to like talk the coach off the ledge. Every time it's like, Coach, we'll be okay here. Oh no, we can't cover the shallow cross here and all. I think that was a ticky-tack call myself, but he's one of those guys.
Yeah,
but his color guy is really good.
Hey, this was really good right here. After surrendering a huge lead, Russell Wilson and the Broncos found a way to go Hail Mary style to Brandon Johnson.
3 seconds to go from the 50. Down 8. Trying to get a free snap. Commanders don't jump off. They rush 4. Russell in the pocket. Now bounces around. Sets and throws the ball up in the air. It's going to be short. The ball deflected. The ball deflected and caught! Touchdown, Denver, Brandon Johnson! Oh, my word!
Good Googa Booga? What?
Cortland Sutton deflected it at the 3. Troutman deflected it. And Brandon Johnson with one hand tipped it to himself. And the Broncos need a 2-point conversion to send this game into overtime.
Of course, they did not convert that 2-point conversion and thus lost to the Commanders after being up like 21-0 or something ridiculous.
That Hail Mary triple deflection touchdown was not a reflection of their quality.
No.
It was just the lucky moment they had.
It was a tale of two halves, man. It was dynamite Russell Wilson the first half. Second half, they couldn't do squat, and it was pretty sad to watch.
Yeah, they took us to that game after the Cowboys game on TV.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of us watched the end of that, and man, it's just fascinating how that ended so quickly for Russell Wilson.
Dude,
not only in his career in the game.
Yeah.
It's just, you can't maintain it.
And then speaking of sadness, this is Canadian football radio. This is Queen's University losing on a walk-off touchdown. Listen to how sad this guy is. This is the play-by-play guy for the team that is losing now.
Hillick draws back the pass. He's airing it out. It's going to be long. No! No! Touchdown.
Just heartbroken, dude. That's brought us at the end of every one of these Rangers games.
That's this.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
TD Tuesday is
He's
in the
not
books.
Wrong. He's not wrong.
We're coming back with the Bullies Top 10 here in the G-Bag Nation. I got to chat Men's Tea Clinic with you before we do anything else because you want your edge back. You got to get into Men's Tea Clinic. Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Hope you're having a great day. It is time now for Woolchuck's Top 10. Wooly Bully out today. Segment here brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it is not your fault, call the Frankels, 214-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief with Zach's broadcast responsibilities.
Yes, sir. Thoughts and prayers with Wolchuk. Both ends. To both ends. Problem on the injury report. He was doubtful, and he is officially out. And it'll probably be a game-time decision tomorrow. But I think big picture for the weight loss journey, today will actually be looked at as a positive one. It'll take a few days to get there for him. We will celebrate National Salami Day today, even though it was back on September 7th. I don't think we ever got around to appreciating the greatness of that deli meat that is salami. In front of me here, I have America's best tasting types of meat, ranked from 1 to 10 with a couple of outside looking in opportunities as well. Your favorite type of meat, especially when it comes to the taste. Maybe you're not thinking about all the health in this particular situation. You're thinking about the tastiest meat in the world. What is it according to you? We'll get to the list here in just a moment. We'll get to also a little football or ball sack as well here in a second. But shout out to Kylan Granson. You've never heard of him, and I hadn't either right up until yesterday. He is a tight end for the Colts. He's been in the league for 3 years. Caught his first touchdown pass over the weekend in Houston. And he posted a newborn-styled photo shoot to commemorate his first touchdown. He captioned it, "After 3 years of trying, it's finally here." And it's him with his football, the football that he finally scored with. And it's wrapped up in swaddling clothes. And it's a nice little newborn photo shoot there with him in the pigskin. I got a little emotional, honestly, when I looked at it.
Man, I can understand that. I mean, a special time in that young man's life.
Yeah, 3 years. I mean, you try for 3 years at anything.
I'm sure his mom is so proud and finally excited to welcome a newborn into the family.
Yeah, man. Pretty exciting stuff and creative. You know, I haven't seen that done yet. I think Granson had been probably thinking about that for a while now. And he finally got his opportunity, so salute to him. Question for you guys. I got Man Campbell here talking about his pregame routine.
Okay.
Football or ball sack?
Is this more consumption of caffeine?
This is a lot of consumption stuff. There's a lot that goes into this one here.
But remember his consumption of caffeine
that's
is
next level.
It's
because I would not call ball sack on that because he's talked about that.
Yeah, I mean he's an interesting guy.
Yeah.
He's T levels through the roof, and he's
somewhere barking at cars passing by right now.
Yeah, dude, for sure.
Him and that coach,
while he's doing up downs or burpees.
Yeah. Just got finished playing a game of fetch.
Where was our coach? Where was our coach, Lucius? What was
he wasn't throwing it.
Come on.
Throw it to himself.
Somebody's throwing it to him as he bear crawls down a field and catches it with his mouth.
What was our coach the other day that was on G-Bag of the Day that was barking?
Alabama A&M.
Our team's ready. Yeah, he was like that guy.
Yeah, and then he went right back to serious after that, too.
Yeah,
it was pretty amazing how
he
got into character and out of character
seamlessly. Very quickly.
And if you told me that and I didn't hear the sound and you just told me that happened, I would say ball sack. You know, that's not football. That's ball sack, but that was football. This is Man Campbell on his pregame routine. I start the day with 11 raw ostrich eggs. The ostrich is a living velociraptor, and my body runs better with prehistoric alpha predator protein.
I'm going to call ball sack.
I'm going to call.
So far, you're calling ball sack?
Insta ball sack.
You're going insta ball sack on this one. He says it's just science. He says he knocks out a quick workout.
Yeah.
All glamour muscles. He says it's not for function, but it's more for intimidation. Again, this is his pregame routine. He says, when my biceps are blazing and my body is hopped up on dino protein, I make sweet love to Mrs. Campbell with a photo of the opposing team's coach taped on the bedstand and Steven Seagal movies playing on full blast. My theory behind that is, if I can finish while looking at you, I can beat you. Again, science.
As
Football
much as
or
I
ball
want
sack?
this to be true, I'm going to have to stick with ball sack.
Broadus, final answer?
He is from Glen Rose, Texas, right? So there's got to be some type of with the ostrich egg.
Ooh, good poll.
I mean, he is from a dinosaur area.
He would know dinosaur stuff.
He would,
dinosaur DNA.
And he's thinking about and ostrich eggs they're hard to get.
But he's a guy who can get just about anything.
He can get it. Yeah, he's got the. Yeah.
He can get it. Wow.
Okay, but the part you're talking about,
He said that.
I did. The talking about the picture and all that, is that part of the thing, or is it just the dino egg?
That's what gets me right there. That's what makes me say, nah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. After a while, she's like, look, the Chiefs again, bro?
Yeah.
Like, what about me?
Yeah.
Oh, you got to have Mac Jones up there. Oh, okay.
Yeah. The jealousy starts to set in at some point. You have to imagine.
They'll get mad at PlayStations. I know they'll get mad at that.
Unfortunately, as close of a call as this is, and I appreciate your guys' deliberation on this, by the hair on the chinny chin chin, it is a ball sacking.
Okay.
But it was a heck of a ball sacking. It was one that I really appreciated.
I don't think he would be talking about making sweet love to his wife.
That's what
in public.
Yeah.
Everything else feels like
possible.
Like biceps,
the ostrich egg, the
workout, and ain't nothing about it sweet.
Yeah.
You can pick up an ostrich egg for between $30 and $70 depending on where the market's settled in. So that would be a very expensive breakfast as well.
Yeah,
these giant
ones. I've seen people cook with these before. It's impressive to do.
You crack one and it feels like a decent sized frying pan.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first time I've seen somebody cook with one was in a wok. With the way how deep a wok is, and you could crack that, and you could get it, and you could really get the egg moving in it.
That's what you want.
Yeah, you
According
want
to Gordon Ramsay.
A lot of
speed. Let them work.
Let them work, and let them work in that grease.
I picture that egg from the Dave Chappelle show. You seen it when they crack that?
Yeah.
Make my doo-doo twinkle.
My brother's actually been raving about duck eggs, apparently. Duck eggs, he says, are delightful. They're a little bit bigger. And
duck fat is incredible to cook with.
Duck fat?
I need to make you guys some French fries and duck fat.
I should try that instead of the beef tallow on my face. I should give it a little duck fat.
Duck
See
fat
how that
might work.
is
You
as
can
a
do it with
moisturizer.
spray. You could do it with a spray, yeah.
All right, the best tasting meats, according to America, on what is not National Salami Day, but it was just a few weeks ago, and it deserves its respect. Salami's fantastic. I got a lot of love for salami.
I do like salami.
Boom, just eat it straight up.
I think my favorite, Italian type of alternative meat would be the pepperoni.
Yes, agreed.
I think pepperoni's highly underrated.
And this is all meats. This is not strictly deli meats. We're showing love to all the meat today. Outside looking in, we got goat, elk, mutton. Never heard of mutton.
It's a lamb.
Lamb.
Okay.
An older lamb.
Quail as well. I want to try some quail, man.
Quail wrapped in bacon with jalapeno is very good.
I bet that's phenomenal.
Yeah, and you might be able to find some here pretty fresh because I think we're right now in quail season. I think the month of September. So if you might have a buddy, maybe one of these Tolos, it hunts.
Yeah.
Could probably get you some quail, wrap it in bacon, a couple of jalapenos. You're living right that way.
If you see me, quail me.
Quail me.
Last outside looking in is veal. So
veal parmesan, man. I mean, hard to beat. Hard
Lucius,
to beat.
one meat for the rest of your life. What is it?
Oh, chicken.
Chicken.
The
versatility of the chicken's hard to beat.
Yeah, there's too much you can do with it.
No question about it. Dawson?
I've wondered this question many times myself. I don't think there's an answer you could go with other than chicken.
Really? Yeah.
Unless you were like a super fish person.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like the pork and the pork
thing?
and the beef, you might have to give up on that if the health concerns come around age 50.
Yeah.
Your doc might be like, hey, too much red meat. We got to slow this down.
Yeah.
Now you're no meat guy. You chose beef in your 20s thinking I'm going to ride this thing out. Now in retirement, you're full on vegan basically.
I feel like you're foreshadowing
my
life. I'm going to take that chance.
You got gout in your future, bro. There's definitely some gout in your future, fam.
I'm going to holler at the Gout Scout for some
cow.
You know it.
I'm going cow.
Yeah, you know
cow.
exactly where path I've taken, right? Because of all the ailments I have already.
You and Al Michaels.
Yeah,
all that red meat.
Gouting that thing up.
Yeah.
Give me the red meat.
Okay, same here. American Bison comes in at number 10.
Oh, a good bison burger is fire, bro.
Agreed.
I like barbecue bologna too. I'm still having a hard time finding it out here.
Never had it.
I love good barbecue bologna, bro. It's amazing.
He's not wrong.
Bison and buffalo are the same thing, right? So we have we brought them back to the point that we can start harvesting them again?
I've seen more.
Yeah, we'll
I thought we wiped them out.
I've seen more.
Where's the bison farms? I don't see them. I see cow farms.
Well, they're not around here.
Well, where you could get bison
Wyoming.
is the same place where Chiafalo's wife shops, and that when you get the grass-fed meat,
you can get some bison over there.
Bison's in that
It's
area.
your Wyomings and Montanas and
Boom.
stuff like that. Those guys up
There you
there.
go.
Colder climate for them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's about $4 or $5 more expensive per pound, though, than just like a
So
grass-fed
good.
beef. We got venison at 9. I love me some venison.
Yeah, venison chili, venison jerky.
We actually have buffalo coming in at number 8. So there's a distinction there between the buffalo and the bison.
A little, I think, less fat. Lucius, am I right about that? Bison.
Bison
look, if they're chasing me, it's the same thing.
Yeah, I think more muscular. I think the bison, buffalo, more muscular.
Yeah.
So you have to maybe throw a little fat in there with it.
Yeah, feels like a distinction, but no real difference. But we'll just go with it. Turkey at number 7.
Like East Texas and Louisiana. I don't know. They're kind of the same thing. You guys are the same thing.
Yeah,
they are connected. Yeah.
Duck at 6. I haven't had much duck, and I need to get in there.
Had a bad experience with duck.
Oh no!
I had a duck one time and got shot. I mean, the pellets, the shot pellets.
Oh, you ate it?
It bit in, it bit down, it bit into some shot. And I'm like, ever since duck, I'm kind of been out on that.
What the duck? So damn good.
Yeah,
what the duck? I agree with you there, Dawson.
Did you already say lamb?
No, but it's about to pop up.
Okay.
It's about to pop up here in a second.
Lamb chops are excellent.
Duck at 6, pork at 5.
With
And
mint
pork's a
jelly.
tough one. When you go one meat for the rest of your life, like pork chops.
Yeah.
Pork chop off a bone or
Yeah,
whatever.
but make sure they're
Pulled
not.
pork.
They
Yeah,
gotta
it's
be.
pulled
They
pork.
gotta have some thickness to them because nowadays they're kind of tricking you with the thin cut pork
get
You
chop.
don't want that. No.
Too dry.
Make it like steak.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Bingo. There you go.
Fish, just generic fish, comes in at number 4. Totally
yeah.
get it.
Certain
totally
kind.
get it.
Certain
Yep.
kind. Yeah. certain
Lamb's
kind.
at number 3. Little
3?
lamb action.
3.
The third
Must be an
tastiest
international
meat.
list here.
Yeah, the leg
Get
of
lamb ahead of pig.
with some mint jelly.
We got chicken at 2, and beef is numero uno, ladies and gentlemen. According
There
to
it is.
America, at least.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Wolchuk out today, probably back tomorrow. Send him some well wishes on social media.
Please do.
Okay, where would you like to take us next, Eric?
Well, football's finest, featuring all the good Cowboys stuff next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, where are the Cowboys in your power rankings this week? We got another concert ticket giveaway at 7 a.m. And did the Rangers and Nathan Eovaldi
Dale with Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins tonight at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan.
Just announced Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine's one-time Equinox offload. A limited supply of Access Equinox models will be sold direct to public below market value. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. Don't wait, though. In less than 10 days, they could be all sold out at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Well, thank you, Lucius. We have some great Cowboys audio coming up here at the top of the hour. Pat McAfee, are you buying the hype? Micah Parsons with McAfee. And then Jimmy on the Cowboys. He was on with Cow Turd. So that's coming up here at the top of the hour as we take a look at Cowboys Twitter. Here's the Chief with a little football.
So this is one of my favorite things that I've seen in regards to the Cowboys defense. They have what's called havoc rate. Havoc rate. And it takes tackles for loss or no gain, plus forced fumbles, plus interceptions, plus pass deflections, plus pressures divided by the total plays. And the Cowboys are number 1 at 80%.
My God.
And number 2 is the Saints at 59%. Everybody else you see is like a half a percentage difference between the team ahead of them or whatever. Everything's very, very close, like under 60% for sure. But the Cowboys lead the way so far through 2 weeks with a havoc rate of 80%. 80% of the time, they're either you're gaining no yards, or we're going to tackle you for a loss, or we're going to defend the pass and knock it down, or we're going to get a pick, or we're going to pressure you. They're just ridiculous, and it all obviously starts with Micah, but this whole defense feels like it moves at a different speed than everything else that's on the field.
I'll tell you what I've been most impressed about this defense, and you could talk about the pressures and the havoc and all that. There have been teams that have gotten down to 3rd and 1 and tried to run the ball and can't get 1 yard to get a first down.
Big takeaway.
That's, I mean, if you want to talk about, for so many years they talked about building toughness around here. Being a tougher team, that is just, we're winning that side of the line of scrimmage.
I think it was the Jets' second possession where they ran on first down for 9 yards and had to punt.
Yeah.
And it was like, holy cow.
Yeah.
That's Saints' impressive defense, too. I mean, that's for the Cowboys to be 30% better at the havoc plays than what New Orleans is throwing out there against bad teams.
Yeah.
I mean, the Cowboys really got something here. I think it's only health. I'm buying this, wholeheartedly.
I agree. I also saw this quarterback off target rate, throws, overthrows, underthrows, not including spikes or throwaways. Dak Prescott's number 1 with only 8.1% of his passes being off target.
Felt like he threw 3 really bad passes the other day. The pass that
the Ferguson that should have been
the
touchdown.
Ferguson pass, the pick six, it almost was a pick six.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ball that Michael Gallup got whacked on coming across the middle.
About 1 and 10, 1 and 12, something like that.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I felt like those were the ball he threw to Lamb on the 31-yard slant was back shoulder a little bit.
Touch behind him.
But it wasn't the point where you're like, oh, it's a terrible pass.
Right.
No. I mean, it allowed Lamb to grab it and get up the field. If it's way behind him, maybe you don't get to do that. But I felt like there were 3 bad passes that I watched. I said, that's not good.
It's encouraging, but I think a lot of it, too, is they're doing so much at the line of scrimmage, or here's a check down to the running back for 2 yards. Like, they're not having to do super challenging throws to this point. So I think that plays a role. But I did find it interesting as we talk about Dak coming into this offense, throwing with anticipation, being a guy who can consistently be accurate enough to make this offense move the way it needs to. And 2 weeks in, he's number 1 in terms of having, very few off-target throws.
Yeah, it's going to be just a matter of remaining patient. But this is the way against great defenses. What you saw from the Cowboys offense under Kellen Moore was not good enough to keep Dak clean for 3.5 seconds, get guys open down the field, and then have him be able to see in all that chaos and make big plays down the field. I think they waved the white flag on that plan and said, hey, instead of that, if they're able to get after us and stop our run with 4 or 5 guys, how about we just keep throwing it in the flats and drive them crazy? How about we just keep moving the chains like that and see what opens in between those next levels as time goes on? I think it's a stroke of genius, Brian.
What needed to be for the offense to have success, especially with the timing and stuff, was Dak was going to have to be accurate. Yeah. And so far, so good.
And accept the fact that he's going to have to play a lot more conservative.
Yeah.
And the transition from the coaching staff and the players has been right in sync with each other perfectly.
It's funny, Deshaun Watson actually is the worst in the sport with these off-target throws.
I'm watching him right now really struggle here. Yeah.
He's aiming the ball. is what it looks like to me. Like he's not trusting. I think the time off has created a next level rust.
Amari Cooper can still play, by the way, just watching him.
He was a little banged up coming in.
Yeah, well, he's always banged up, but he could still play.
A couple of things I wanted to point out about Bill Belichick. One, he's apparently going to coach until he surpasses Don Shula on the all-time wins list.
Yeah, Don Shula gave him a lot of grief during that time, the cheating scandal.
The Spygate stuff.
So
I love the pettiness there to Bill Belichick. And it might take him another 3 or 4 years. But
18 games?
He'll do it. Yeah, it's 18 games.
Yeah.
Man, that might take a little longer than he wanted to, old Bill. And then the other one, too, is just from Sunday night, the blocked field goal that the Patriots had, where they had a guy coming in motion defensively to run in off the side for the block. Never seen anything like it. Just want a tip of the cap. Football's finest. Bill Belichick. That was a badass play.
I believe they didn't time the ball. They were timing the movement of the holder.
The holder. He's got some type of...
He's got a twitch.
Tick.
He's got a twitch,
Another edition of Football's Finest is in the books. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter. The only question that matters around the Cowboys right now, we'll ask that to you on the truckwreck.com fan text. You buying the hype? It's next to the nation.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs behind the scenes. But that's an HR issue. G-Bag Nation's Boys in the Morning. It's Sean and RJ with Bobby Belt. Mornings 5:30 to 10 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Waves with the number one rated segment in afternoon drive radio and DFW, LA Live, every night about 5:40 here in the nation. Okay, it's time for some Cowboys Twitter, and we're going to hear Pat McAfee's answer to it here in just a second, as he was on with Steven and Shannon this morning. The question's out there for you right now. Truckwreck.com fan text. Leave your name and city you're texting from. Are you buying the hype? Or more importantly, are you just believing the Cowboys are different this year? Because buying the hype would suggest it's not real, right? It would suggest that there's a quality product and we're hyping it from like a 7 to a 9 or a 10. I think this is just the best team in football right now. What do you say, Pat McAfee? Here we go.
I think what Ryan Clark said is very valid here. You know, Ryan Clark's winning Emmys. Is on Monday Night Football Countdown talking over Scott Van Pelt. He's doing his thing. He's got a big brain. He's talking about Mike McCarthy being in his bag. It does look like it's 2011 Aaron Rodgers, Green Bay Packers, when they would go on to win a Super Bowl against the Pittsburgh Steelers, big Mike McCarthy's hometown. He's a Yinzer through and through. Dak goes 31 of 38, 255, 2 tuds. Now, he did hit Sauce Gardner right in the chest, which should have been an interception, but the plays are coming in efficiently. CeeDee Lamb seems to be always open. Tony Pollard's going to do his thing. The tight ends are doing it. I think this year is different for Dak Prescott because I think this year Mike McCarthy is going to be a guy that's going to be able to take him there. Kellen Moore. I got respect for Kellen Moore. Chargers 0-2. Okay? Chargers 0-2. Jason Garrett. He's incredible on television. I think he's great on Sunday Night Football on the Countdown Show. I think he's good. Was he the guy that was going to get that? I don't think so. I think Big Mike is the reason why Dak Prescott's going to play his best football this year. And they got the number one defense in the world, Craig. In the world. I think this is the year where we can actually buy into the hype and know that Stephen A is going to hate until January. He just gave himself. Listen, September they're going to win. October, November, December. It's like nothing happens for the next 3 months while we're talking to you, I guess, about the Cowboys. But I think this is the year, Shannon. I think this is the year that they have what it takes to make it. And thank God there's an AI Jerry Jones over there. And now finally this Dallas Cowboys team is worth all the hype that they've had for the last 2 decades, Unc.
That's a strong 90 seconds from Pat McAfee. Finally worth all the hype they've gotten for 2+ decades. What do you say? The comp to the 2010 Green Bay team is really interesting. Obviously, that was a really good team that also had a really good defense. And they were capable of going out there and only scoring 20 points or 9 points and ending up with wins throughout that season.
I went to go back and look. Was that a Green Bay Packer team that was 10-6? I don't think that was a team that was one of those 14.
It was 10-6.
I think they had to go on the road.
They did. They won in Philadelphia wild card weekend.
Yeah.
Chicago had won the division, I believe.
Okay. Well, I just remember though that it was one of those things where Green Bay wasn't playing great, but found some traction late in the season. Charles Woodson, they had all kinds of things kind of going right for him there.
They did.
But once they got in the playoffs, it was. Now they've had some teams that have had home field advantage and all that. There were probably better teams that got bounced by the Giants and bounced by the Buccaneers one year. But I don't think Mike was there for that one. That was the current coach.
That team really hit its stride at the perfect time. Even though it lost 3 of its final 6, it just played great football on both sides of the football when they got to the playoffs. And then the next year, I think they went 15-1.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like, I think their 10-6 record that year was a little deceiving. They were better than that by the time it got to be done.
To me, yeah, that was with the Green Bay. I just remember that season with Mike. Nice coaching job and all that, but the team kind of sputtered. I was thinking that maybe Dallas was an 11-6 team, 10-7 right now. I think if you want to just go through week 2 going into week 3, would you adjust what you think this football team is record-wise?
Yeah.
I'm curious out there if you guys thought, was this an 11-6 team? I think we saw a lot of those texts.
Okay.
We saw a lot of, they're 10-7 team.
It's a good question. Get the responses coming in on the text that as well.
One point on McAfee talking about Dak Prescott gonna have the best season of his career with Mike McCarthy. I've talked about for a long time the idea that the help from the sidelines. We always talk about how Dak has so much help with the talent around him, but was he ever getting much help from his play caller, his head coach, Jason Garrett, Scott Linehan, Kellen Moore? I think the answer by and large is mostly no, and part of that is the receiver separation. Remember? Well, how about this? Dak is always throwing into tight windows over the years. Tight windows. They're not creating easy opportunities for him. Through the first 2 weeks of the season, only 3 quarterbacks have thrown into more open windows than Dak.
Wow.
That is a direct reflection. I mean, it's not like you've gone in here and revamped your wide receiver core. You've had CeeDee Lamb for a couple of years now. What you've done is you've changed your route concepts. And now you got guys that are open more often than not, and Dak's not having to fit it into tight windows all the time. Yeah. At least through 2 weeks, only Fields, Mayfield, and Cousins are throwing into more open windows than Dak.
Fields, huh? You said Fields?
Fields.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. To answer your question, Brian, when I started the season, I thought 11 wins, maybe 12. Now I'm thinking 13, maybe 14.
Yeah.
I'd push it to 15. But I feel like in Week 18 they'll probably be raising the white flag because it'll be meaningless against the Commanders. But I see the Bills, the Lions, 2 games against the Eagles and the 49ers. 5 difficult tests. I'll say they lose 3 of them, and they end up at 13-4 with the Week 18 defeat to Washington.
What's the stretch they go on? Is it a Eagles, Bills, Dolphins, Lions? That's a stretch, right? Towards the end of the
year. Yeah.
Towards the end of the year.
Well, and they got, this one coming up here where you're going to go New England, San Francisco, Chargers, Rams, Eagles. That's a nice stretch of no bad football teams for sure.
Yeah, and maybe I should put Miami in there on Christmas Eve as far as a losable game. That game is in Miami, but I got to see that Tua is healthy. We got to, I'm not going to give them any credit for what's going to transpire 3 months from now when it comes to the health of that football team. Seahawks might be pretty good. They prove they're better than the Lions, at least, on the scoreboard in week 2.
Is trash.
Yeah. I think it's going to take a complete football team with a great game plan to beat this team as long as it stays healthy. How about Micah with some Pat McAfee here, further talking about the Lion thing?
And then that on all fours crawl. Awesome. Hey, you're moving, bro. You are moving on that. You work on that?
Yeah, I've been working on it all camp. So, I was this year coming in, I was like, yo, I hope y'all know, I'm, possessed this year. I hope everyone's ready to work. I hope everyone's ready for this line mentality. I be going around the locker room growling at people. I'm out there jumping around. I'm growling at Dak before, and Cam. I hope y'all ready for this shit, bro. I'm going to kill you today. I'm hunting you. I'm letting everyone know, so when they see it, they're like, man, this dude's really nuts. Especially some of the rookies, it's funny, them see him coming in, it's like, bro, you really like that? I was like, you ain't really seen nothing yet. He's like, you really a possessed lion? I'm like, yeah, bro, I'm crazy. I'm throwed off.
These kids coming into the NFL going, what the They got an actual animal in here. Have you seen this guy? He's on all fours.
A possessed lion.
Did you see when Micah, when it was the touchdown that wasn't the touchdown, he went all the way down to the suites, and they have that it's like the fencing down there by the suites, and he was kind of acting like that he was going low, like he was a lion going right in front of the fencing, like he was going back and forth, like he was just in a cage.
He's taking the lion thing serious, and he's taking it to another level where it's not just a lion, but it's a possessed lion who's ready to eat your face off.
Unlike the lion that was in the Wizard of Oz, the Wizard of Oz.
Yo, dude, cowardly lion.
The cowardly lion.
The king of the forest.
Lucius, who was your favorite character in that whole thing?
Oh, I don't think I have a favorite character in that movie. Maybe the Tin Man.
The Tin Man was my guy.
The Tin Man. He wanted to do something for you. He just didn't have the.
He didn't have the heart. Didn't have the heart.
He wanted to do it for you, though, bro.
It was really a movie about a lost gal and 4 losers walking down the road, wasn't it? It really was. No, Lucius made a great point. I don't know if I had a favorite.
Yeah.
They were all kind of pathetic.
They're all, but no, they kind of tugged at your heart a little bit.
Dorothy is the only one that had any gumption about her.
Toto, actually.
Yeah, Toto's pretty tough too.
Yeah, Toto was tough.
I love that lion though. It's become a leader. That's a leadership lion as well. And now the kids are showing up and looking at the lion. He's like, man, you haven't seen anything yet. This is going to get crazy. And they're like, wow, I got to get to this level. Apparently this is what it takes. That's exactly what they've needed. And then how about some Jimmy on the Cowboys? He was jumping back on with his guy Colin Cowherd there on Fox Radio. Here we go.
It's as good as I've seen in a long time, and they really play to their offense. I think with McCarthy calling plays now, he understands how good that defense is. And so if they just won't turn it over offensively, and if they're efficient offensively, run the football, have some balance, take advantage of field position, that defense can win a lot of games and maybe win every game. Colin, I think there's probably 3 or 4 teams just as talented in the league, but I don't see anybody playing any better on Sunday than the Cowboys.
Yeah, through 2 weeks, I think that's a fair assessment. No one's played better. And it's a long season, and the matchups will get a little bit more difficult. The ball won't necessarily bounce your way every single time throughout a game, and so you're going to be in some tight ones, some pressurized moments. Is there going to be a team? And I know it's only one game with Brandon Cook, so it remains to be seen, but so far this offense is a lot of just CeeDee Lamb. It's a lot of CeeDee Lamb, which is great. You're getting your best player involved, and you're creating ways to find advantageous matchups for your offense. But if you get a team that is able to kind of neutralize Lamb, what's going to be that counterpunch?
I think
that's a question moving forward a little bit.
I think the Jets were super cavalier in the way that they played that game the other day on defense. They felt like that they could win the line of scrimmage. They didn't do that. They probably felt like that they could play right and left coverage and win that. They really didn't do that They didn't do that very well.
No.
To me, that's where I could see, like, all of a sudden, if you're Robert Saleh, you're thinking like, okay, I'm not going to let the next whoever receiver just beat me like that. Because you play zone coverage against the Cowboys, they will pick you apart.
It's hard with a flawed roster to decide, do we want to stick with what we do, or do we want to try to adjust and match up? Because it can make you look foolish. Like, why'd you go away from your strength? Why are you doing things different just because it was a good team? And there's different philosophies on it. I don't think there's a right answer when you're up against a team as good as these Cowboys. As Jimmy Johnson, did you hear him say it? Maybe win every game. Could this be the 20-0 Cowboys? We're looking for a good nickname for him, by the way.
The 20-year-old Cowboys.
I think we should stick with doomsday defense for all good defenses. I just think it's hard to get better unless something naturally pops out, like the Hot Boys from Tank a couple of years ago. That had a little run. You can't force it.
Bassick hates the Hot Boys.
Well, yeah.
Everybody's talking about the Death Star defense. Isn't that what they're saying?
I like the Death Star defense. A texter in the 214 is claiming that that's his. Yeah, I'm like, hey, well, we appreciate that. I like that name.
I think the folks there at Disney, do they own the rights now? Who owns the rights to all the Star Wars stuff?
I think that is Disney.
Yeah, I think they'd like a word with you, sir or ma'am.
Yeah, you get into some troubles there if you're going to try to make money off of a Cowboy. But
don't print any shirts.
Jared, just call them up and get a deal done. They'll do business with Marvel. You know they will. Yeah, you'll get T-shirts. We got Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott playing his 100th career game in Week 3 against the Cardinals. This is from Ed Werder.
Wow.
Only player in history with at least 150 touchdown passes and 25 rushing touchdowns in his first 100 games, per ESPN Stats and Info, as he continues to rack up the statistical greatness. I mean, he's going to walk out of this league as top 10 in a ton of stats, holding records in a ton of others. I think he could be a Hall of Famer if he can just get this Super Bowl ring done. As a matter of fact, I'll guarantee it. Dak wins the Super Bowl, he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Yeah.
I think you're right.
All these damn records he's got.
I think you could be right about that.
Okay, Trayvon Diggs has allowed just 26 yards on 8 targets through 2 games, according to Pro Football Focus. He's also forced 3 turnovers. That's from the Twitter account of Marcus Mosher. What do you say, Chief? Has Diggs become more of a complete corner? What's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, I think through the first couple of weeks of the season, especially in that Week 1, where you saw him be a little bit physical and forcing that fumble, or I guess it was an interception when he hit Saquon Barkley. Seems like maybe he's kind of looked in the mirror a little bit and decided he wanted to step his game up. I think Stephon Gilmore is somebody who's a true pro that is trying to be good in every area of the sport, and so he's probably rubbed off a little bit on Trayvon there. So I think so far so good. Thank God the pressure got there on the play that Garrett Wilson smoked him, and it would have been a touchdown. A little corner route situation.
Yeah, that Osa, exactly. You know, when Wilson was falling through, Osa was right there. So a little hand to helmet or hand to arm, kind of a contact there that made the ball sail a little short.
Yeah, made it a duck ball. But otherwise, that would have been a touchdown, and these numbers wouldn't look quite as good. But by and large, he's been a beast, and so far he's shut me up a little bit.
I'll tell you what. Well, Wilson ran by him too on the one that Hooker's interception. the double move there. That could have been, if there was a little bit more on the line instead of ball being in the air longer, that could have been a bad play for Diggs too.
817. Let's not crown ourselves before the San Francisco game.
I am absolutely. This is a Super Bowl team right here.
It's the best looking team in the NFC. That's all. I don't know if they're going to win the Super Bowl. You got to stay healthy, and then against San Francisco, it'll be a coin flip. But I think there's a tie right now for the teams that look the best in the NFL. That's just through 2 weeks. I'm not crowning anybody.
No, that's all we're doing is talking about 2 weeks of football.
4-6-9 Cowboys have played 2 weak-ass teams, and you've got them in the damn Super Bowl. Good luck.
Giants, they played who was on their schedule.
I know.
Yeah.
And they beat the hell out of those weak-ass teams.
Yep.
Now, if they had to fight to get those wins against those weak-ass teams, I'll be a little nervous and saying, all right, y'all need to calm down some. But they beat the hell out of them.
Yep.
So, I mean, damn.
70 to 10, I think, the Jets' defense is elite. To be able to operate that efficiently against them. Both teams have really good run games. They couldn't get to them because of how decimating this defensive line is. There's a reason they looked so bad. Jets were nearly a playoff team last year, and the Giants were.
Yep.
Legion of Doom says the 4-6-9. That's another thing that like a comic book situation owns.
Yep.
Chad in Nashville. I've been saying this Death Star defense since last year, and I've got receipts out of a 615.
Okay, 615. Maybe it's yours then.
Might be a throwdown for that, like there was for the branding of Tolo back in the day.
Hope you mailed it to yourself or something like that. That's proof.
Legion of Zoom.
I like that. I do like a Legion tie-in because of the Dan Quinn factor.
Yeah, I kind of like that as well. Legion of Zoom is interesting because it's like it connotes speed.
Yeah,
and the speed on this defense is it's eye-popping.
Okay, the Expressway is coming up next. We have some eye-popping Jerry Jones content. Where does he want to see the Cowboys be better? It's next here in the nation. I got to chat D&M Leasing before we do that, though, because if you're in the market for a new vehicle, you want or you need one right now, what you should do is call D&M Leasing and place your order. It's going to take